True leadership is measured not only by your present success, but by future provisions. Okay, so true leadership is not measured, only by your present success, but also by the future provisions that you are making. So it means that what makes you a true leader is not necessarily your ability to succeed today. It's not necessarily your ability to make things happen today. Okay, but it's connected to your ability to make future provisions, to make sure that the leadership, the journey, the goal, whatever dream that you are building outlives you. Okay, that is what a true leadership success is. In fact, this is second to the last of our series, and I'm going to be sharing on leading beyond now, how visionary leaders provide for the future. Okay, leading beyond now, how visionary leaders provide for the future. One of the things I would like to say is that if you are joining us for the first time, this conversation did not start today. I think this is maybe about the 12th or 13th session that I've had since we started this conversation last month. So if you are joining us for the first time, I will encourage you to go to our YouTube channel, Transformers Global. You will see more of our conversation where we started, so that you can be able to, flow with the conversation. Don't worry, if today is your first time, you will still make the best of today's conversation. But if you would like to have, a total overview of what we are, discussing, I will encourage you to go to our YouTube channel, and you will find the rest of the conversation. Okay. This conversation is guided by the story, the life character principles of Joshua in the Bible. The first time I read the book of Joshua, the more I read it, I see principles of leadership. I see principles for new and young leaders to embrace in order to, make their life, their leadership exceptional. Okay. And that is what we have been discussing these past few weeks. I make mention young and new leaders because Joshua, who was once a servant to Moses, when he received his own direct call, had to make a transition from being a follower to a leader. And those transitions, how he clarified his vision, how he clarified his intention, is very, very critical for anyone who is venturing into leadership. Like I always say, it's not just for someone who is starting out in leadership, it's for also existing leaders. It's also an opportunity for you to go back, clarify your intentions, understand why you started, and then to create a solid ground, for what you are building, which is very important. So I will encourage you to, look at some of the principles that we are sharing as only examples for you to learn from. The goal is not to teach you methods, but for you to learn from his life, his principles, what made him, exceptionally successful, areas where he had challenges and areas where he struggled, so that you can be informed better, to make a greater decision, for your generation. I believe that every person who is existing in our generation is still alive for a purpose, is still alive for something that is unique that you are supposed to do for this generation. The story of Joshua is a good place to begin, to learn what it takes to achieve your vision, to achieve your success, to do something that is outstanding for your generation. So today we are going to be looking at leading beyond now, how visionary leaders provide for the future. Okay. When I study, leaders across the world, when I study nations across the world, when I study, what makes nations nations, one of the books I'm going through now is titled "Why the West Rules for Now," and the writer was trying to show why nations were successful, how nations started, how they continue to build, and why many of them, even though you can look back into history, you discover that they were successful and they are still successful today. Okay. And you discover that, people did not become successful by chance. Nations did not become successful by chance, but they started with intentional leadership, but more so leadership that thinks about the future. Okay. And it is very important for me to start this conversation from there. Not just intentional leadership, but leadership that is concerned about the future, concerned about leaving a legacy, concerned about continued leadership. Okay, and that is why we are having this conversation. I would like you to write this thing down. True leadership is measured not only by your present success, but by future provisions. Okay, so true leadership is not measured, only by your present success, but also by the future provisions that you are making. So it means that what makes you a true leader is not necessarily your ability to succeed today. It's not necessarily your ability to make things happen today, okay? But it's connected to your ability to make future provisions, to make sure that the leadership, the journey, the goal, whatever dream that you are building outlives you, okay? That is what a true leadership success is. In fact, when you go to the Bible, the scripture was making an illustration. It said every man's work will be tested. Okay, so it's saying that so you can have momentary success, you can have success now, but when that success is tested, will it stand? And one of the ways through the Bible, through life, that we understand a leadership can go through tests is time. Okay, when you subject leadership to time, you will discover whether it is successful or not. One key biblical way of testing is by giving things time. So what I believe the scripture is saying is that when your leadership is given time, when your leadership is examined over a period of time, will it stand or will it fall? Okay, so for instance, when the Bible says that if you listen to my words, you are like someone who is building on a rock, but if you don't listen and follow my words, you are building on the sand. He said when the wind comes, when the weather beats it. So it's something that is going to happen through time. So momentarily it looks successful, it looks that things are going the way it should go, but over time the cracks begin to reveal, the lack of principle begins to reveal itself, and that is when you really know whether this is true success or whether it is fake success. So I want you to have a redefined posture when it comes to understanding what leadership is about. And I want you to view leadership in the aspect of time. Okay, is it going to thrive? Is it going to live beyond you? And as we go deeper, I'm going to also share the mindset of leadership that ensures that it travels through time. Okay, but before we go that, the principles I'm going to be sharing with you, I took it from the book of Joshua chapter 23. If you read from verse 1 to end, you see Joshua making provisions for the future. Okay. First thing he did is that he assembled all the leaders, all the elders, he called them together, and then he began to have conversations with them. Some of the conversations, first of all, he started by reminding them what they have been able to accomplish all these years, what they have been able to build, what God has been able to do with them. Okay. And then he started, moving further to remind them the instructions of Moses. Now, whenever you read the scripture and you see leaders talk about the instructions of Moses, most of us usually look at the instructions of Moses as the 10 Commandments, okay? But when you look at the instructions of Moses, it's beyond just the 10 Commandments. It's about 600 and something laws. Moses was the first in biblical time to craft a constitution for the land, okay? Moses wrote about sanitation, he wrote about agriculture, he wrote about environment, he wrote about murder, he wrote about, even civil rights. When they questioned about whether women should own land or who receives inheritance, what happens to slave labor, what about wages? Whenever people talk about Moses, they always talk about, the fact that he went to Mount Sinai and then he came back with tablets, or that he built the ark and he built the tabernacle, or the power of God, or the Red Sea. One aspect that is often neglected in the life and principles of Moses is the fact that Moses was a nation builder. In fact, I think Moses was more of a nation builder than just a spiritual leader. Okay, so the goal of his spiritual leadership is for nation building. Okay, let me say that again. The goal of Moses' spiritual leadership is nation building. So I believe personally that every form of spiritual leadership must translate to nation building. Okay, spirituality is the means, but the end point is nation building. So by virtue of spending time with God, he discovered solutions that should guide the design of nations. And that is why I am always concerned when people's basis of conversation with God is about their house, about their car, about their immediate needs. Your conversation with God, yes, it can provide for your basic needs, but the goal is for nation building. The goal is for you to build something that outlives you, something that lasts, something that leaves a legacy behind. Okay, so why it's important for God to make provisions for you as his creation, as his child? You must also understand that there is a purpose behind the calling. There's a purpose behind the vision. There's a purpose behind your life, and it is that your life must ultimately transform your society. God said to Adam, replenish, multiply, govern, take care. Okay, so it's not just talking about what you will eat. Yes, he told him, you can eat this, you can eat that. But beyond that, I want you to govern. I want you to be in charge. I want you to contribute to national affairs, contribute to issues about the nation. And that was what Moses did. Okay, so when Joshua was consolidating, his exit from leadership, he reminded them of the principles that Moses outlined that should govern the nation. He was trying to help them understand. And you see that Joshua was not just talking about maybe spiritual laws. He moved immediately and started talking to them about customs. Okay, started talking to them about traditions, telling them, no, we have our customs. We have the principles we live by. Don't go and copy the customs and traditions of the other nations, because those customs and traditions are going to lead to your downfall. He spoke to them about marriage. He spoke to them, about different things. He gave them the land that they are going to use as a city of refuge. Okay, many people don't understand that even the word asylum came from, city of refuge. When Christians began to get involved in designing nations, they started creating city of refuge. They started creating the very first council, Geneva. Geneva is known for, world conversations. But when you read the history of Geneva, that city was transformed by Christians. And that was when they started, of course, when they were advocating for issues about, making people free, who were slaves, creating opportunity for people who are fleeing, persecutions. People opened out their houses for strangers. They built homes, built houses for strangers in order to, keep them safe, take care of them, provide for them while they are running from harm and danger from different nations. That's how, those conversations started happening. The goal of Christianity, the end point of Christianity, is that we will be able to consolidate the values that govern nations, that transforms nations. And Joshua's conversation with them is, you can see, is beyond their personal needs. It's talking about, you see, God has made you to succeed. I want you guys to continue to succeed, but here are things that you must do. Okay, so Joshua did not just start. Joshua did not just win. Here we discover that Joshua is trying to consolidate his success. He's trying to set a posture to the things that will guide and make the nation a success. So currently, right now, I'm going to quickly move into mindset that shapes visionary leadership that provides for the future. So if you're going to be a leader that is consciously going to not just provide leadership for now, but for the future, there are mindsets that must shape your action. Okay, the very first one I want to mention is that you must understand that leadership is multi-generational. Okay, so it's a marathon, a relay marathon, not a sprint. Okay, so leadership is multi-generational. So what it means is that, your leadership is not going to end in your time. It's not going to end in your generation. So understanding that makes you to know and understand that there is something for the future. So you are not just building for now. Many people believe that they are just, you remember the story of the man who said that he has expanded his barn, he has built, he has gotten wealth, that will keep him for the rest of his life, that he's just going to sit, marry, and enjoy his wealth. And God said to him, foolish man, your life is demanded of you tonight. And that was how he left the earth, because he didn't understand that the purpose of wealth, is simply a means to an end and not an end itself. So your leadership, whatever you are doing today, wherever you find yourself, it is supposed to outlive you. It's supposed to continue long after you have gone. That is why when you look back, you will hear of leaders who made impact. You will hear of leaders who passed through the sands of time. They came, and at a point they were no more. Another came, at a point they were no more. The same way you are here today, you are trying to build a business, you are trying to build an organization. One day you will no longer be there. Understanding that shapes your mindset, shapes your consciousness, that you must be a multi-generational leader. And once you begin to understand that leadership is multi-generational, it changes how you do things. Okay? Even in terms of parenting, you are not going to be there forever as a parent. You're not going to be there forever, so it means that over a season you provide leadership. Okay, then whoever you provide the leadership for takes the mantle, takes the baton, provide leadership for their own time. And that is how generations after generations emerge, and they are able to utilize whatever the previous generation left behind for a future generation. When you look at Africa, for instance, you will see that most of our leaders don't think in multi-generational terms. They are not thinking about the future. And the danger to that is whatever the previous generation left behind, that becomes the landmark, that becomes the landing pad for the next generation to pick up from. So without knowing, a previous generation can set up a future generation for a major fall. They can set up a future generation for a major disaster, simply because they did not understand that leadership must be multi-generational. Okay, I'm looking at some of the things happening in America today. Some of the policies that Donald Trump is setting up. Many people are not his fans. Many people don't like some of the things that he's trying to do. But for me, each time I listen, each time I look, most times the conversations is not just about him or about him trying to be popular or trying to exert his power or who he is. Usually it's about the future generation. When I listen to the conversation, they are talking about the future generation. Now they are talking about every American child and any child born in America to have investment account. They are talking about companies that are manufacturing outside America, coming back to create job, building a base, expanding the manufacturing sector within America, so that the future generation of America can have something that they can fall back. Okay, they are beginning to lose technology. United Kingdom has almost lost. Europe is almost losing technology. Away from them, some of the things they created, some of the things that they were responsible for, they are almost losing it to other nations, because they are not responsible about protecting what they have for the future generation. And that's what I see happening in America. The revolution happening in America is that they are looking for ways to preserve some of the things that they were known for: science, innovation, art and craft. And I see leadership that is concerned about the future. I see leadership that is concerned about what happens 10 years from now, 20 years from now. Where will our nation be? And you can see that mindset will not only help them today, but it sets a platform for whatever generation that will come to build upon. Okay? So whatever you are doing, the moment you start a business, the moment you start an organization, the mindset I want you to have is that this is going to be multi-generational. Then it begins to change the way you think. It begins to change the way you approach leadership, the way you see people, the way you see resources. Everything changes, because you know that you are not just building for this generation, you are building for another generation. The second one I want to also mention is that the leadership mindset that makes provision for future sees themselves as stewards, not owner. Okay, so if you are an owner, there is a tendency for you to keep. There's a tendency for you to see yourself in the picture. There's a tendency for you to begin to look at yourself as somebody who will reap the reward. Okay, I am suffering and I need to enjoy. You begin to have some certain kind of mindset of entitlement, because you believe that there's something that you are building for yourself. No. A leader that thinks and plans for the future understands that they are only stewards. So it means that I have something today because previous generation were able to pass it down. So it is now my responsibility as a steward to manage what I receive now, to manage those resources, possibly multiply it, and then hand it over to the next generation better. So I am only a steward. I only inherited the struggle. I only inherited whatever the previous generation have been doing, and now my job is to preserve it, protect it, expand and multiply it so that the next generation can find it better. And that was what happened in the case of Moses. Okay, Moses handed over leadership to Joshua, anointed Joshua. God, gave him the vision, commissioned his calling, and Joshua took whatever he was received, went into the promised land, and made sure he was not concerned about his personal success. He was not working as someone who wants to be an eternal king. No, he knew that I am responsible for betting this vision, for sharing this land for the people of Israelites, and that was what he lived the rest of his life doing till the day he died. He kept on even talking and reminding them of the vision. The third thing is that you must understand that leadership is seasonal. Leadership is seasonal. So you are only a leader for a season. It means another season is going to come and you are not going to be a leader. I wish anybody will remind this to all African leaders, whether they are governors, whether they are local government chairman, anywhere they find themselves. I wish they will remember very early in the morning. I've forgotten a Roman leader. Each time he's walking in the streets, people are going to be hailing him. They will be hailing him, oh great leader, oh great leader. But he hired somebody behind him. He hired a servant that always follow him. Each time each time he walks in the street and people begin to praise him, how great he is. The leader, the young servant he hired will whisper something to his ears. And later they were sharing the story that what the young servant was whispering to his ears is telling him, remember you are a human. Remember you are a human. So each time they praise him, the guy will come and say, remember you are a human. You are a seasonal person. Okay? If not that death teaches us in seasons, okay? But death is not the best example. Is the fact that you are going to lead today and tomorrow you are not going to lead. That is why when leaders don't understand that, they want to hold on to power. They want to hold on to leadership. They want to be there for the rest of their life. They see someone who is better than them. They are not able to make a transition simply because they don't think, that they want to let go. They don't understand that this is seasonal. I'm having this conversation today. I'm not going to have it tomorrow. Somebody else is going to have that conversation. Time is going to come when even if I'm speaking, it will look like I'm not speaking, because there's another young voice who understands these things, who can teach it better, who has found innovative way to expand it, and they are going to rise and I'm going to fall. Falling might not be the right way to say it, but you are going to give way. John the Baptist exemplified that. He knew the time of the season of his leadership has come to pass and another must rise. And the moment Jesus showed up, he said, I must decrease, he must increase. Yes, I had my time, but now is no longer my time. Somebody else has to move. You must understand that leadership is seasonal. So that means that the moment you have it, whatever you have, whatever you are doing, whatever you can do, you must understand that at this point in time, you have opportunity to do that. Time is going to come, days is going to come, and you will not be able to do that. Okay, many of us think that we have eternity to live. Many of us think that we have eternity. Some of you have a vision in your heart that you're supposed to do. You have a goal in your heart that you're supposed to do. But you keep dragging your feet, I will do it next year. I will do it in 2 years' time, because you think you are going to live till 80. I always tell young people when I see them, Jesus, the Son of God, died at 33. If you have lived more than 33, congratulations. The way some people claim long life. I've met people that will tell me, I'm going to live 100 years, I'm going to live 120 years, I'm going to live 80 years. Awesome, beautiful, okay? But live every day like it's your last. Live the next 1 year as if it's your last. Stop dragging your feet on your vision. You want to build a business, start the business. You want to impact young people, impact young people. You want to change your nation, start changing your nation. Don't live like you are going to live forever. Leadership is seasonal. And most times what happens is that while you are delaying and dragging your feet, a new generation comes up that is supposed to replace you, and you are there struggling your space with them because you don't know that your own time has passed. So you see African leaders, sometimes you meet governors of some states, they have 8 years. Okay, even before you go into that power, the constitution had already said you have 8 years, not even 8 years, 4 years. You have to win it a second time to make it 8 years. Okay, you have 4 years. You go in, you have 4 years to stay. You have to come out for somebody else to go in. And sometimes many people start realizing what they are supposed to do in the last year. The Bible said, woe unto you if your king is a child. He said, why? He said, because they eat in the morning. They don't know, the way of leadership. They don't understand the craft of leadership, and they are not able to make the best of it. So you must understand that leadership is seasonal. You are not going to be there every day. You are not going to lead every day. That business you are thinking of starting, you are not going to, start it every day. I remember when I wrote my first book. One day my number was on the book, and one man called me. He said, can I talk to you? I said, yes. Booked an appointment. He's an elderly man, so I had to go and see him. And he took me to the business he was starting. The business has folded. He opened it, and we sat in front of there. And he was talking to me. He was telling me that I used to have dreams. I used to have things I wanted to do. He said, this is my business. I struggled. I didn't maximize some of the opportunities I had. I felt I was young. Now, I'm telling you a real life story. He said, now I'm old. He said, I used to have visions. I was reading the book. I saw some of the things you wrote. This you are saying the truth. He said, but I'm old now. Okay? It is seasonal. You are not going to be young forever. You feel energetic. You feel all over the world. Yes, but it's not going to last long. These things have seasons. The Bible said there are times and seasons for everything. You must understand that leadership is seasonal. The fourth one I want to mention to you is that when you have a mindset of building for the future and not just now, then people become your investment, not your project or your success. Okay? So what I've also realized, even from the principles and life of Joshua, is that he focused on building people. He focused on building individuals. You also see that in the life of David. The goal is to invest in people. So because you know that first, leadership is seasonal, because you know that, of course, I'm not going to be here forever, I'm not going to be having this conversation forever, then your focus then shifts from the success that you are pursuing, from the project that you are pursuing, to people. So you now intentionally invest in people. You now intentionally grow people, not just growing the organization. Of course, great leaders understand that when you grow people, you have grown the organization. But you see, when you are thinking about the future, the thing that will be in your mind is, okay, if I'm not going to be here forever, okay, who is going to be here forever? Or when I'm gone, what happens? Many people don't think in that direction. They think it's all about them. And then all of a sudden they are no more, and there is nobody, to carry on with what they are building. So you see people as your investment. A leader who is thinking about future sees people as an investment, not their project and not their success. So where you invest, where you put your time in, shows whether you are thinking about the future or you are thinking about, now. I always use Africa as an example. For instance, I was listening to somebody, and he was talking about how they have policies that will change Nigeria, policies that will change their state. And I said the number one policy for anybody who wants to bring about transformation in Africa must be education. Must be education. If you don't prioritize education, your nation is going nowhere. Simply saying, if you don't invest in your human capital, if you don't find a way to even keep or attract quality human capital, your nation has no direction. Your nation has no future. I always tell people, sometimes you hear about visa lottery, or you hear that a university in America is giving scholarship. And I will ask them, do you think that those things come by chance? They are looking for brains. The same way they used to have sheep to come to Africa, and they will check those who are healthy, those who are strong, those who are young, people who are fit enough to work in plantations. They don't take our older men. They don't take those who are too young. They take those who are in their youthful age. They have strength. They can contribute to the economy, because at that time the economy is a hunter and gatherer age. It's about agriculture, cotton plantations. So you need energy to be able to do that. When that time has passed, this is the age of knowledge. So what are they looking for? They are looking for people who can think. My sister's son wrote WAEC. He had straight A's. A university in America has given him full scholarship. Everything paid for. Boarding, everything paid for. He's now in America studying. He sent a picture, a conversation the other day. He's even getting involved in leading students, you see, he is bright. He is young. He is eloquent. He can command respect. But guess where he's living? He's living his American dream. The nation where he was born can't even retain that human capital. It should tell you that they are not making any plan for the future. So the ones you have, you can keep. The ones who have left, you can't bring them back. It tells you that there is no future, there is no plan, there is no quality intention to shape the people who are going to make the future what it is. Okay, so the moment you begin to start a business, the moment you begin to grow any organization, I first want to find out, are you investing in people, or are you more concerned about your project and your success? The fifth thing I want to mention to you, oh wow, I've not even gone half into my teaching. The fifth thing I want to mention to you is you focus on legacy, not your limelight. It's not about visibility. It's not about showing up. It's not about, being seen in social media as somebody who is building something. No. It's about consolidating on your legacy. It's about consolidating secretly. Sometimes you do it in a hiding. You begin to consolidate, no noise. So that by the time the leadership emerges, people are going to be wondering, where is this thing coming from? You consolidate. Your focus is on your legacy, not whether people are celebrating you or recognizing you. No. Okay. The sixth one is you have a seed sowing mentality. A seed sowing mentality. One of the reasons why Africa can build for the future is that every leader wants to build something that they will celebrate in their time. Every governor, every president wants to build something that they will commission before they leave office. You see, that commissioning mindset, let me build a road that we can commission now. Nobody is thinking about, let me start a project that will yield fruit in the next 10 years. So the seed sowing mindset is not there. They are looking at what will benefit me now. Nobody is looking at, can I build a vision that will outlive me? Can I build a vision that in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, in the next 20 years, that is when we might even start seeing the results of that vision? No, they want it now. Let me do it now so that it benefits me now. One of the things that helped the ANC struggle, when I was in South Africa, I took time to study ANC. That was when I realized that, Mandela shouldn't be the only person celebrated when it comes to the ANC struggle. The people that should be celebrated are people like Walter Sisulu, those guys who existed before Mandela. They were getting older, and one day Mandela came, a young lawyer who opened a firm, saw the ANC struggle, took interest that the people are struggling. He's a lawyer, he needs to contribute something. From there, he came, made a speech. They made him a youth leader. And one day, as a youth leader, they were like in a meeting, and he stood up and spoke. The moment Mandela finished talking, he saw himself as somebody who is just doing normal contribution in a meeting, sat down. At the end of those meetings, those ANC leaders went inside, gathered, and had a conversation. And they told themselves that if this struggle must succeed, that Mandela is the future. You see, leadership, they were not saying, no, you must be me. They said, if this struggle must succeed, Mandela is the future. And that's when they called him, handed over leadership to him, and then he led South Africa successfully through that struggle. And today, they are celebrating of breaking free from apartheid. You can't talk about the success of that nation without talking about Nelson Mandela. So, a future mindset is talking about how do I sow a seed, even if I'm not there to reap it. It can be like a mango tree that starts bearing fruit after maybe 10 or 15 years. You don't care because you know a future generation is going to benefit. And the last one I want to mention in terms of the mindset is that there's a delayed gratification. I've mentioned a bit about it. There's a delayed gratification. There's a delay in trying to satisfy yourself. Some leaders all their life can make a sacrifice and never see the promise. When you read Hebrews 11, one of the things that forms who I am is the book of Hebrews chapter 11. I find it hard to say that I have a scripture that is the best. But one of my best scriptures in the Bible, one of my best chapters, if I have to put it that way, is Hebrews 11. Most times I go there intentionally read it, to revive myself. One of the things that strikes me about that, you will see, they will tell you, by faith God created the world. So they're talking about Abraham's faith. They talked about Abel's faith. Talked about Moses' faith. They talked about, all the people, all the patriarchs, all the people who made impact in their generation. He says some even died, some were sawn into two. Some were buried alive, some were all manner of things were dead to them. And the Bible ended by saying that, but they never received the promise. They never received the promise. That means they were not even there to eat the fruit of their labor. They were only laboring for a future generation. Do we still have leaders today who labor for a future generation? Do we still have leaders in Africa, leaders in Nigeria, who will sacrifice personal success, sacrifice even personal gratification just because they want to sacrifice for the future? Do we even have leaders who will die today so that the future can happen? If we have leaders with that kind of mindset, I can tell you, Africa will not be the way it is. Some people in leadership position, you approach them and you tell them, you are not making the right decision. And they will tell you, do you want me to do it so that they will kill me? They are concerned about preserving themselves. If you don't want them to kill you, then why did you accept the leadership position in the first place? You make it look like, this is a position. Man has to be careful. Well, if it's a dangerous position, then bow out. You can't be there making wrong decisions and then you justify it in the name of personal preservation. We don't have leaders who will delay gratification, make the necessary sacrifice that is required to make their nation to emerge. And that lack of mindset is what keeps many people at their individual level, keeps families, keeps societies not able to have true success that is multi-generational. Okay, so whether you are building a business, whether you are building a family, whether you are building an organization, your mindset will determine if it will outlive you or not. So I give an example with leadership in Africa, leadership all over the nation of the world, both the third world and the first world nations. When you see the mindset that controls each nation, you will understand why they are great. One of the stories that shaped my life as a young person when I was in the university is reading From Third World to First by Lee Kuan Yew. I went to a leadership seminar and they recommended the book. I went and bought it, a very big book, about 700 and something pages. As I sift through those pages, you see step by step where Lee Kuan Yew was making a decision for the future and not for the present. He was constantly, you will even see how he started. He started by education. From education, he started talking about security. He started talking about investment and economy. He was making decisions. He started by building a political party, strengthening a group of people, with the same mindset. And then gradually they began to shape their nation. Gradually, you go back today. In fact, I will recommend everyone who can find that story. One of the things I find interesting was that when Lee Kuan Yew was traveling all over the world looking for countries to build partnership with, each time I read that part of that book, it breaks my heart, it saddens me. I think I even wrote a portion of it in my book. Lee Kuan Yew said that he came to Nigeria. When you read the book, you won't even know the difference. You will think that Lee Kuan Yew is describing what is happening today. He said, first of all, when he landed in Lagos, that there were military people everywhere, that you from each place you go to, from one main road to another, you will just see military roadblocks, checking people and all that. He's describing something that happened in the 1960s. And when I was reading the book, it felt like he was talking about Nigeria today. But one of the things that shocked me is that he said that after visiting Nigeria, he saw leaders who had no plan for the future. He said he could not partner with Nigeria, he could not do anything with Nigeria because he saw leaders. He even started describing how a Nigerian foreign minister, in that book, something that happened in 1960s, about 1962, 1963, after our independence, he came to Nigeria because Nigerian fame grew all over the world. That's where we started getting that title, Giant of Africa. For some reason, after our independence, our fame grew all over the world. So nations became interested. A lot of people were paying a visit. Lee Kuan Yew also paid a visit. He narrated a story that Nigerian foreign minister, he opened a factory for shoes and sandals, and he now shut down every other form of importation of any kind of thing in Nigeria just for his own business to grow. He was describing it in the book. He was mentioning things that our politicians were doing, things that he noticed that they were doing, and he felt that he can't build partnership with these people. And he moved on. Look at his nation today. Look at Nigeria. Nothing has changed over time. Why? Because we keep producing leaders with the same mindset, handing over to the next generation with the same mindset, and we can see that Nigeria has been set up generationally to fail. Unless a form of new leadership comes in, replaces that, and then begin to provide for the future. Common pitfalls that, kill future provision. One is living in reaction mode instead of strategic mode. So what I mean by that is you live only to react now. You are not strategic. Okay? I'm building an organization. Each time I have conversation with my leaders, I always tell them we are building for the future. We are not building for now. Forget whatever is going on in Nigeria. Let it happen. Nigeria has spoiled, it has spoiled. We can't do anything now, but we can plan for the future. And I keep reminding them to let them know that, yes, we are struggling, things are not, but we are not thinking about now. We are being strategic. We are thinking about the future. We are thinking about the next 10 years. Whenever we have meeting, I always remind them, we are thinking about the next 10 years. I'm not talking about now. Leave whatever is happening. Ignore Tinubu, ignore whoever the governor, no problem. We are thinking about the future. Let's be strategic, let's be intentional. Let's focus on our game. Future provision is strategic. Okay? Also, neglecting to train the next generation. Every organization I run, the thing I always think in my mind is, who is the next leader? Who is the next leader? Okay, now I've gotten this person. Okay, after this one, who is the next? When you neglect to train the next generation, you are failing to provide for the future. Consuming resources instead of multiplying them. So anytime anything that comes, you want to consume it. You want it to benefit you for now. You're not thinking about how do you multiply resources so that they can benefit the future. Failing to prepare for inevitable change or crisis. Okay, so things are going to happen in the future. You see what is happening in America today. I think Apple just, made a commitment, in the White House recently to invest, I think it was about $600 billion US in the next 4 years into different cities in America, producing their own glass. They want to roll out a plan. In the next 4 years, all their phones will be manufactured in America. People were saying it's not going to be possible, but it is beginning to be possible. Why? They are looking at the future. They are looking about American future. They are looking at how to control their power base, which is technology innovation. They are consolidating because they want to take care of future crises that will hit the world. Okay? So, last thing I'm going to mention to you, practicals for providing for the future. The first one, you can just, mention it. The first one is, have a long-term vision, have a long-term plan. Okay? You can't have a short-term plan. In our first class in e-course, we start talking to you about having a long-term plan. And I said any human being that is living on earth, the minimum plan you should have for yourself is 7-year plan. Every 7 years you renew it. Have a 7-year plan. Okay? I take it is biblical. There are places in the Bible where you see the patterns of 7. And that's where I adopted, because of time I won't be able to go into it. That's how I adopted that you must have minimum of 7-year plan. But if you can, plan the rest of your life. Okay? Build people before you build projects. Focus on people, not your projects. The next one is look at your systems. Okay? Are you creating systems? Don't just create an organization. What systems are you putting in place? that will guide that organization. The fourth one is document and preserve your wisdom. Do documentation. Okay? Do documentation. Everything you do must be documented, so that by the time the future generation comes, they will be able to see where you guys started and how far you have gone. When you read the book of Joshua, even in that book of Joshua chapter 23, you will hear the Bible will say that it was documented. It was documented. They were documenting Joshua's action. The lands, as they were sharing it, everything they were doing, they were documenting it. Their manuals, their teachings, their legacy, resources, everything must be documented. And the last one I want to mention before we close is that you must preserve the core values of that organization. It means that first of all, you must identify what you are building, what are the values that is driving what you are building, and you must make sure that you protect those values so that people do not drift away from the vision. People begin to drift away from the vision when they drift away from the values that guide that organization. Okay? Thank you so much. I know my time is up. And I know you have, taken something great out of this conversation. Thank you for joining us today. And I look forward to seeing you again next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening. Please do follow us on our social media handles on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok at Transformers Global LC, on Twitter X at TGlobal LC.
The moment you take over leadership, start thinking of a successor. The moment you achieve any kind of position, whatever you are doing, start thinking of a successor. Start thinking of your replacement. Like I said last week, you are not going to be there forever. You are not going to be the CEO of that organization forever. You are not going to be the head of your family forever. You are not going to be in charge of anything forever. You are going to take a bow. So leaders who understand the power of succession start planning for it from day one. I want to thank everyone for joining us once again today for this session in Transformers Global. I'm going to be sharing today on the topic, what happens when you are gone, the leadership question few ask. Okay. Let me mention that I think it's very important that you go over the previous sessions that we've had before today's conversation. Like I always say, you are going to take out something today, irrespective of whether it's your first time joining us. But I'll encourage you to get the full package, to get the full perspective of this conversation. There is need for you to, go to our YouTube channel. You will see the series. Start from the very first one, from follower to leadership. It's going to help you to know, why we got to the point where we are. I was thinking that today is going to be the final session of this, okay, but of course, when I was going through the whole journey, the whole conversation, I suddenly had final thoughts that I would like to share with you guys, which I'm saving for next week. I think it might be one of the most powerful of the sessions. I'm struggling to even know what to title it. I'm just thinking maybe I'll just say final thoughts, okay? But I have final thoughts I've been able to write out concerning the whole conversation that we've been having, and I also want to use this opportunity to invite you to be around next week as I share that. Okay, so one of the things that we are doing through this whole conversation is that we have been looking at the life of Joshua, from making that transition from a follower to a leader, which most of us at some point in our life, there are very few of us who are going to be called into leadership without being able to work or learn from another. Okay, so but what I've realized is that our success in leadership is connected to how successful we are when making that transition. Joshua was very successful in making transition from a follower to a leader. In fact, I believe that if anybody is ever interested in making any kind of transition, if you are working under someone, you want to start a business, you are leading under someone, you want to start pioneering your own stuff, take time and look at what Joshua did. Take time, especially the early stages of his life, in book of Joshua chapter 1, Joshua chapter 2, getting the vision, assembling his team, all those things were very, very strategic. And it's a lesson that I'm running my life on currently. Okay, like I said, Joshua is one of the biggest leadership stories that have impacted me in the scripture. Of course, there's Nehemiah, and whole lot of the Bible is filled with leadership lessons. The Bible is filled with leadership stories. Each time I open it, it's almost impossible for me not to pick out one leadership lesson. Okay, so we are not just trying to look at the methods that Joshua used. We are not trying to say, okay, Joshua did it this way, let's do it that way. The goal is for us to understand the principles, the reasoning behind his actions, so that at the end of the day we can be able to make something powerful out of it. Okay, so once again, I welcome you guys, and I hope this is going to be an interesting conversation for you, as it is for me. One of the things that I want to mention is that most leaders plan for victory, they plan for growth, they plan for achievements. Okay, we've talked about strategy, we've talked about winning, we've talked about different things that is very important in leadership. But what I've also realized is that very few prepare for what happens after them. Very few leaders prepare for what happens after them, and this has become a very big issue in leadership. In fact, many of the things we struggle with when it comes to leadership, many of us are not able to point it to the reason being failure of leadership. There are some of the challenges that we face as a community, as individuals, even in family, that many of us are not able to point it, to failure in leadership. But I'm going to explain to you why. Okay, this is one of the most important lessons, of this conversation. Leadership is not complete until you have raised someone to carry on your vision. Okay, so why it's important to understand your assignment, why it's important to carry on your assignment, why it's important to achieve something significant with your life. Your leadership is not complete until you have raised a successor. Okay, in the organization I work currently, there is a succession plan that travels up to five generations. So what I mean is that for every role, for every responsibility, there is a plan that you must be able to find someone that will replace you if anything is to happen. So you see that great organizations are intentional about succession planning, not just as an organization in terms of who lead the organization, even within departments, even within different aspects of the organization, there is a planned effort to ensure that sustainability as regards leadership is in place. Okay, so leaders are people who don't just think about strategy, but who is also thinking, what happens when I'm gone? Because they understand that when you are available is as important as when you have left. I've met someone in Nigeria, and we are having a conversation on this issue of succession, and he looked into my eyes and said, no sir, I don't really care. Whatever happens when I'm gone is not my business. I'm here to live my life and enjoy it, and whatever happens is not my business. Whatever my children do is not my business, and I was like, wow, interesting. Okay, I don't believe in that kind of ideology, because I think that whatever we are able to get, whatever we are able to gain, we must be able to transfer it to the next generation so that the burden becomes easier and the success, is protected and the legacy is protected. Okay, so one thing that we see, before Joshua, is that God coming to Joshua after the death of Moses to tell him, okay, my servant Moses is dead. Now then, you and all these people, I have an assignment for you. Okay, now when you read this story, it will look like, okay, Moses died and then Joshua just succeeded Moses. No. Okay, why it's important for me to mention this at the start is that Moses prepared Joshua for leadership. Okay, so when the very first introduction of Joshua in the Bible reference him as Moses' servant. Okay, I'm going to mention two examples. So when he was going up to the mountain, the Bible said that he picked Joshua with him. So he went up with Joshua. But you can see that the strategic encounters that Joshua had, you won't hear in the Bible that Joshua picked someone else to go with him. Okay? There's no mention of another name that is associated to Joshua's leadership. So why Joshua was good in terms of delivery, why he's good in terms of his relationship with God, in terms of strategy, Joshua was not intentional about succession. Okay? And that was why you see in the end of his life, Joshua could not name one person. Joshua could not prepare anybody for God to transfer the mantle of leadership as a successor. Okay? Before I know some of the things that are going on in your mind now, but before I move into that, I want to give some level of background. Okay? So you see, Joshua led Israel into the promised land, conquered kings, and renewed the covenant. But after the record, you see that he gathered the whole generation. Okay, the Bible said that he gathered the elders, different people, but out of gathering the whole people, there was no mention. There was no mention of a leader. There was no mention of someone that is going to take over from Joshua. In fact, Judges chapter 2 verse 10 puts it this way: after the whole generation had been gathered to their ancestors, another generation grew up who neither knew the Lord or what he has done for Israel. This is not the first time this is appearing in the scripture. And I want to show you something most of you must have not seen, in the scripture pertaining what I'm talking about. He said that another generation came up that knew nothing about the history, about the impact, about everything that God achieved with Joshua. And that was what led, because Joshua was not able to raise someone to replace him, it made the nation to drift into cycles. So when you now watch what begins to happen in the book of Judges, all those cycles could have been avoided if there was an intentional process to put in place a leadership pattern that continues to protect that legacy over generation. I saw something. The Holy Spirit opened my eyes, to something that, if I say it, is going to shake something in your mind, but I want you to listen carefully. Let me read a scripture that will give you a very good context before I make that statement. Okay? In Exodus chapter 1 verse 6, the Bible said that in time, Joseph and all of his brothers died, ending that entire generation. Okay? So Joseph and all his brothers died, and that entire generation ended. Then in verse 8, the Bible now says something else. He said, eventually a new king came up to power in Egypt who knew nothing about Joseph or what he has done. Okay, so he says, so you can see that while that generation was ending, another generation was rising. So you can see how that scripture came together. It was intentional. Because after verse 6, you now meet verse 8. So while a generation was ending, a new generation was coming up, and that new generation that was coming up had no connection with the previous generation. And that was what led Israel to slavery. So it means that Israel's slavery can be avoided. Israel's slavery is a failure in leadership. The reason why they spent 400 years in Egypt is as a result of failure in leadership. Joseph did not reproduce himself. Joshua did not transfer his management skills. He did not, bring people into the circle with Pharaoh and continue to produce. Imagine if you continue to have Hebrews in the council of leadership of people who make decisions in Egypt. That slavery wouldn't have happened. They could have been stopped. Something should, you see how strategic Esther was. Esther's proximity to the king, King Xerxes. You saw how strategic it was in stopping, the massive destruction of Jews that would have happened in the time of Haman. So there was a generation that ended, and there was nobody. Nobody understood the mind of God for their generation. Nobody had the management and leadership skill that Joseph possessed. Everything that Joseph achieved was not even documented. Are you shocked that we are reading the Bible and we don't have, a detailed a detailed documentation of Joseph's action. Some people are saying that, okay, maybe the pyramid was built during his time, or, there are a lot of speculations, but there is no proper. Now, when you look at the story of Joshua, one of the things that Joshua did well is documentation. But you can see that there was no documentation of what Joseph did. His management prowess, there's a mention that he did this and did this and did, but there's no documentation of his leadership over time. It's not anywhere, also see some of the things he did. So Joseph's failure in raising a successor was what gave birth to Israel's 430 years in Egypt. Somebody might say, yeah, but it was a prophecy. Yeah, but you also remember that most prophecies in the Bible can be overturned if we can have a leader who understands the mind of God and is able to take responsibility. Okay, so that slavery could have been avoided. There are a lot of things that have happened in Africa. There's a lot of things that is happening currently in this generation that could have been avoided if we had leaders who understand what needs to be done. And most times, after they have done it, who also understands the power of succession. Okay, so you see Moses trained Joshua intentionally. You will see when he will go to have an encounter, he will take Joshua. When he's making decisions, Joshua is there. Sometimes Joshua will see something, he will come and report to Moses. There are people prophesying in camp. It's not supposed to. And Moses will tell him, no. God even wishes that all his people will prophesy. That is the plan of God. And Joshua will come down. So there were processes put in place by Moses to prepare Joshua as leader for the next generation. But Joshua failed to do that. That's the second failure we are mentioning in Joshua's leadership lesson. He failed in succession. And that was how the nation, after that generation under Joshua died, the whole nation drifted. The reason nations are drifting in Africa, the reason nations are drifting all over the world is because there's no succession. There's no succession. Okay, there was a generation that fought for Nigeria's independence. There was a generation that fought for Africa's independence, which most times people will say, did they really fight for it, or was it a British arrangement? When you study African history, study what happened in Congo, slavery was no longer beneficial to the West. So they needed to make an arrangement. And what was the arrangement? Put a proxy leadership that is controlled externally by the West and use it to continue to mine Africa. And that has continued over the years. And Africa has been also unfortunate in producing leaders. Sometimes some leaders will try, okay, and they are killed and they are removed because there are these external influences who are still interested in the resources of Africa. But most times, I also think that leaders in Africa has continuously collaborated, with destroying Africa, and that is why Africa has refused to emerge. It rises and falls on leadership, but it also rises and falls on the leader's inability to plan for his successors. Okay, so you also see it in the life of Eli. Eli was a great leader, but he could not make a successful transition, to his sons. That was why God eventually brought Samuel into the picture. Samuel also failed to transfer to his sons. Now you understand when God called Abraham, one of the things God mentioned in that scripture is that he said, I know you are going to prepare your children. I know you are going to transfer what I want to teach you to your children. It's in the scripture. One of the things that I recognize that made Abraham, to be recognized by God is that God saw his heart, that this young man is going to prepare the next generation. And Abraham succeeded in doing that. Isaac succeeded in giving Jacob. Jacob had his own turbulent time, but calm down. Later, he succeeded in giving us 12 sons, okay, including, the powerful Joseph that we are reading their story. But watch, that generation ended and they could not make a transition. It took God years, over time, different permutations to find somebody like Moses. And Moses also, without any example of leadership, is another leadership lesson we are going to discuss another day. Without any model that was left for that young man, he had a turbulent life, spent 40 years in wilderness, and even with all that, God still used him to achieve a lot of massive things, for his people. Okay, but he succeeded. One of the key, most powerful successes of Moses is the fact that he produced a successor. And it was as a result of that successor he produced that Israel came into the promised land. You saw it in Gideon. Gideon had great exploits, but he raised a disaster. Abimelech took over and he derailed the whole nation. You also saw that in King Hezekiah, a man that loved God, a man that had passion, a man that loved the people. But after he left, Manasseh came up and he turned around. Manasseh turned around almost every positive thing achieved by Hezekiah. He turned it upside down. Why? The moment you take over leadership, start thinking of a successor. The moment you achieve any kind of position, whatever you are doing, start thinking of a successor. Start thinking of your replacement. Like I said last week, you are not going to be there forever. You are not going to be the CEO of that organization forever. You are not going to be the head of your family forever. You are not going to be in charge of anything forever. You are going to take a bow. So leaders who understand the power of succession start planning for it from day one. Because you know that by the time you leave that atmosphere, somebody else has to take over. So let me now say this. God himself transitioned leadership because Moses prepared Joshua. If you have nothing for God to transition into, nothing will be done. The whole nation will be derailed. There are certain myths I've discovered that when people look at the Bible, they believe that, leadership is a calling of God. Okay, so it's God that has to call people. So when God calls people, and they now become what God wants them to be. Yes, you are right, God calls people. But calling does not start when you had it. Calling started in generations before you. And that is why I keep saying that when God speaks, you see, for instance, the earth is, when the Bible said that God created the whole earth, for instance, when you saw that God created everything and he saw it was good in the book of Genesis, there was no car, there was no plane, there was no AI. Okay, but why would you say that God has made everything? Because in everything there is everything. So the way I want you to imagine the creation of earth is like, imagine someone created a carpet, rolled a carpet. Okay, so you rolled a carpet together and then you pushed it and you begin to roll down on a hill. So you see, the whole carpet has been made, but the whole carpet have not been revealed. So when you push it down, as it begins to roll, you will begin to see every discovery. So to us it's new, but to God it's not new because he has made everything, but it is being rolled outside time. So as it's now coming into time, you will be seeing this. You say, oh wow, AI, oh wow, camera, oh wow, internet. In your eye it is new, but when God was creating sand, he already saw a chip, he already saw the internet, he already saw the waves, he already saw. As he rolls out in a generation, that generation thinks it's new to them, but it's a calling that is already prepared. So if you are a leader, your replacement has already been called. Okay, and that is why I am a very strong believer in succession through family, because I also believe that when God calls a man, he has called his loin. He has seen your generation. Everybody God calls in life, God sees that person through the eyes of their generation. He doesn't just see a single person. He sees a generation. He sees a legacy through a generation. And that is why when you look at the Bible, you always see when a generation ends, you see that God looks at calling in terms of generation. And that was why I said last week that calling is multi-generational. It doesn't end with you, and it did not begin with you. One of the most effective way of discovering your calling in life is also looking at the generations before you. If you can't find it in your father, maybe your father lost it, look at the father before your father. Make inquiries about your previous generation. What kind of people they were? What kind of trades were they involved in? What were they known for? Sometimes we think that those things don't make sense, okay? But there's a reason why they trace Jesus back to King David. There's a reason why there is a lineage that gave birth to Jesus. When you read the book of Matthew chapter 1, and they are tracing the history of Jesus, there's a reason why that is done. Because this thing is generational. People don't just appear. People came from somewhere, okay? So it is not God's role to appoint a successor. God can ordain a successor, but it is not God's role to appoint a successor. You are the one that will choose. Do you remember that when Jesus gathered his disciples. The Bible said that he went up to the mountain and he spent all night praying. And then when he came down, he chose. Paul was talking to Timothy. He said, all these things I've been teaching you, all these legacies I've been creating for you, all these things I've been documenting to you, find faithful men and then transfer it to them. That was what Paul told Timothy. He said, it means that it's me. You have to go and be intentional. You have to look around. If it's a church, you have to look into your congregation prayerfully. If it's a company, you have to look at the people you are working with. If it's an organization, you have to be able to sit down and look at potentials, and then you intentionally choose a successor. Okay, and then a lack of succession is as a result of a lack of leadership. So when there is a failure in succession, is because a leader has failed somewhere. And then the other thing I want to say is that every post-leadership chaos, every post-leadership failure are man-made, and they are all a result of failure in succession. Israel's 400 years could have been avoided. There are many wars in the Bible that could have been avoided. There are many failures in countries. There are many failures in Africa today that could have been avoided if there was an intentional process. You know, when you read stories of successful leaders in Africa, you also find that they were not intentional about leadership. Mandela, for instance, was not intentional about leadership. And that was why, how can Mandela, in fact, it was when I was in South Africa, that was how I realized how powerful Zuma was. Okay? In fact, Zuma was so powerful that he wanted to replace Mandela. Okay? How can you have a wonderful leader like Mandela, and then after that Zuma comes up? And then of course, you know, through Mandela's influence, they allowed Thabo Mbeki to come in. Okay, because of the role his father also played in the struggle and all that, but Zuma was still restless. I think Thabo Mbeki did about 4 years or thereabouts. He just had only one term. He was removed, and Zuma took over. And that was how he started derailing South African policies. He started going into corruption. He started going into all kinds of things that they were dragging him on. All kinds of things going on. I was living in South Africa then, so nobody was just telling me the story. I was experiencing it. All kind of derailing that was happening to that society was because of a failure in succession. ANC secured the struggle, but ANC was not intentional about succession. How can you have a man like Mandela and then Zuma follows after? How do you relate it? So sometimes we say, economy is not doing well, this one is not doing well. It's because people failed in electing leaders who have the right mindset, who understand the vision of building a society, and who have the right values that will make things happen. Okay? So legacy in leadership is intentional. Successors don't just appear by accident. It has to be by intention. And if you don't have anyone for God to ordain, God will not ordain anybody. Elijah called Moses. Elijah called Elisha, trained him, did everything. Elisha, with anger, did not produce any successor. He kept giving people leprosy. He kept doing all kinds of things. At the end of the day, he died with all that anointing, was buried, and there was no single successor. When we look at these things, sometimes you might even blame the people that are supposed to succeed us. But like I said, it is the leader's responsibility to be intentional about those who succeed them. He said, look at that scripture. Timothy, in 2 Timothy 2 verse 2, Paul was talking to Timothy. He said, you have heard me teach things that have been confirmed by many reliable witnesses. And I said, now teach these truths to other trustworthy people who will be able to pass them on to others. So you can see that Paul's criteria for even teaching people is that Paul evaluates their ability to pass it on. The same way God evaluates Abraham's ability to pass things on. So don't just teach people, don't just mentor people, don't just call people and say, okay, I want you to check do they have the ability to pass it on? Okay, so Moses, if you look at Moses and Joshua's leadership, one thing you see there is that Moses prepared a successor. Moses didn't just lead, he poured into Joshua. He poured and he was intentional about it. If he's going for his encounter, he picks Joshua. When he goes in to meet with God, Joshua stays outside. When he goes into the tabernacle to experience God, Joshua is always the one sitting behind at the temple. And when he's done, he says, okay, let's go. After some time, when he will go, Joshua will not stay back because he's learning this guy's secret. Joshua learned intimacy by association with Moses. So sometimes Moses will go, Joshua will stay back in the tent. He wants to understand what this guy is doing. He wants to understand this guy's secret. And by the time Moses died and left, a leader was born. But the leader was not born the day you saw the leader. The leader was born the day someone became intentional about making that leader a successor. Okay? So Joshua learned leadership by serving Moses. Proximity was what shaped his leadership life, because he did what he learned. And that is why most times when you look at the Bible, when we are going through the book of Joshua, which I've encouraged you, you will see him, he will constantly refer to Moses. He will constantly say, according to what the Lord showed Moses, according to what the Lord told Moses, because Moses was constantly having that conversation with Joshua. After Joshua died, did you hear anybody that made references to Joshua? Did you hear anybody that say, remember what Joshua told us? You see, let's do this according to what Joshua, or let's divide this land according to how Joshua said it. Because Joshua failed in raising a successor. So I want to repeat it again. Legacy leadership is intentional. Successors don't appear by accident. And if you want God to ordain a successor, you as a leader have to prepare that successor. Okay? So some of the lessons I'm going to close with is that a leader's greatest victory is raising others. Your greatest victory is that you have been able to pour into others, whether it's in your family, whether it's in the church, whether it's in the community. Part of your greatest victory is in raising others. I know about your strategy, they are powerful. I know about how you want to turn the economy, to be the best economy in the world. That's powerful. But one useless leader after you will make that economy worse than the way you found it. So if they are to raise you from the dead to show you the things you have achieved, you will even be asking yourself, so all the years I stayed in leadership, what was the essence for? What did I achieve? It's like raising Hezekiah from the dead and asking him to see what Manasseh is doing. Hezekiah is going to be wondering, so from where to where? Like, I don't understand. But you are not intentional about leadership. That is why after you bowed out, you can get a generation that will wipe out everything you have ever done. Wipe your name out of history. Wipe out all the achievements you have ever done. Because you are not intentional about leadership. So raising a successor is as important as executing your strategy or winning as a leader. The next thing I want to also mention is that succession is not optional. Succession is not optional. If your leadership dies with you, your leadership is incomplete. Succession is not optional. So because you understand that as a leader that you are temporal, only your vision is permanent. Okay? So you are a temporal personality, but your vision can be permanent. That is why you see nations, different nations in the Western world. Look at what China is doing. They have a succession plan. They have a vision. They have a roadmap of what they want to achieve. In Africa, we just quote roadmap, but go there's no plan. There's no succession. Nothing is going on. They will tell you Africa by 2060. There's nothing. There's nothing on the table. Okay? And it is very sad. So great leaders, like I said, think generationally. You see, Abraham thought of Isaac, Jacob, his 12 sons. But his 12 sons, nobody. That generation died. And that was how they went into slavery. Africa's slavery is as a result of visionless leaders. Africa's continued suffering is as a result of leaders who have nothing. I always say this, whenever I listen to politicians, I listen to their vision. I listen to their vision. I listen to what they are talking about. I know everybody have their political views, okay? But when I listen to Trump and I listen to Kamala, in my mind I was wondering why anybody would vote for Kamala. This is my personal opinion. I'm sorry if you have a divergent view, but there was no policy, there was no plan, there was no vision. It was just all laugh. It looked like a show. It was just a personality stunt. You are just promoting a personality. I will sit down, conversations, I will sit down and listen. They will go for debates, I will listen. In her own shows, I will listen. And I'm trying to find out, okay, what exactly do you want to do for America? How do you want to? You will see Trump had line upon line upon line of agenda. I felt I could also vote for that election. And he's living up to that expectation. Look at what is happening in the world. Look at how he quashed Iran. All the people who were giving prophecy Third World War. Did you see how prophecy ended on the internet? When Iran and Iran. So see, this is a good example. I'm even grateful to God that I stumbled into this. Iran and Israeli war would have been a powerful escalation. There were prophecies already. People were already giving prophecy that this is going to happen, that this is going to happen, that this one, that one, all kinds of prophecy everywhere. But you saw that once Trump drummed that bomb in Iran, all the prophecies ended. So you see, another level of death, another level of slavery would have started if not that you had a leader who understood what needs to be done. That's why I said that these things are controlled by leadership. Once that bomb was drummed, everybody went home. People who predicted that Russia will do this, prediction, China will do this, all the predictions, where are all the predictions today? Everybody has gone to sleep. Because a leader understands how to take action that moves the world forward, not just a nation. Okay? So these things are very critical. These things are very critical. And let me also tell you, when I see the people around Trump, I also see that they are already, the Republicans in America are already intentional about succession. When you see the selection around him, you can pick like 3 people who can represent Trump and say be producing the same election and say be producing the same results. You can see 3 people already, and they are intentional. So you see, these nations you see don't become great because somebody buys a good car, showcasing on the internet, I built a house, I own an estate. No, that's not how nations are built. Nations are built by the quality of leadership and the quality of the successors who come after those previous leaders. Okay? And the last thing I'm going to mention here, so that I will tie this up, is that the cost of neglecting a successor is so much that as a leader you can't imagine it enough. The cost. So you can look at whether it is South Africa and President Zuma, whether it is Nigeria, and the crop of leaders, military leaders that came even after the founding fathers, laid the foundation of what they believe, the nation should be. When you look at the history of the Bible, whether it is Joshua, and the judges that came after him, or even the nations around us, you will see that it is very, very costly to neglect having a successor. Okay? If you don't prepare a successor, there's going to be confusion, there's going to be decline, there's going to be poverty, there's going to be chaos. It's going to lead to a wasted momentum. Because the next leader is already prepared, is already on fire. He understands the value, he understands the vision. So you can see the moment Joshua was activated, he stepped into direction. When there's no succession, he first of all sits down to think of a plan. And if he's a leader who doesn't know what he needs, he starts chasing clouds. He starts chasing popularity. He wants to be recognized. He wants to be this. He wants to be that. He's not zeroing his eyes on what matters in leadership. That is very, very costly. So I'm going to just mention, my time is up. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to mention 5 things you need to understand. Okay, practical steps, to ensure your vision outlives you. I'm going to mention it because I've somehow shared a lot in this lesson. Okay, so the first one is identify potential successors early. The word early is intentional. The word early is intentional. It's going to take time for people to learn from you. And that is why I keep mentioning succession through family. Okay, because if you're a father, your kids are going to live with you almost all their life. Because these things takes time. These things takes time. Identify it early. I have another scriptural example. You remember when the disciples of Jesus Christ wanted to replace Judas? The first thing they said is that they need to choose from people who started with them from the beginning. It was intentional. It's not just somebody who is passionate. It's not just let's choose Stephen. Stephen is powerful. Stephen is even more popular than the Matthias they chose. But you see, when choosing leadership, the things you pay attention is not about charisma. It's not about talent. It's about consolidation and people who understand what the vision is all about. Talent is going to burn out. Passion is going to burn out. But the leader needs to be stable. A leader needs to be focused. A leader has to imbibe the values that will help the vision to succeed. And they said, let's choose people that started with us from the beginning. It means that when Jesus chose 12 disciples, Matthias was there, but he was not chosen. And he continued to follow them all those years. He was even there on the night of Pentecost. And Pentecost, he was, before the Pentecost, but he was available. He was there with them when they were now, putting that leadership together. And they brought two people, they casted lots, and they felt on Matthias. They were intentional about people who joined them early. I've also seen most times in leadership, when you appoint people who joined late, they are likely to cause crisis for you. Not in most cases, but they are likely to cause crisis. This guy hasn't spent time to know what we are doing here. He doesn't know what we are doing here. He thinks he understands it, but he doesn't understand it. And then you now give him a correction and say, okay, no, this is how we do it here, and it becomes a problem. By that time, you have given him privileges, you have given him power and authority, and it's difficult to recall it back. Okay? Identify potentials, and you have to identify them early. Why? You need to see their faithfulness and you need to see their talents. When they don't show up early, you might just focus on talents, but their faithfulness over the years have not been tested. Their faithfulness over time have not been tested. You have not seen him go through crisis. You have not seen him have financial problem. You have not seen him fight with his wife. You have not seen him, quarrel with you. You have not seen him disagree with you. There are a lot of things that you have not been exposed to. So you don't have sufficient information to choose that guy as a successor. So it has to start early. So start very early, be intentional about it, and then let it travel through time. Joshua started with Moses. Joshua spent 40 years with Moses. 40 good years with Moses. From the time they left Egypt to the 40 years in wilderness, Joshua was there with Moses. For that 40 years, no story. Even when there was disagreement, they say, no, we no longer want Moses as our leader. Joshua stood behind Moses. Even when he doesn't understand. How do you follow a leader? Most times, let me say something about followership. How do you follow a leader called Moses, who keeps moving around the whole wilderness for 40 years? How do you follow that kind of leader? Can you guys think about it for a moment? You think that the rebellions under Moses, when we look at it, sometimes I want you guys to imagine the Bible with the right context. Okay? So imagine that you have a president in a country. See what is happening in Nigeria. You have a president for 2 years that is clueless and lacks any articulate plan on how to move the nation forward. Okay, you're already crying. If you give people opportunity, they would push for an impeachment. Imagine having somebody that looked clueless. Let me tell you why I say look clueless. Sometimes Moses will tell them, let's go. Sometimes he will tell them, let's go back. The Bible says that they kept moving round and round in the wilderness. They kept moving round and round in the wilderness. Sometimes something will happen, he will tell them, okay, camp here. They will camp there for months. Some of them gave birth to children, saw their children go. Their children got married, gave birth to their own children, and they were all in wilderness. If you see, you are going to push for rebellion. But Joshua and Caleb stayed with Moses. He said, if you say we are going back, we are going back with you. If you say we are going forward, we are going forward with you. If you say we stay here, we stay here. And Moses was watching. And when it was time, he told him, oh, you kneel down. And he did the needful. And Joshua rose to become a very great leader. Okay? I probably took time here for a reason. I just wanted to mention these things. The second one is invest in their growth. Like Moses with Joshua, mentorship is intentional. I have to invest in their growth. Okay? Look for opportunities to help them grow. The third one, which is very important, give them opportunity to lead. You will notice that Moses will call Joshua and tell him, go and survey the land. He will put Joshua there and Caleb. When there was an opportunity to lead an army, he called Joshua and said, lead the army. Go and fight. You go and do this. When it was time for him to, he will give responsibility to Joshua. Why? When you trust people with real responsibility, it not only helps them to grow, it also gives you the power to assess their leadership capacity. Okay, so give them responsibility. Give them opportunities to lead and watch what they do. Correct them. Give them time. And then the fourth one is communicate your vision to them. So when I'm talking about communicating the vision, don't just tell them what to do. Tell them why they need to do that. Explain to them. So when Joshua came to Moses and told Moses that the people in there were some people who were prophesying in the camp. Joshua was angry, wanted to go and deal with them. Moses told him, no, leave them, let them prophesy. But he didn't just stop there. He said that even God wished that all his people will prophesy. Joshua said, oh, okay, is that the point? Okay, that's fine. Anybody can prophesy. Let people not just understand the vision, let them understand why. Why does that vision matter? Don't let people just see you take decisions. There are leaders who will take decisions. They say, who are you to question me? Just do whatever I tell you. You don't have to understand. Yes, that's beautiful. Okay, you are showing command and authority. But remember, you are going to go. One day you are not going to be here. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's the essence of this conversation. You are not going to be here. And if we all follow others, when you leave, the others that we did not agree, we're going to keep it by the side. You might have good intentions, but you didn't tell us. Okay? So all man to the ones they like. And that is what can derail a whole nation. Okay? And then of course, the last one is release and empower them. True leaders let go at the right time. Release and empower them. Release and empower them. I think that this last part is also a very big problem, especially in Africa. We don't know how to release and empower people. We don't know how to release. There's something they say in my dialect, in Igbo dialect, that when a child starts looking for their own, they become an evil child. Okay? And it's something that came as a result of when people are under a leader and they feel that it's an opportunity for them to do different. Most times, leaders pull back. Most leaders don't know how to release. And I say this, you don't only release when you agree. You can release when you disagree. When you release and empower, even if you disagree, it will turn out right. And I take that picture from two people. First is Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ recruited Barnabas, knew that Jesus recruited Judas. Jesus knew that Judas had issues. Okay? Even though Judas will steal money, it's in the Bible. The Bible said, the disciples say that often Judas will take money from the purse. They knew the guy was stealing. They knew the guy had financial issues. But you never heard Jesus mention it. When they were releasing them to cast out devils, Jesus will also release Judas. When it's time to release the Holy Spirit on them, Jesus also released the Holy Spirit on Judas. He didn't say, you evil child. Most times we have destroyed people in the name of their inability to agree with us as leaders. The second example I saw in the Bible was the prodigal son. The father knew the young man had issues. He knew from day one. Of course, the issue was caused by the elder son. Okay, he knew. And when the young man said, give me my own possession, let me go, the father knew that young man cannot manage that wealth. He knew. But he said, okay, it's fine. If it's what you want to do, okay, I'm going to bless you and then release you. He blessed that boy and released that boy. And that was why, listen to this, that was why when the boy made a wrong choice, one of the things that made him return home was how the father let him go. Most times when young leaders go into failure, they are not able to return or recover from that failure because most leaders who raised them cut them off. There was no intentional release. There was no intentional empowerment. Sometimes you feel that somebody under you is not ready. Bless them and let them go. Give them all the support. Call them sometimes. How is it going? I've had people who had disagreements with me. Maybe I'm mentoring them and they had disagreements and they had issues. Each time they come back, I also want them to feel okay. Some people, I might be mentoring them and they just disappear. And after some time, they come back. I don't want to make them uneasy. I don't want to make them, oh, okay, I was advising you. I've seen people like that. I've experienced it myself. Okay, I was talking with you. You disappeared. Now you come back. Please go. I don't have your time. Help the young man. He doesn't know better. People do better when they know better. Okay, help the young man. Say, oh wow, okay, so all this month you have been struggling. Okay, let's sit down. Let's see what you've been doing. Help them, bring them together, encourage them, empower them, resuscitate and revive them, and help them to succeed. Each time you help a leader succeed, you are helping a community. No, let me say it the right way. Each time you help a leader succeed, each time you help an individual succeed, you are impacting a generation. So understand that your choice of choosing a succession is that though your generation is about to end, you have an opportunity to impact another generation. Can't you see how massive your leadership is? You are not just shaping your time, you are shaping a time that is coming after you. And not just shaping your generation. The Bible said that David served God and his generation and he slept. Okay, so but he transferred to the next generation, which was Solomon. And you can see a lot of things that Solomon was able to do was as a result of his father's legacy. Okay, so Joshua succeeded Moses because Moses raised him, but Israel fell after Joshua because Joshua did not raise another. Don't let your leadership end with you. Make sure that you empower the next generation. Thank you so much, everyone. My time is up. Remember, don't miss next week's session. I said that what I'm going to share, this leadership transformation session is supposed to end today. But when I was preparing this session, I felt so strongly in my heart to share what I call my final thoughts. Okay. And I think it's going to be impactful. I think it's going to be powerful. I'm going to say a lot of things that God has, brought into my heart to, shape my mind on a lot of things. And I'm asking you, don't miss next week's session. Even if you miss it, maybe you have an engagement, you have an appointment, find the video online and listen to it. I'm sure you are going to hear something that will impact you the rest of your life. And don't come alone. We share a lot of powerful things. I hear your reviews. I hear the things you are saying me. Don't come alone. When coming to this meeting, come with someone. If you are watching online, share. Find a young leader around you. Say, listen to this series. This will help you. And God will bless you. Thank you guys today. Thank you so much and God bless you. See you next week. Bye.
Thank you for listening. Please do follow us on our social media handles on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok at Transformers Global LC, on Twitter X at TGlobal LC.
Whenever we talk about poverty, especially in Africa, all over the world, whenever we say, that someone is poor, we always equate it to someone having, some level of personal assets or having money in their bank account. Okay. So that is why when you don't have money or you live in a poor area, you consider yourself as a poor. Okay. Why that is acceptable standard of what poverty should be identified with. I usually want people to understand that poverty is not the absence of cash. Okay. The absence of cash is only a fruit of poverty. It's something that reveals that there is poverty. What then is poverty? Poverty is an absence of value. I want to welcome you to another session of Transformers Global Leadership Center. It's always an honor to have this conversation with you guys every Tuesday. It's a privilege that I don't take lightly personally. It's not just an opportunity to impact you, but it's impacting myself as well. So I'm grateful for all of you who show up every Tuesday. I'm grateful for the growth that you are experiencing and the impact this conversation is also making in your life. Okay. Welcome. I think we have two more sessions. We have two more sessions to go when it comes to the series that we've been running on leadership transformation. Today, we are going to be looking at the leadership test, which is rethinking success in leadership. Let me also state for those who are joining us for the first time that the key lessons we have been sharing in this conversation is taken from the life and character of Joshua from the Bible. I believe that the story of Joshua is not just a historic example of his leadership or his journey, with the people of Israelites from the wilderness to the promised land, but I believe that it is filled with principles that we can glean and learn from as today's leaders to bring impact in our community, in our different organizations, and make a lasting legacy that will outlive us. I believe that the story of Joshua is an example of what we can do as new emerging young leaders, learning from his life and character to the challenges that we are facing today, or the opportunities calling on us to embrace today. So I believe personally that Joshua's leadership success is one of the greatest in the Bible. I mean, there are a lot of leadership success, but one thing that is unique that drew my attention for us to build this series on the life of Joshua is the fact that he started as a follower. So he made a transition following to leading, which many of us are going to find ourselves where we are working with people, working under people, and then make a transition to start providing leadership for others. Okay. Joshua shows us how to make that meaningful, successful transition. And if this is your first time, I would encourage you to go to our YouTube channel. We've had up to 10 different conversations before this one. Of course, you are going to learn something, impactful in this specific session, but I believe you will have access to the full package when you listen to the previous conversations we've had before now. Okay. So once again, I welcome you. And I believe this is going to be an impactful session for you. One of the things I want to start with in this conversation is to, help us, just imagine wherever you are, listening to this conversation today, whether you are in your business or you are at your workplace, or maybe you are in a journey and you're just listening in the car as we are having this conversation. One of the things I want you to imagine for yourself in the next few seconds is, what does success look like for you? Okay. Because of time, I would have given us opportunity to describe the first picture that came into our mind when we thought about what success looks like. But many of you are thinking about it now. The moment I ask you, what does success look like? What was the first picture that came into your mind? Okay. Did you imagine yourself maybe in a beautiful mansion with the finest furniture? Did you imagine yourself traveling all over the world? Did you imagine yourself with your family? Did you imagine yourself with a nice car? Okay. What was it that came into your mind the moment I asked you to think about what success looks like? I'm not going to answer it straight away for you, but I'm going to allow the whole session, to provide that answer for you. Leadership today is increasingly becoming, more about personalities. It's becoming more about charisma. Okay. That is why you see a lot of investment going on into branding, media hype, rather than creating real value. Okay. And that is why we are having this conversation about rethinking, what success in leadership is. Okay. Joshua's success and life story from the book of Joshua chapter 1, we saw when God called him, into leadership, gave him the responsibility, said, I'm calling you to lead. Okay. And then God was specific about what leadership meant. He said, there's a promise I made, through Moses. You're going to carry on with that promise. And what is it? to take the people in and that I promised them, to give them, even through the promises I gave, even before Moses, through their forefathers. So it means that Joshua was called into leadership primarily not for himself, but for others. Okay. So we see from the life of Joshua, from the book of Joshua chapter 1, to almost the whole scripture, you see Joshua living up to the dream and expectation of that leadership call, which is what? To make leadership about others. Okay. So Joshua exemplified that success in leadership is about others. And that is what I call the true test of leadership. Okay. The true test of your leadership is in knowing what success looks like. That first picture that comes into your mind, is it about you or is it about others? Is it about creating legacy for yourself or legacy for others? Is it about making success happen for you or making success happen for others? Okay. Where you find yourself, the picture you find in your mind, whenever you think about what leadership or what leadership success means to you, can really illustrate the kind of legacy that you are planning to leave behind. Irrespective of the picture you had in your mind, the goal of this conversation is to bring us to a place where we begin to rethink. That's why we said rethinking success and leadership, redefining it for us, and beginning to question what exactly is the legacy that we are leaving behind? What exactly is the significance of our leadership? Okay. Now, something, is very interesting. From the book of Joshua chapter 13 to almost chapter 21 and, some part of 22 was written to illustrate how Joshua was dividing the land amongst the people. Okay. That is up to 9 chapters of the Bible, or up to 9 chapters of that book was dedicated to illustrate how Joshua was distributing the impact of his leadership. Whatever he lived from chapter 1 to chapter 13, we saw him dispense that between chapter 13 and chapter 21, which is where he was carefully dividing the land among the tribe, making provisions for families, making provisions, creating laws about land ownership, making provisions about different things within the society. So you see that Joshua's call was being fulfilled in the sense that the leadership success that he was presenting in those chapters was not about him. It was not about his title. It was not about his personal achievement. It's not about what he has achieved for his family. It's not about what he has made happen for himself. It's written to illustrate what Joshua made happen for others. In fact, before jumping, from chapter 13, previously before chapter 13, there was something we shared last week. We saw Joshua after he had conquered the kings, when the kings from the north and south united, to fight against Joshua. One of the things we saw that when Joshua won that battle and gathered the kings, he called his leaders, he called his generals, and what did he do? He asked them to take their feet and put on the neck of those kings, illustrating that this is not my win, this is your win. This is not my success, this is your success. This is not about me, but it's about you. Okay? So through leadership impact, we can see from the scripture, is illustrated by what you make happen for others and not what you make happen for yourself. Okay, so Joshua set out to simply make success happen for others. This is the secret of a significant life filled with legacy. That success is not about you, but about others. Now, we can even translate this to, making wealth or building a successful organization. When you begin to, think beyond yourself, when you begin to ask questions on, things that concern others, things that bother others, how to make success happen for others, that is even when you begin to unlock true wealth. When you listen to stories about innovation or stories about great companies, I remember so many years reading about when I was in the university, I remember reading about, Bill Gates' vision about microcomputer. What was the vision about? He wanted to create a solution that will benefit the world. In fact, the way he said it is that he imagined a computer playing with the big microprocessor computer, playing games with him. His imagination in his mind is that he wants to have a tabletop computer. His dream was to create a PC that every individual can use on their home, in their homes. Okay. Now we even have mini PCs that we call cell phones. The processor, the capacity of information the cell phones that we have today is processing is far much powerful than the ones that processed, maybe word processor sheets or did mini calculations in those years. Okay, so it means that he set out his vision was set out to make success happen for others. I also read the story of the founders of Uber. I think they came to United Kingdom. It was raining and they finished an event. They needed to go back to the hotel and they didn't know how to go back to the hotel. Okay, there was no opportunity for them to call a taxi. There was no opportunity for them to, jump into that rain and begin to make their way back to their hotel. And then they began to think and ask questions. How many people are going through the same way, the same thing that we just went through? Is there a solution? Can something be done to fix this? What if you can just sit in your house and make an order with your phone? And what happened was that they set out to design a solution that will make things happen for others. And in that space, they found success for themselves. Now, the real legacy behind a life of significance is that you build something that outlived you. In what way? In a way that it is adding value to the life of others. In a way that it is adding a solution to the life of others. Long after Joshua left this earth, you can see how he distributed those land, fulfilling the promise of God and making the dreams of others, owning a land, owning a nation, having a place they can call their home, in reality. And that was true legacy. Okay, so Joshua leadership success for me, we can look at it in these three folds. First, he developed leaders from within. So Joshua was not just there to, make himself the non-leader. He was not there to make himself the person that is recognized for this success, the person that is recognized for this endeavor. He reproduced himself in others. Okay, and then the first thing that you also discover, the last thing that you also discover in this threefold example of leadership success is that he served a mission, not his ego. So Joshua went about to serve a mission. He was asking himself, how do I make the world around me a better place? How do I improve my community? How do I improve my society? How do we make it better? The more you ask questions like this, you will see that the more your life becomes significant. In fact, if you are thinking of something that you can do, to earn you money, to earn you a life of personal success, you start by asking yourself, what can I make happen for others? Okay, real organizations are created when there is a real value that people can exchange for cash. I always say this, that whenever we talk about poverty, especially in Africa, all over the world, whenever we say, that someone is poor, we always equate it to someone having, some level of personal assets or having money in their bank account. Okay, so that is why when you don't have money or you live in a poor area, you consider yourself as a poor. Okay, why that is acceptable standard of what poverty should be identified with. I usually want people to understand that poverty is not the absence of cash. Okay, the absence of cash is only a fruit of poverty. It's something that reveals that there is poverty. What then is poverty? Poverty is an absence of value. Okay, when you don't have value that you can make an exchange for cash, that is what makes you a poor person. So when you sit down and you keep imagining that I don't have cash, or you keep imagining that I don't have personal wealth the way you dream that you would have it, don't think of it as having money or acquiring money. Think of it as having value. Value is what you exchange for cash. So the reason for lack of cash in your account is that you are not making any exchange. So if you are working in a business, for instance, you are working in an organization, they pay you money to make an exchange for your time and your skill. The more skill you have, the more money you are paid. The more skilled you develop, the more you grow higher. And then what happens is that the more money you are paid. The same way with businesses. The more value you create, what happens is that the more success that you're going to have. I was recently, looking at the owner of Temu. Temu is a known brand, all over Europe, all over Africa. How someone built a business, and then able to export that business to serve the needs of people all over the world. And what happens is that they become a billionaire. Now, when you read such story, you say, oh, I want to be a billionaire. But what is the process of being a billionaire? You are creating value. You are creating a solution that benefits the life of others. And then they make an exchange with cash. And that is how you find money in your bank account. So when you think of value from today, when you think of poverty, don't equate poverty to cash. Okay? The mental picture I want you to have from today is to equate poverty to a lack of value. Because it is when you have value that you can exchange something and then you can make a cash. Okay. So the mindset behind that, the mindset behind leadership is, what are you making to happen for others? What significance, what value are you creating for others? Okay. When you keep thinking that leadership is about yourself, that is why you are not able to create a life of meaning or a life that makes impact. So what happens is that instead of constantly thinking, how do I create solution for others? How do I make others win? How do I leave a lasting legacy for others? Most times we are consumed with ourselves. What do I make for myself? What kind of car do I want to drive? What kind of house do I want to build? Where do I want to have my family? That was why Jesus said in the book of Matthew chapter 6, verse 33, a very popular scripture. He said, seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you. For me, I understand God's kingdom and righteousness as life of value. Jesus was essentially saying, let me teach you how to make money. Let me teach you how to create wealth. Fix your mind on creating value. Paul was talking about it, I think, in somewhere in Colossians. He said, whatever is good, whatever is of noteworthy, whatever is commendable, he said, fix your mind on these things. Okay? So what it means is that start thinking about what can make life meaningful for others. Start thinking about what can make life easy for others. Start thinking about how to get others to win, how to help others achieve success. What happens is that, like the scripture said, all these other things shall be added unto you. Why added? Because they are only fruits of a significant life. They are only fruits of a value-based leadership. A value-based leader will always attract personal success. So if you are lacking personal success wherever you are, listening under the sound of my voice, if you are lacking personal success, the first question you might need to ask yourself is, what value am I creating? What value am I producing? What is it about me that is adding value for others? The moment you understand that, you say, oh, okay, I'm doing this and it's adding value. How can I do it more? How can I increase it more? Okay, how can I increase the scope? How can I make it to attract and give value to more people? The more you do that, the more value you create and the more personal words you can also attract for yourself. You can't tell me that after Joshua conquered the whole land and was sharing the land to the people, that he will not have some for himself. Of course, he's going to have some for himself. But you see that it's not even the focus of the conversation. The focus of the conversation is not what Joshua is making happen for himself, but rather what he is making happen for others. So he is serving a mission, not his personal ego, not his personal desires, not what he wants to happen for himself, but what can I make happen for others? Okay. Now, when you contrast Joshua's leadership to some of the things that we have experienced, especially, many of us are from Africa. When you contrast his leadership, to what we are experiencing today, what many of us are experiencing, you discover, that first, for instance, that leadership is usually in Nigeria, about the leader, okay? About how the leader exercising control is personality driven, is about what the leader is able to do. It's about what the leader is able to do for themselves. It's about what the leader is able to achieve for themselves. You know, how much wealth they've acquired, how many places they've been able to travel to, you know, how expensive the things they wear or their clothing or what they show all over the internet. It's all about what I am doing with myself. Most times it's not about what value am I creating in others. Okay, yes, I'm a millionaire, but how many others am I turning into millionaires? Okay, yes, I've built a successful companies, but how many other companies am I raising based on my talent, my leadership, what I've learned over the years, my experience? How many other leaders am I investing in? How many other organizations am I investing in? Okay, so you can even see even politically, it's all about chasing external validation. It's all about gaining international recognition. But the question is, what are we doing internally to build ourselves? I was reading a case study the other day of how many medical doctors are leaving Nigeria every year to places like UK, you know, and of course all over Europe. Okay, you see nurses leaving. Okay, the doctors are leaving, professionals are leaving to places, you know, that have, you know, an environment created to nurture the value that they have, you know. But we have leaders in Africa. What are they doing to retain those skills? What are they doing to grow, develop, and empower their own people? What are they doing to transfer leadership to a new generation that will be able to maximize, you know, the potentials of their own society? So you see the contrast that why many leaders would want to make success happen for themselves, Joshua was making success happen for others. Why many leaders who want to acquire lands for themselves, Joshua was acquiring lands for others. He was making provisions for the future generations yet on board. He was fulfilling the promises of God for his society. And that was that he left behind. Okay, so he developed others. Okay, he made success about the people. He made success about the dreams and aspirations of the people, not just about himself. Okay, one of the stories I remembered when I was, you know, preparing for this session, you know, is the story by, I think, was it Joseph Crow, Echoes of Diamond. You know, it's a very popular story. I think he was one of my mentors that gave me a book on Echoes of Diamond when I was in my university. And I mean, it's a popular story which I know many of you know about it. Okay, he heard about a diamond. He heard about a precious stone. You know, that is what, like the whole world. When you have that precious stone, you'll be able to buy anything. You'll be able to own anything. Okay, so he woke up in the morning and set his heart. He first of all started thinking about it. Every morning he was thinking about it, what he will be able to achieve when he acquires that precious stone. And guess what he did next? He woke up in the morning, sold his land. I'm sure he had a family, probably kept his wife somewhere, kept the children somewhere, and then traveled in search. Of course, the wise man told him, that he's going to find it in a land, far away. And of course, he went in search of diamonds. He went in search of a precious stone, okay? And traveled all around the world, spent almost his lifetime. And finally, he returned as an old man. By the time he returned, he saw that the place he sold has been transformed with so much wealth and with so much opportunities. And of course, he met the man he sold the land to, who is now a rich man. And he was asking the man what happened, only for him to realize that the man in the same land he bought from him discovered the precious stone. And now is very rich, his land is rich, and he has spent almost all his life pursuing a value only to realize that there was nothing in it for himself. The rationale of the story for me is the fact that he made success about him. Even when he was going to look for the diamond, he was not looking for the diamond because he wants to build a great nation. It was not because he wants to make things happen for the people. It was because he was imagining how influential. He was imagining his title. He was imagining how his name is going to be remembered, probably as the wealthiest person, that ever passed through the sand of time. Okay, but he forgot that success through empowering success is about leaving a legacy for others. Okay, so Organizations today, successful businesses are built on what they are able to do for others, not what they are doing for themselves. How others are able to benefit through the organization you are creating. How others are able to benefit through the value that you are creating. Whether it's a small business, whether it's a school, whatever platform that you are creating, your true success is measured by the impact it will have in the life of others. Okay, so as I summarize this conversation today, one of the things I want to say is a key sign. I mentioned the leadership test, and how do you know whether you are failing or passing the leadership test? The first key sign I want you to look out for. The first key sign is, are you staying true to your vision? Okay, last week we talked about accountability to vision and not just to people. Okay, and if you missed that session, I encourage you to check our YouTube channel. It's one of our powerful sessions in this series. Okay, accountability to your vision. Every young leader needs to listen to that clip. And beyond just being accountable to your vision, the second test is, are you growing people under you? Wherever you find yourself, how many people are you able to reproduce to do the exact same thing that you do? Okay. How many people are benefiting from that experience? How many people are going to replace you long after you have gone? What success are you creating for others? Okay. By raising new leaders, by raising leaders under you. Okay. So anywhere you find yourself as a leader, in your family, in your place of work, in your school, anywhere you find yourself, the next question I want to ask you is, which is a great test for your leadership, is how many people are growing under you? How many people are able to reproduce what you do? How many people are you transferring the skill, the experiences, and everything that you have been able to learn all these years? And of course, the final one is your leadership providing for the future of others? How many people are becoming successful as a result of your own actions, as a result of your own leadership endeavors? How many people are benefiting from it? So as you build your leadership, as you grow in anything that you are building, in anything that you are developing, these three key questions should be in your mind. How accountable I am to the vision? Are people growing under me? And am I making success happen for others? This is what you see Joshua illustrate from Joshua chapter 13 down to Joshua 21. It was all about the people who were growing under him. It was all about how he stayed true to the vision. You will constantly see that he will do this as the Lord has told him. He will distribute that as the Lord told Moses. He will do this as the Lord had promised. So you see, there is a constant recognition of Joshua's alignment with the vision. Joshua never deviated. He said, this is the land, this is the scope, this is what I want you to cover. Joshua never deviated. There are other things that are good. There are other things that are powerful. There are other things that are precious. But Joshua did not bother himself about it. He stayed true to his leadership call. And when the time comes, to test his leadership, you can see that he stayed true, accountable to leadership. He stayed true to growing people under him. And then, of course, he stayed true to making success happen for others. I said this a few weeks back that most times when God places a vision in our heart, we might think that our vision is not enough. Okay. I once listened to someone, talking about that every believer must have 4 businesses. Okay. He was saying it, so powerfully that he believes that nobody should have one stream of income, that everybody must have 4 streams of income. Okay. And of course, when I listened to that, I went back to the illustration he used. The illustration he used was that when God planted the Garden of Eden and placed Adam inside it, that there were 4 rivers that were flowing in the Garden of Eden. And that those 4 rivers, showcase the fact that Adam was supposed to be controlled, by 4 streams, which he interpreted as 4 streams of income. But when I backtracked, I actually realized that it was actually 1 river that divided into 4 parts. It was one river that branched into 4 parts. And then the inspiration that came into my heart is the fact that we must be guided by purpose. We must be guided by leadership call. But if we are faithful to that leadership call, it can branch away into various other dimensions, even more than 4, because we didn't follow the river down. Some of them, one of the rivers can get to a particular junction and it branches into another 3 dimensions, and some can get into another area, maybe in a mountainous area, it can branch into other 10 dimensions, okay? If you study geography, you will discover that, water will always create pathways, different pathways continue to expand as they grow. So it means that if we are to even investigate those 4 rivers, it was more than just 4 rivers. So if you stay true to one course, it has capacity to grow into other different courses, into other different visions, into other different realities that you are not aware of. Okay, so you can discover one thing that God has called you to do, and then you stay faithful to that one thing that God has called you to do. It has the capacity to branch into many other things that will not just provide for others, but also provide for you. So most times, instead of trying to look for 4 streams of income or 5 streams of income, ask yourself, how can I stay true to what I have and expand it to multiple streams of income and expand it to more winning for others, more leadership for others, and then also securing my significance and my legacy. Okay, so when you are asking yourself about your leadership success or your leadership impact, always look at it in these 3 things. Okay, how true am I staying to the vision that God has placed in my heart? Are other people growing from the vision that God has, called me, to, be faithful to? And then am I making success happen for others? Okay. So being faithful with what God is giving you is about growing others and winning for others. That is what success should look like. So if we are to bring it down to Africa, where many of us are from, question we are going to be asking ourselves is, when we have leaders around us, or when we are given a leadership opportunity, is it an opportunity to make things happen for ourselves? I remember when a friend of mine, got into a political position, people will come to him, then he will share some of those things with me. Some will tell him, you might never have this opportunity again. Nobody in your family will ever have this opportunity again. This is the time to settle yourself. This is the time to make things happen for yourself. Okay. And then some will even tell him, okay, you are just going for your first time, or you are not even sure of your second term. Okay, so this first time, you have to make sure that you get enough for yourself, for your family, for your children, because the tomorrow is not guaranteed. And you find that attitude everywhere. That is why it is only in Africa, probably happens in other nations, I'm speaking from my direct experience, where people will be called to leadership and people will be coming to celebrate you, telling you congratulations, celebrating you, telling you, oh, you have surpassed all of us. Why? Because many people even see leadership positions as an opportunity to enrich themselves and not to make their community wealthy, not to make their society wealthy. And that is why you look at the state of our schools, you look at the state of our industries, you look at the state of our economy, you will see constantly leaders who thrive every day to make things happen for them and their family and not for their community. In fact, I believe every day we keep mentioning about slavery. We keep mentioning about colonization. I think that the amount of wealth living in Africa today is more than what even the white men stole. We complain about how they took our diamond, how they took our oil, how they exported even human beings, to the detriment of Africa. But when you look back, especially for Nigeria alone, how many billions constantly leave that economy? Compare it to the rest of Africa, constantly being moved, not by the West, not by the white people, but Africans themselves, because they are thinking how to create a pathway or legacy for themselves and not for the people. So as you begin to think about your leadership, I want you to begin to rethink what leadership success is for you. Is it good to own a car? Yes. Is it good to build a house? Yes. But those things are not going to outlive you. Okay, you build them today, your children are going to wake up and they are going to build a house much better than the one you built behind. Nobody is going to stay in that house forever. But you leave a legacy of impact in the life of others. Constantly it will speak. Constantly it will be there in the sands of time that someone came and created a legacy for others. Nobody remembers the house of Mahatma Gandhi today. I don't know what his house looks like. I don't know when he was alive, whether he owned a car, what the car looks about. But you cannot talk about the history and success of India today without talking about Mahatma Gandhi. You go to Singapore and you talk about the story of Lee Kuan Yew. I don't know what his house looks like. I don't know whether he owned beautiful clothes. I don't know whether the kids are powerful. I don't know whether he drove the best cars in his time. I don't know. But today you can't talk about the legacy and success of that nation without mentioning Lee Kuan Yew. You come back to Africa, you talk about Nelson Mandela. Okay, I don't know what he's like, what his house looks like. I don't know what his shoes, whether he wore expensive belt or whether he wore Gucci or whether he had the best cars on earth. Nobody can remember. But you can't talk about the success and history of South Africa without referencing the name Rohingya Mandela. There is no way you can be able to walk away without mentioning that name, because the fact remains that these people are remembered today not for what they did for themselves, but what they make happen for others. So as you reflect over your life, as you reflect over your own personal leadership, the question I want to leave for you today is, are you being accountable to the vision in your heart? Are people growing under you? And the success you are creating, are you making it about others or is about you? Thank you very much, guys. I'm going to see you next week for another awesome session. Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening. Please do follow us on our social media handles on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok at Transformers Global LC, on Twitter X at TGlobalLC.
When leaders prioritize their needs, it always leads to neglect of the vision. I want you to write this down. Whenever a leader begins to prioritize their personal needs, they are thinking about themselves, they are thinking about their family, they are thinking about how to take care of them. What happens is that you are definitely going to take your eyes off the vision. And once you take your eyes off the vision begins to suffer. Why? The vision must always be your priority. Whenever you are winning, your vision will always be your priority. Today we are going to be looking at your first victory matters, leading after winning. Okay, and we are taking our reference from the book of Joshua chapter 6 from verse 1 to end, and then also a little bit of Joshua chapter 7 from verse 1 to maybe 5. Okay, I will not read those scriptures, but like I always say, I encourage you guys to go home, read it, get more inspiration. God will guide you, give you more light and understanding, and you'll be able to learn principles that can help you grow your leadership. If you are joining us in this conversation for the first time, I also want to personally welcome you and encourage you to visit our YouTube channel to watch previous sessions. We've had, this should be the 4th session that we are having in this conversation, so I want to encourage you. You are going to take out something definitely from what you are going to hear today, okay? But because we are building from the things that we have taught previously, I would really encourage you, to go listen to them, and you will see that getting the whole package is going to, make a lot more sense to you. We are building this leadership teaching on the life of Joshua, the life, character, and principles of Joshua. I believe personally that the life of Joshua is not something that is in the Bible to just tell us about a young man who took over leadership from Moses. I believe that it's to provide new leaders who are to come, who are to follow after Joshua, on principles that they will learn, apply in their life, and it will help them to stand out in leadership. So for me, it's a leadership book for everyone. Not just the life of Joshua, but throughout scripture, you see consistently, those patterns, those principles being also exhibited by others, showing that if you want to have a thriving leadership, there is a way to go about it. There are principles that control true and sustainable leadership, and those are the things that we are going through. Let me also say that the goal is not to just copy methods, but to look at principles, what works, see how you can integrate it into your life, wherever you are, your business, wherever your family, and then be able to, gain meaningful results and transformation from that. I consider Joshua personally as one of the greatest leaders in the Bible because of where he found himself. I usually say that it's not always easy, to take over a mantle of leadership from someone who has raised the bar so high that even when you begin to think about it, you are wondering, where do I start from? And many of us in this meeting, many of us are young, many of us are starting out. Whether you are growing a business, you are starting a career, whatever you are doing that you are starting to do right now, there is need for you to, be courageous. Yes, people have done better than you. People are doing better than you currently. A lot is happening in our environment that can make somebody's heart to become cold. But every success that you see someone achieve is reproducible. If you can learn the principles that made them stand out and then build your life according to, those principles. So today I'm going to dive deep into our next conversation, which is your first victory matters. And we are taking our text from Joshua chapter 6, where Joshua went to Jericho for the first time. That was his first battle in the promised land, and that was his first battle as the spiritual leader of Israel. Let me say that when starting out as a new leader, especially when you have secured your first win or success, new challenges emerge on managing that success. Because many of us, when we are starting out, we are very much interested in the win. So we usually focus on the planning, we focus on the strategy. Everything that we are thinking about is the execution for the success. So for instance, somebody wants to start a business. You will always notice that what occupies your mind are the things you need to start the business. So if you're opening a restaurant, what will be your mind is, I need to buy a chair, I need to rent an office, I need to buy my cooking utensils. What will be in your mind are things that you need to execute to gain that first success. And what happens is that many of us do not plan ahead to begin to ask ourselves, when success eventually happens, how will I manage that success? So starting out is one thing. Managing the success that comes from your effort, that comes from your strategy, becomes an entirely different process. And that is why most times, if you are not careful as a young leader, your first win can actually start out a process, that removes you from leadership entirely, because you were only thinking of, how do I execute for success? How do I start and hit and get results? You are not asking yourself, when I finally get these results, how am I going to manage the proceeds? And that is what this conversation is about. So Joshua delivered on the instructions. God gave him instructions. He spied the land. Jericho was too difficult for them to conquer. God gave him a strategy. We validate what we shared last week, last 2 weeks, that not just having a strategy, but you also have to surrender, to the plan, the program, the insights of God. So Joshua had a strategy, but when he set out to go to Jericho, God also gave him a strategy. He said, move around the city for 7 days, and on the 7 days, the wall is going to crumble, and then you are going to go in, and then you are going to conquer the land. So God showed him the way of success. He did it, and he was successful. Except in one area. And what was that area? The Bible made us understand that one of his leaders, named Achan, took part of the spoil for keep. So they went into the land, achieved what they were supposed to achieve, But you see, someone who was part of their team, someone who is a leader in their nation, what happened is that they took some of the things that was a spoil for himself and his family to keep. Okay, and let me mention one of the first things I want to mention that is a danger in your early success that you must be careful about when you make your first win, is that you have a tendency of prioritizing your personal needs. Okay, and that was what happened. Okay, so what happens is that once success comes, your own needs becomes very obvious to you. Okay, and that is what differentiates leaders who continue to lead and leaders who are taken out of leadership process, because your own need becomes obvious to you. That is when you suddenly realize the things you don't have. That is when you suddenly realize that you are not dressing fine. That is when you suddenly realize that, oh, I need a car, oh, I need a house, oh, I need a new makeover. So what happens is that success opens you up to a dimension where you begin to recognize that you have needs too. And as a leader who has suffered to do all this planning, who has suffered to do all this education, maybe if I take out one thing for myself, it doesn't really matter. Okay? So when we want to think about Achan here, I want us to shift our focus from Joshua a bit to Achan. Okay? And Achan here also represents a leader. Okay? He represents a leader like you and I. He represents a leader like Joshua. I don't just want you to isolate what Achan did as something that affected Joshua. I want you to also see that Achan was a leader. Okay, so Achan is one of the leaders in Israel. So he was there when they planned. He was there when they strategized. He was there when all the instructions came. But as soon as he went into the land, saw that massive success that happened, the next thing he did was to prioritize his personal needs. Okay, so even though he has made everything possible to achieve that goal, what happens is that his actions of prioritizing his personal need now led to affecting the whole nation. Okay, why am I emphasizing that Achan is a leader here? I want you to understand that Achan's action affected the whole nation. Okay, and as a leader who is leading a group, who is leading a nation, who is having any kind of authority over any kind of people, you need to understand that your actions will affect your nation. Your family can be a nation, your business can be a nation, but whatever it is that you have been placed leader over, your action affects everyone. In fact, the scripture in Ecclesiastes chapter 10, said, something about woe to you, O land. Okay. How much sorrow or what sorrow comes to you, O land? He said, when your king is a child and feasts in the morning. Okay, so what it means is that you have a leader who pursues early success. You have a leader who pursues personal needs. How do I satisfy personal needs above the organizational task, above the organizational goal that has been set before him? And even in that same scripture, he said, you are also happy as a land. When you have a leader who eats at a proper time. And the Bible said that, Bible tried to define what that proper time is. He said that he eats not just even because he wants to show off wealth or he wants to show, oh, we have arrived and we have made it. No, he is eating because he needs strength to enable him continue the work that he is doing. That means that the focus is not his needs. The only reason he even looks at his needs is to have strength enough to continue with the vision. Okay, which is very, very, very key. Okay, so what happens is that it leads a society, it leads an organization to a big dysfunction. If you look at what is happening in African society today, it is because we have leaders who eat in the morning. Okay, you execute your first success. The next thing that you are thinking is, how do I take care of myself? How do I take care of my needs? Sometimes you see people, they start a business, they hit their first contract. The thing they are thinking in their mind is, oh, this is the time I need to take care of myself. I remember our early days when I started my first business. I was still in the university. We had one of our friends there. All of us respected him. Okay, the guy also started his business. Amongst us, he was the richest. He was the most influential. All of us were looking up to him. Okay, the first thing he did is that he went and bought a car, hired a driver. He would just say, he's a young person like us. He hired a driver. He said, he doesn't like driving himself. And when a driver is, driving him, he feels relaxed and he can use the time for, there were justifications. Of course, he was not wrong, okay? But you see, that early success was actually a time for him to prioritize for vision, not necessarily asking himself, what are the things I need, okay? Up till today, he has not really recovered from that action. He has not recovered from certain investments he went into, the way he went about spending that money, because as a young man, he just, broke into some, kind of financial breakthrough. But he started looking at his personal needs first instead of prioritizing the vision. By wealth or accomplishments, they are moved by the vision. How far are they going with the vision? How far are they going with what they are planning to implement? And that is why I always say that your life must start with vision. If you don't start with vision, success, you think that success is just maybe for an enjoyment. But when you have vision, and then people know you only in Lagos, you can't relax. The goal is all over Nigeria, not Lagos. If you are trying to build an international organization and then you are known all over Nigeria, you can't seem to relax, because the goal is to build an international organization. So it means that what you vision and not necessarily the momentary accomplishment that you are getting as a result of your execution. So your eye has to be on the vision. You also see that with Nehemiah. When Nehemiah was even made the governor of Israel, even on his pathway to becoming a governor, he did not even want to take the ration that comes to the governor. He only took what they need in order to manage their visitors or to manage the palace. That was the only thing he was interested in. Whatever else was remaining, he put it back to work. He put it back to other families. He put it back to the vision. Because the goal is not for me to take care of myself. The goal was for me to take care of the people. That is why I started out in leadership first. Okay? So we must be careful not to prioritize our personal needs in our early success. That early success can be anything for you. A musician, your first album was known all over the world. You had a powerful hit. Then what happens after that? Okay? You started a business. You landed your first contract. You landed your first client. What happens after that? So what happens is that if powerful, something big, it can be any form of achievement. Any form of achievement can bring pride into your heart. You did a program, you succeeded, or you did a course, you were the best. Any form of success can bring pride into your heart. And what happens is that is what sets you up for your next fall. So you see that by the time they are moving into their next battle, they did not consult the Lord anymore. Joshua and his team never consulted the Lord. So strategy is not enough. Surrender is not enough. You must be able to match that act of surrender with your strategy. But you see that what happens is that their next battle, they only relied on strategy. The only thing they also did is that they only relied on their strength. They started looking at what they are able to achieve with men and not what they can achieve with God. So you discover that when they went and surveyed AI, they saw AI as a small town. And the next thing is that the people say, we don't even need enough men. You see, why are they talking about they need enough men? How many men did they need to conquer Jericho? They did not conquer Jericho because of men. They conquered Jericho because of God. It was the movement of the instructions that God gave them. Circle yourself around Jericho. Okay? Do that for 7 days. And on the 7th day, march around for 7 times. That was what gave them success. It was the presence and power of God through the act of surrender that delivered that success to them. But when they came to AI, you see what happened? They started counting men. They started counting resources. You see, if you are not careful, I find myself constantly always going before God to acknowledge the fact that, yes, you have blessed me with gifts, you have blessed me with talent, you have blessed me with skills. Okay? You have gifted me with a clear mind. But that is not why I succeed. I succeed because you are the one who have helped me. Most times our inability to know and understand that despite skill, there are people who have the same skill with you. There are people who even have much better skills than you. but they are not necessarily doing better than you. Because it's not just all about skill. It's not just all about strength. Am I saying that you shouldn't have strength? No, you must have strength. If you listen to me all the time, one thing you must know is that I believe in balance. There is no form of extremity in my conversations. Okay? You pray as if everything depends on your prayer. Then you compete as if without you, nobody else can get the job done. Those two things must be in place. You must learn everything you need to learn about your job, but you must depend as much as you can on God. Those two things must be put in place for you to excel as a leader. So you see, in their second stage, pride setting. Pride setting. So it's now all about strategy. It's now all about data. It's now all about their marketing. It's now all about everything they know. Okay, so how did we do this? How did we do that? Okay, that's fine. How many men did we use for Jericho? We used 30,000 men. Okay, so we don't need 30,000 men. Just select only 3,000. AI is too small. You know, we can just go there in a space of 5 hours. We clear the town and return in victory. So they started counting men instead of relying on God. And they started focusing on their strategy instead of recognizing that strategy must be accompanied with an act of surrender. Scripture says pride goes before a fall and haughtiness before a fall. So, and it applies to any kind of accomplishment. It can be in your school, it can be in your business, you know, it can be in your office. Sometimes you find people, they receive some form of promotion in the office. You know, it changes. They start thinking it's all about them. Okay, meanwhile, when they were talking about promotion, people nominated you. Let this person be promoted. Yes, they nominated you because you are skillful. They nominated you because you are good. They nominated you because you knew the job. But it was not just all that controlled why you are nominated. You are nominated also because people recognize those skills, praised those skills, and insisted that that skill must be rewarded. So it's not just all about what you are accomplishing. There are other factors that plays a role to you becoming successful. Sometimes it can happen in a team. A leader succeeds. The organization is doing well. And all of a sudden, the leader feels that, this organization is succeeding because of me. It's because I did this. It's because I know this person. It's because I'm able to put this in place. It's because I have influence. It's because people know me. And then people will begin to say, oh, wow. Is that why? Okay. And then they begin to bow. And what happens is that it brings down everything that you have accomplished simply because you lack the knowledge and proper understanding of managing success. So they depended on themselves. So in a nutshell, how do you prepare yourself to manage success as a leader? I'm going to summarize with that. How do you prepare yourself? The first one, remember why you started. When God called Joshua, he said, Moses, my servant, is dead. Today I want to anoint you as a leader over my people. The instructions are clear. He said, you are going to lead them, cross them over this Jordan to the land that I'm giving them. Not the land I'm giving you, Joshua. He said, the land I'm giving them. Okay. He started mentioning the land, or the land of the Negev, this one. He mentioned everything and said, this is what I want you to accomplish. He said, don't even worry about it. I'm going to be with you just the way I was with Moses. Okay, be strong, be courageous. Don't let anything bother you. Deliver the dream, deliver the vision. Most times, when people are starting out businesses, you ask them their vision. They will tell you, I want to do this, I want to accomplish this. This thing is not there, this thing is not there. Once they hit their first success, what happens is that the vision disappears. What makes your vision disappear? That is what I want to help you identify. Your vision to disappear when you take your eyes off your vision to your personal needs. The moment your eye moves from your vision to your personal needs, then your vision begins to reduce in influence. You are no longer giving it time. You're no longer giving it creativity. You are no longer prioritizing it. You see people sometimes, they hit that powerful success. They used to go to work in the morning, very early, 8 a.m. They are in their office. When the success starts coming, they wake up by 10, they stroll to the office by 2 p.m. and they leave by 4 p.m. They go for games or to sit out with their friends. And what happens is that they do it like that. Over 6 months, over 1 year, they discover there was no success. And then they will be thinking, oh, had I known, I wouldn't have followed this path. But now that you are listening to me, you can prepare yourself for that. Always keep your vision before your eyes. Especially from Africa, forget all these people who go online. They are flaunting money, they are flaunting wealth, they are showing off. Let me even tell you, one of the ways you identify the occult is that they flaunt wealth. That's one of the ways you identify the occult. And the reason, not everybody that flaunts wealth is involved in the occult. Okay? But everybody that is in the occult flaunts wealth. Why? I must explain to you why. Because that is an advertisement. That is a strategy. Okay, because you also have to bring in people. You have to bring in numbers. Satan is interested in winning souls. So when they flaunt wealth, you are going to come close to them. Please, how are you doing this? How are you doing? I'm struggling in my business. And then they will tell you how they are doing it. They get you involved. Okay? So that is why you always see them. But real wealth is not about showing your possession. Your wealth is about showing the vision that you have been able to accomplish with that wealth. Let me show you the difference. When you listen to wealthy people, influential people who are wealthy, especially outside Nigeria, you will see that their conversation is about the next big thing. Okay? Elon Musk is the biggest, is the wealthiest man. Okay? In America. I think the richest man in the whole world. But you see, he's talking about vision. Anytime you listen to him, he's telling you about AI. He's talking about remodeling the new hotel. You know, he wants to go into hotel chain businesses. He's talking about new car. He's talking about robots. He's talking about, putting life in Mars. You see, it's always vision. If I ask you now, for instance, what's Elon Musk's favorite t-shirt, you might not know. If I ask you what kind of house does he live in, you might not know. If I ask you what kind of car does he drive, you might not even know. Okay, but you can mention key people in Nigeria who are after flaunting wealth, and you can almost tell me the kind of car they are driving, what their house looks like. You even see them online. They will bring people to their house. They are moving around, showing rooms, showing I have this, I have that. It's just an advertisement, because the occult entices you. That is how Satan is. Satan is an enticer. How does he entice you? He shows you things. He entices you so that you can come. And then you also enter bondage yourself. And then you are recruited to go out to also recruit others. So it's not about your possession. It's not about what you are able to do for yourself. It's what you are about to do for others. That was the lesson that Achan missed. Achan thought he is securing wealth for himself and his family. That was why he went into his tent and hid it under the ground. He thought he was building something for himself. The goal of vision is not for you to build something for yourself. It's not for you to be the most influential person in Nigeria. No, the goal of vision when you are starting out is always about the people. It's about God, who is giving you a divine mandate to accomplish something. And then it's about the people, who you are going to serve, who you are going to make things happen for them. So, when you are hitting your early success, you make it big. Okay, you are given a contract, you just made your first 100 million naira. The first thing you have to think about is not to buy a land or to buy a house. It's to remind yourself that this is my first success and I need to preserve it. It needs to be holy. I need to keep it and ask myself, how do I strategize for the next success? Usually people eat that money, eat that success, even abuse the relationship that helped them to have that success. And then when the next battle comes, they suffer great defeat because they did not manage the first success. Second thing I want to mention is stay humble. Stay humble. Stay humble and stay teachable. Okay? It's not just strategy that got you this. It's not strategy. It's not your number of men. It's not because you had 3,000 men or you had 30,000 men. No. Are we saying that those things don't count? Yes, they do count. You need strong men to take a strong city, but it's not enough. That is what we are trying to say. You must recognize, if you are not humble, you will not seek surrender. It takes a heart of humility to always go before God and recognize that, yes, I have my plans in place. Yes, I have my data in place. I have it all planned out, but I still need your help. I still need your direction. I still need your alignment in my life. Stay humble. Stay humble with your team. You achieve that success with people. You achieve that success with other individuals. Stay humble. Let everyone know that this is not about me. It's about the people. Joshua was not made a king because of anything special. Joshua was made a king because of the people. The reason why you are a leader is because of others. If there are no people, then there is no basis for leadership. The reason why you have influence, the reason why you can teach, the reason why you can see things the way others are not seeing it, the reason why you understand the principles of making money so easy, sometimes you wonder why people are poor. It's not because God wants you to be so rich so that everybody will look at you and celebrate, oh, what a rich guy, what a rich lady. No. The reason for that is that God empowered you for success so that through you, He can empower others. Therefore, you must always have a humble heart and understand that the goal is to enrich others, is to divide the land for the Israelites, not for you to get things for yourself. Okay? The next thing I want to also mention is that as a leader, you must learn to sacrifice your personal needs. You must learn to sacrifice your personal needs. We live in an environment in Africa where once you have some form of success, everybody will remind you, you need to buy a house. You need to buy a car. You need to do this one. Everything is surrounded around your personal needs. But sometimes, especially when you are starting out, learn to sacrifice those personal needs. Learn to ignore it. There will be a time to address those things. There will be a time for you to eat. Food will come. But that is not the focus now. The focus now is to get this vision off the ground, get it going, and get it started. Let it work. The time to eat will come. Everything is not food. Jericho is not food for you. Jericho is something that you secure and you use it as a foundation for whatever dream that God is building for you. The concept of first fruit that is not taught, okay, because of the way we spiritualize first fruit, is that we forget that the first fruit must be your foundation. It's not where you eat from. Yes, we say it's set apart for God, but also the new understanding I want you to have about first fruit is that first fruit is not your food to eat. Real leaders don't eat in the morning. It's still the early morning of your vision. You are just starting. You got the first contract of 20 million naira, or you got your first client, or you got your first breakthrough job. It's your foundation. Yeah, you got a job. Nobody says you must buy a car now. Nobody says you must change your apartment. Okay? So you are living in one room. You have lived in one room for the past 5 years. Okay? You now got a job. Oh, your level has changed. That's how you move from one room and rented a duplex. It's not necessary. That is not the right time for that. Build your base. Build your foundation. Strengthen your cords. Increase your stake. Let your foundation go deep down into the ground. Then later, you can build a house. Okay? So, learn to sacrifice your personal needs. If there's a moment to save, it's when you begin to experience your early success. If there's a time to recognize others, is when you begin to get your first success. They are telling you, oh, this guy is great, this guy is so awesome. When you come out there, tell them, no, this has nothing to do with me. Look at this guy, he's the one that did it. Look at this lady, she's the one that did it. Look at all these people, you are just trying to celebrate me because I'm the leader. But see, these guys here, they are the ones behind my success. That is what you do in your first stage. That is what you do. Don't take glory for yourself. Don't take the pressure of taking the accolades. Give it out. Give it away. That's the concept of first fruit. Concept of first fruit is that you give it away. You are not taking it for yourself. You are giving it away. That's time to donate to the community. That's time to go and do outreach within the community. That's time to look for how to strengthen the foundation of what you are doing. Look at what is happening in Nigeria. Somebody wins an election, gets into a political office. The first thing they are thinking is, how do I move money outside Nigeria? No, the first thing you do is consolidate your people. Wealth will come. Success will come. Focus on establishing your people. When Nehemiah was building, building Israel, rebuilding the temple and rebuilding the gate. He was not taking anything for himself. He was even going to other leaders who would take loans from people and then who would give out loans and be taking out interest. Nehemiah was condemning it. He said, our people are already poor. Why are you putting more pressure on them? Distribute this wealth. Let everybody eat and be happy. That was Nehemiah's concern. By the time he was done, the people themselves brought Nehemiah and made him the governor of Jerusalem. Was he planning to be a governor? No. Was he interested in being a governor? No. But he was being faithful in his first win. So by the time he achieved his first win, he made it about people. He made it about others. He prioritized the vision over his personal needs. He stayed humble. What happened was that at the end of the day, the people even decided to give him more. That's why I said more will always come. Build gradually. And the last thing I want to mention is that have zero tolerance for bad behavior. And when I'm talking about zero tolerance for bad behavior, I'm talking about you, the leader. I'm talking about you, the leader. If Achan had zero tolerance on his bad behavior, maybe what happened wouldn't have happened. Okay? And then also, what about your team? Joshua took a decisive action. When you read what happened after they went to AI, next week we are going to expand it, a little bit more. When he saw what happened in AI, he went in straight and took a decisive action. They brought Achan out, his family, everything he owned was burnt and buried underground. That is why when you see nations that prioritize justice, you see, a justice system is working. You go to China, you go to Singapore, you go to Western countries where the justice system works. There's growth. You have a team and you have people in your team who are not prioritizing the vision, who are not putting the vision first, who are not humble, who are not sacrificing their personal needs, and you see those people and you recognize them, you can't leave them in the team. They are going to corrupt everybody and it's going to bring the vision down. You can't leave them in the team. That means you must have zero tolerance for bad behavior. You must have zero tolerance for people who don't understand that this is not the time to eat, and then you don't put your personal pride above the needs of the organization. You don't put your personal pride above the vision that you are pursuing. When you find people like that, you get rid of them. It has nothing to do with sentiments. It has nothing to do whether they are close to you or not. You have to be strict on getting the right people into your ship if you want to sail far in destiny. Okay, so remember, your first victory matters. And there is need for you to know how to manage your success even after you have achieved it. Okay, so thank you very much for joining us for today's conversation. I believe you learned something. I believe you got something out of it. Thank you, and I'll see you guys next week. One of the things that struck me in that research is the fact that they said that an average African cannot think and plan for more than 1 year. Okay, he said that the best of us can do 3 months or maybe 6 months. Anywhere you find an African who has a plan that is lasting for 1 year, then you are seeing an extraordinary African. What the book was trying to say is that we are short-term thinkers. Okay, and that will also affect how intergenerational or transgenerational our vision becomes. Today we are looking at the topic Built to Last, leadership that can be trusted. Let me say that if today is the first time of joining this conversation, this should be the 8th day that we are having this leadership transformation series, and the previous conversations is available on our YouTube. Transformers Global LC is our YouTube channel. I will encourage you to go back and listen to some of the previous teachings. Each teaching is designed that you are going to take out something personally for yourself, irrespective of whether you were in the last session or not. So if today is your first time, don't worry, it's going to be a good session for you as well. But to get the full package of the conversation that we've been having, I will encourage you to go to our YouTube channel and you'll be able to get some of our previous sessions. Okay. So today we are going to also be, taking our conversation from the life and principle of Joshua. Okay. Principles that Joshua lived by, to me, I believe is a lesson for us today. Not just a story of yesterday, but a lesson of today. Joshua is one of the key leadership in the Bible that inspire me, and one of the reason I take a lot of principles, showed us through his life, and character is because of where he started as a leader, which is going to be similar to many of us in terms of Joshua started as a follower serving under Moses. Okay, but one day Moses was no more, and the mantle of leadership had to, fall on Joshua. So Joshua made a transition from being a follower to a leader, and not just being any kind of leader, but a leader with impact. Okay, many of us will, at some point in our life, find ourselves where we are going to make transition from following or leading under someone to, providing leadership, providing vision, direction. And there's a lot that we can glean from the life of Joshua. Okay, and why this teaching is particularly important to me is that why every good leader starts as a good follower, not every good follower turns out to be a great leader. So Joshua is an example of how someone can begin as a follower, continue to grow, and then become a future leader with impact, a future leader, a visionary leader with results. Okay, so let me say that Joshua's life experiences, successes, as well as his failures, provide a rich secret for transition from follower to a great leader. Let me also say that this is not just about people who are starting out in leadership. It's also a way to evaluate your leadership, whether you have been a leader for maybe the past 5 years, the past 10 years, or whether you have been a leader all your life. It's also an opportunity for you to evaluate your leadership, and then to make sure that you are driving your success towards impact. Okay, so the main theme for today is build to last. Okay, and let me start by asking, what does it mean to be built to last? Okay, from the context of this teaching, from my understanding, it might mean different things for different people, but built to last in the context that we are going to be having this conversation today, it's not just about having a momentary influence. Okay, we are talking about sustainable impact. Okay, building a vision that outlives you. Okay, so it lasts beyond you. In our previous conversations, I remember mentioning that when God gives a man a vision, God is thinking generationally. Okay, so no vision is given for a single generation. Every vision is given to be passed down. The scripture I use to bring that context is when the Bible says that the righteous man leaves wealth to his children's children up to a fourth generation. Usually when we look at that scripture, we look at it from the context of riches, wealth. We are made to understand that, a righteous man leaves wealth for his children's children up to a fourth generation. But for me, I believe that beyond wealth, there are resources that are transferred which are intangible. Okay, Abraham did not necessarily transfer wealth to Isaac. Isaac did not necessarily transfer wealth to Jacob. But there is a vision that has been transferred from Abraham to Isaac, from Isaac to Jacob, and from Jacob to the 12 ones of Jacob, we became the 12 tribes of Israel. So that means that no human being on earth will be able to actualize his vision in a lifetime. Okay, it means that vision must be generational. It's something that we have not been taught well in Africa, where you see people build vision and it dies with them. Okay, simply because they don't understand how to build a vision to last. They don't understand how to build a vision to be generational. Okay, so we always view vision in the context of our generation, in the context of me. So people rise and fall with their vision. And today we struggle to find cities built by Africa. We struggle to find development. We struggle to find, things that we can look back and say, okay, this is what, we have left behind as a black man, because most times we don't think generationally. I also mentioned a book. It's a study I read so many, years ago when I was presenting a conversation on the power of the mind. And, one thing I read about Africans, it was an ethnocentric study of the African mind. A book that was, written to try to give an x-ray of how a black man thinks. One of the things that struck me in that research is the fact that they said that an average African cannot think and plan for more than 1 year. Okay? He said that the best of us can do 3 months or maybe 6 months. Anywhere you find an African who has a plan that is lasting for 1 year, then you are seeing an extraordinary African. What the book was trying to say is that we are short-term thinkers, okay? And that will also affect how intergenerational or transgenerational our vision becomes. And, whenever I look at it, sometimes we even get angry. Are these studies true? Are these studies not some sort of, stereotyping Africans and trying to, build up an image that we are not? But when you look at our generation, when you look at our communities, when you look at our schools, when you look at, every city that is governed by a black man in Africa, you can see that there are similarities, okay? You struggle to find individuals with long-term vision, okay? That is where we started this conversation about having a 7-year plan for your life or a 100-year plan for your life. The best of us, most times, even in this conversation, if I ask us to raise our hands, you will see that many of us are struggling to put together a 1-year plan. Okay? And that is why we run cities without plan. We run nations without plan. There is no vision. There is no dream. There is nothing we are building, because our mind is not designed to think generationally. And that is also a key aspect of the conversations that we are having. One of the things I want you to take out of this conversation is that I want you to begin to train your mind. It is not natural to you, but the mind can be trained to begin to think generationally, to begin to think beyond yourself, to begin to think beyond your generation. And that is when you now start looking at, how do I build things to last? Okay? So it's not just about building a business that gives you money, that you employ 50 people, and you die a successful person. No, we are asking you to build a business that even in the next 4th generation, those businesses are still going to be there, because somebody is thinking beyond their own time to a time that they will not be existing in. And that is why if you travel outside Nigeria, it's easy to find. I once walked into a store in UK, just a supermarket, not something big, not something powerful, and they were celebrating 100 years. Okay, so that supermarket has been in that corner shop, owned by the same family, and it has lasted for 100 years. I was like, wow. So there is a way to build things to last. There is a way that something can affect generations upon generations, and those are the things that we have been looking at, throughout this conversation on the Leadership Transformation Series. Okay, so like I said before, it is not having a momentary influence, it's having sustainable impact, doing something that outlives you. Okay, so it means that in this context, it is leadership that is rooted and strengthened by accountability. Okay, so I'm going to be saying a lot in terms of accountability and build to last, and what it means, to build an organization that lasts. I believe that organizations that last are accountable. Okay, leaders who last, in different generations, they are accountable. Okay, but most times when we hear accountability, it's different things for different people as well. And I want to bring another dimension of accountability, which maybe many of us have not seen it. And I'm trusting God to, speak to you, inspire you, and then through this conversation, you are going to emerge a better leader. Okay, so when we talk about accountability, what kind of accountability am I talking about? I'm talking about accountability to vision. Okay, so oftentimes when we hear about accountability, it's always about being accountable to people. Okay, I've met people who will come to me and say, I would like to be accountable to you. I've also had people, of course, we are building an accountability platform, through Transformers. But I need you to understand the difference so that by the time you even get involved in the network, or by the time you are being accountable to someone or people are accountable to you, for you to understand what accountability should be and how you can help people become, more accountable to their vision and not just people. Okay? So when we talk about accountability, we always think about people, being accountable to people. But for me, from the context and the principle we are going to see from the life of Joshua, real accountability is being accountable to vision. Okay, being accountable to the vision that God has placed in your heart. Okay, so much of what we talk about human accountability today, is sometimes influenced by manipulation and subtle control. Okay, most times you discover that people's vision are diverted and taken out of course by others, or people will find a way to try to get others to to live their vision or to build their vision, and not necessarily what God is placing in their heart. Okay, so there is a thin line between real accountability and then submitting yourself under human manipulation, where people are just trying to extend some form of control in the name of helping others become accountable. And I hope that this teaching today will help you find balance in between that. Okay, so why it is important for you to have people that you are accountable to, I also want you to understand that most times, in most cases, you find some certain form of influence and manipulation coming in when accountability is to people and not to vision. Okay, and I want to talk about that first before I talk about accountability to vision. Okay, so when you talk about accountability to senior, most times it can be manipulated. You remember the story in the Bible about the old prophet and the new prophet. Okay, the new prophet, because he was young, just like Joshua. So when I look at the story of the young prophet, I see Joshua, who is young, who is inexperienced, and most times you want to meet somebody who is senior, to say, please, I would like to hold myself accountable to you. I want you to guide me. I want you to, I mean, sometimes I remember as a young person, meeting someone to say, I'm young, I don't even know what to do. I just want you to guide me, show me what to do. Tell me, anytime I come to you, anyone you say that I'm not doing wrong, tell me to stop. Anyone that I'm doing right, encourage me to do it. Those things sound good. Those things are encouraged, but that is not the pattern that is left for us. If we are going to be leaders who are going to thrive, who are going to make a difference, you have to be true and authentic to the vision. And it is very important. So the old prophet ended up deceiving the new prophet. It destroyed the vision of God for his life. It destroyed the move of God that God was about to birth through him, because he depended on his accountability and whatever the old prophet had to say to him. Okay? You can't also be accountable to people. You can't leave your accountability to people. You see that happen in the life of Saul. When Samuel came to Saul, and I was asking him, so why didn't you wait for me to make a sacrifice? Why did you even bring these animals in the first place? You will hear Saul will constantly talk about people. And I will tell you why that happens to you as a leader. Just, flow with me. I know we don't have time, but this foundation is very important. Very, very important. I want you to pay attention. Saul said that is because of the people. You will hear anytime that Samuel was trying to correct Saul about the vision, about what God wanted him to achieve, you always hear Saul talking about the people. The people wanted to sacrifice. The people wanted to celebrate. The people wanted to keep the fat cow so that we can use it to honor God. And someone will say, my friend, are you not getting the point? We are talking about God's instruction for your life. Why? Which one is better? Pleasing God and pleasing people, which one is better? And you need to listen to this, because sometimes there are thin line, between paying attention to people and paying attention to what God has said to you personally. Okay, you also see that difference between Peter. When Peter was stopping Christ, when Christ was talking about his death, how he's going to die on the cross, and Peter came to stop him, okay, to tell him, no, don't say this kind of thing. Why should you do that? Why should you take that step? Why should you take that decision? Jesus had to reprimand him immediately. In fact, he said, Satan, get behind me. Why? He was not trying to be accountable to Peter. He was trying to be accountable to the vision. Most times you find leaders, they feel that they have to be accountable to the people, or they feel that they have to be accountable to the friends or associates or parents or senior people who have gone ahead of them. Why? There is nothing wrong with that. Like I said, we have to be careful, because you can be manipulated by other people's fears. You can be manipulated by other people's presumptions, direction. You can be manipulated by whatever that is influencing people's opinion in your life. Okay? But when your direction or whatever you are building is anchored on the vision and direction that God has placed into your life, you will see that it's going to last. Another example that I can think on top of my head now was Paul. Okay, Paul had a group of accountable partners. Okay, when he was about to go to Jerusalem, he came to a group of prophets, and when he came to the group of prophets, they were praying, and of course, one of the prophets went and collected Paul's clothes, wrapped it on his hands and on his legs, sat down and said, whoever owns this clothes, this is going to be the state of the man when they go to Jerusalem. And everybody started crying. And Saul was like, why are you guys crying? Everybody was saying, no, you are not going to make this journey. You can't make this journey. Pay attention. Pay attention. Is that not a prophecy from God? The prophet gave a prophecy from God that whoever is holding this is going to be in danger. It's like, imagine yourself being in a house and you are worshiping God and prophecy breaks out. And they say that, who is the owner of this phone? Whoever is the owner of this phone, when you step out of this place, you are going to have an accident. Everybody will cry. What will happen naturally to your mind is that you are going to say, no ways, I'm not going to make this journey. But that was not what Paul said. Paul said, no, what are you guys talking about? You guys are breaking my heart. You guys are discouraging me. The Lord has already told me that I'm going to go to Jerusalem, and from Jerusalem He's going to take me to Rome. See the assignment, see the plans, see the things that God has placed before me. You can't be breaking my heart. Now the question is, was there a prophecy from God? Yes. Is the person talking a true prophet? Yes. But is there accuracy in the interpretation of that prophecy? No. Because it was infused with human emotions, human fears. And if not that Paul was anchored on the vision, he would have been derailed. He would have aborted that journey out of fear. He would have aborted that journey out of accountability to others. And what would have happened is that he might have missed fulfilling the things that God wanted him to fulfill. Okay, so let me give you a little comparison. Okay, most of us are coming from a religious background. Some of the things I'm saying, might be, having some touch, in the way you look at it. And that is why I try to, bring together a comparison that can help you understand deeper what I'm trying to say. So accountability to people and accountability to vision. What is the difference? Okay. This might be a good place for you to write some things down. Okay. When you are accountable to people, usually it is based on the primary motivation for being accountable to people is you are looking for approval. You are looking for affirmation, and sometimes you are trying to avoid conflict. Okay, so because you don't want it to be, if I do this, will I offend someone? If I take this decision, okay, let me go to my leader. Maybe when he speaks to me, there's going to be affirmation. There's going to be an approval, and of course, everybody wants that. It gives you some level of confidence. Okay, but most times what you discover is that when you are accountable to vision, there is an alignment with purpose and divine mandate. There's an alignment with purpose and your divine mandate. Okay, so being accountable to people is nice because you want to find approval, but being accountable to vision gives you more security in terms of aligning yourself with purpose and your divine mandate. So many years ago, I think when I was in the university, I was listening to Sonda Delaja. Sunday Adelaja was pastoring a church in Ukraine, and he shared an experience he had with God, where a group of young men, they were about 2, they wanted to start a church. And when they were praying, they felt like coming to Mr. Sunday to talk to him that they want to start a church. So they went to Mr. Sunday. They left their former church, went to Mr. Sunday and the words, telling Mr. Sunday, please, we'd like to start a church. We need your help, we need your support, any kind of guidance. And then Mr. Sunday started asking them, okay, so what about your former church? What's your relationship with your pastor? Did your pastor give you approval and this and that? And then what happened was that their former pastor didn't really give them approval to go and plant a church. And after that conversation, Sunday told them, well, you need to go back to your pastor, resolve everything with him. If not, I'm not going to support you. I won't be part of whatever you are doing. And he discouraged them. And when those young men left Sunday Adelaja, they actually felt very discouraged. Okay? And then Sunday Adelaja said that night when he now went to pray, God now told him, and why did he send those young men away and send them back to their former church? That doesn't he know that he is the one sending them to go and pioneer that church? And so they say, Lord, I didn't know you are the one. And God told him, call them back, help them start that church, and give them all the support they need. When I was listening to that, I said, wow. First, what if Sunday did not hear from God? What if Sunday did not understand, the things that God has revealed to him about those young men? And do you know that those young men, because of lack of human approval and affirmation, would have aborted the things God wanted them to do because they were trying to be accountable to people. Okay, so these are the sides that I want you to understand. Okay. Most times, when you are accountable to people, you are influenced by their opinions, by their pressure, or by their popularity. Okay, so when you are looking at people and you are trying to be accountable to them, you can be influenced by their opinions. I remember when I wanted to start, when I wrote a book, Power Shift. Okay, I wrote the book Power Shift, and then there's this senior person in my city, Enugu, then, that I greatly respect this man. And I've written the book already, so I went to give him a copy to say, sir, I've written a book. And he was like, oh wow, awesome. So what's the next plan? I said, well, the next plan is that I want to put together a conversation around the book. So I want to call the conversation Power Shift. He rested down a bit on his chair and said, don't you think that Power Shift is too confrontational? Maybe try to make it something light and different. I said, sir, so what do you think? He said, why not make it leadership? Maybe something around leadership, or so that you don't sound too confrontational, or people just feels like you are going to be too confrontational. To be very honest with you, he convinced me. I left that environment, hoping to talk to my team that let's change the title of the conference from Power Shift. Let's make it something, maybe leadership, something subtle, And then, how did God save my life? I went into a conversation. I went into more like a seminar, and there was what's it called? There was this guy, he's a poet, he stood to have a conversation. And what was the conversation he was having? He stood up and said that we all Nigerians are hypocrites. And then he started talking. This guy was talking and I was getting shivers. He was talking about life as Nigerians, how we don't stay true to our identity, the things we believe we should do. We cower, change our mind in the face of opposition, in the face of discomfort. And as he kept talking, I just kept telling myself, you are not true to the vision. You are not true to the book. You are not true to the things you want to do. Why do you want to change it from powership to leadership? That was the whole thing that was going into my mind. By the time the young man finished talking, I walked up to him, shook his hand, and told him, thank you, you spoke to me. I know he didn't know what happened. Finally, I had a meeting with my team. I said, okay, we are going ahead with Power Shift. We put it very bold on the billboard, and it became one of the biggest events I had in my city then. Guess who gave me the advice? A senior person that I respect so much. And as young leaders, because you have that feeling of inadequacy, because you have that feeling of doubt. Can I do this? Can't I do this? I always want you to understand. Imagine Joshua taking over from Moses. Who are we talking about? You remember who Moses was? Moses is the guy that when he drops his rod, people die. Moses is the guy that raised his rod and parted the Red Sea. Moses is the guy that when he's walking, you see the sun moving, you see the moon moving. You know, there is all kinds of miracle happened, and then Moses is dead. And then there is Joshua. This young guy is supposedly supposed to take over from Joshua. So there's a lot of intimidation, and that is why I tell you guys, you will find constantly in the book of Joshua, more than any other scripture in the Bible, you will hear God say, be courageous, only be courageous, only be strong, only be courageous, because Joshua had a lot of fears stepping into what Moses left behind. That shoe was very big. And many of us as young people, when you want to step up into having national conversations, you don't feel like you measure up. When you want to start out into pioneering a business, pioneering an organization, doing something that nobody has done before, you always feel that you are inadequate, you are not enough, you can't do it. There is that pullback. You tell your friend, they will tell you, no, you can't. You tell your parents, they tell you, no, you can't. Human accountability can always, influence your opinions, most times negatively. So when you are accountable to vision, you are guided by mission, you are guided by values, and you are guided by your long-term direction, what you want to achieve. Okay? Accountability to people gives you short-term peace and acceptance. So you have that temporal peace in your heart, you have that acceptance. Somebody is giving you a pat at the back. Yeah, go ahead, this is good. I think you should do it. Okay? But accountability to vision gives you long-term impact. You are able to see beyond where you are. You are able to see the impact of your actions generationally, not just as a short-term action. Okay? Accountability to people most times is reactive, is driven by what others want or expect. So you usually see, like I shared in my story, people want something, people expect something. So being accountable to people most times, you are going to be reacting to what drives what people expect or what they want to see. Okay? But accountability to vision is more proactive. You are driven by the requirements of the vision. You are driven by the power, the passion that the vision is bringing into your heart. That is what is driving you. Okay? So accountability to people, you may sacrifice principles in order to please others. I've also shared it in my previous story. You find all these things. You sacrifice your principles in order to please others. Okay, you remember the story of the old prophet and the new prophet in the Bible. The new prophet was told by God, don't eat anything, don't talk to anybody. But the old prophet came and said, well, God told me to tell you that you can now eat. Okay, and that was how the young man died. Lost his vision, lost his life, lost everything. Okay, you are likely to sacrifice your principles in order to please others. Okay, but when you are accountable to your vision, you are willing to say no. You are willing to stay on the course because you are thinking in line of vision, not in line of people. This is very important. This is very critical. Okay, people's opinion, their feedback, or their demands, play a lot of role. What do you think about this idea? There's something I want to do. I want to run it by you. A young man even spoke to me yesterday, and was saying that there's something he's thinking of doing. He wants to run it by me. I was saying, oh, wow, awesome. We do these things, we think there is humility in it. We think that it's nice. Okay, we are taught to seek advices. Yes, that is beautiful, but you must also be careful who you are having that conversation with, because their feedback, their opinions, their demands can affect your vision. What should drive accountability to vision? God's voice, not people's voice. The vision, the original blueprint. What original blueprint did God put in your heart concerning what you want to do? Okay, let me just quickly run through this. So there is fear of rejection. When you are accountable to people, you are always careful about fear of rejection. Are they going to reject? Are they going to disapprove? What I want to do, is it going to bring conflict? But when you are accountable to vision, you are anchored in clarity and conviction. So you have clarity and then you have conviction. Okay, because you are responding to the vision that God has placed in your heart. And then the final one here in this comparison table is approval may be gained. When you are accountable to people, you might gain approval, but purpose may be lost. Okay, so for instance, when I went to the man I respected so much to ask about the conference I want to hold, he said, yes, this is a noble idea, but change the name. Did I get approval? Yes, I got the approval. But was purpose lost? Yes. Okay. So, but when you anchor accountability to vision, what happens is that purpose is preserved. So let me say it again. Real accountability must be to the vision God has called you to. It must not be to the people. It must not be to events. It must not be to things around you. This is one of the hard decisions you are going to make as a young leader. As a young person who is starting out, these are the hurdles you are going to cross. Okay? Because what will happen, most likely going to happen, is that the Moses in your life is not going to die. If you are serving in a church, your pastor is not going to be dying. Okay? If you are in an organization, the business owner is not going to be dying. Okay? You have been serving in a school, or you have been working in a business, and suddenly you feel like starting your own. What's the next thing you want to do? You want to go and seek approval. You want to go and find out how people can support your vision. I remember when I ran for ACG president. This is going to be the final example. I remember when I ran for ACG president. When God placed in my heart, when I got fully convinced in my heart to go and, some of these things I'm sharing with you guys, why it sounds unique and different, because it's embodied in my story. Okay, I grew up not having a relationship with my dad. Okay, so I met my dad on the sick bed. You have pictures maybe in your house where you took picture with your dad, or where your dad came to pick you from school. I never had those moments. The only imagination I have about my father in my head is him on a wheelchair or lying down on the bed. Okay, so I grew up having that emptiness, having that space of a fatherly figure in my life, and it became an issue for so many years. In fact, I will constantly talk to God. And then because I'm multi-talented and I have giftings in different things, when I approach leaders and say, please guide me, please, help me as a young person, they just end up giving me tasks, giving me responsibility, using me, and nobody is looking into my life, what I have, what I carry. So it became a very big dysfunctionality in my life that I believe even up to today, God is still dealing with me on that. Okay. So what happened was that after God spoke to me, it was clear in my heart, go ahead, run for ACG president. Okay. The next thing is that I had to look for human accountability, like we are taught. Okay. I met my senior brother then. He washed me down. He said, have you ever been a class rep? Have you ever been anything? And so how can you wake up in your third year? You're not even in your second year, your final year, and you said you want to be ACG president. Oh God, please go and sit down and rest. I don't know who is putting that. You always get all kinds of vision in your head. Okay? Went to my mom, different story. Went to almost everybody around me, different stories, different discouragements, different conversations. Even when I met the person I hope, is going to give me some money, at least when I launch into, to run for the election, I need some money. And the guy said, okay, well, you can go ahead if you want to, provided you don't come to me for support. I came back home that day, depressed, giving up, and not planning to continue with the vision. And that night, I still felt a small voice of God in my spirit saying, all the people you have trusted, all the people you believe that can help you, have failed you. Now, can you focus on me? Let's get this thing done. And that was how, maybe it's a story for another day, I can even share how God started guiding me with strategies, with principles from day one to the final day when I became successful and I won that election. It was one of my most powerful experiences with God that I can never forget in my life. Okay? So the reason I'm sharing this is that as a young leader, you are going to struggle with, who am I going to be accountable? Who is going to accept me? Who is going to encourage me? Who is going to give me approval? The only approval you need is the vision that God has placed in your heart. Every other thing will fall in line. Every other thing will fall in place, as long as you stay true and stay right to your vision. I want to repeat that again. Real accountability must be vision driven. It must be based on the vision God has placed in your heart and nothing else. Okay? So let's go to the scripture. let's make it a valid meeting. So how did I get this principle? I got this principle from the life of Joshua in Joshua 13 verse 1. Okay? So this was how the conversation went. In Joshua 13 verse 1, the Bible said that when Joshua was an old man, the Lord said to him, "You are growing old, and much land remains for you to be conquered." Oh wow, interesting. Okay, so you are growing old, and much land remains to be conquered. So it means that God is having a conversation with Joshua. Okay, he's saying, Joshua, okay, Joshua, my man, you are getting things done. Okay, you are getting old, but there are yet vision. You remember where we started? In Joshua chapter 1, he said, "I'm going to give you this land so that you can give it to my people. Moses, my servant, is there. I want you to rise up, take these people to the land I've promised them." And he started giving him the scope of the land of the Negev. He started giving him boundaries, scope of the vision. We've talked about that in our previous conversations. So you can see that God's accountability with Joshua, even God trying to hold Joshua accountable, was to the vision. Isn't that exciting to see? God was trying to hold Joshua accountable and is connecting him to the vision. He says, "Remember, there are lands remaining for you to be conquered." Let me say this. I know I've said it in my previous conversations, but let me say this. One true sign of spirituality is vision. One true sign that you are a spiritual person is the vision in your heart. It's not that you pray. It's not that you fast. It's not that you sleep in church. It's not that you do all kinds of religious things that, many of us ascribe to spirituality. No. One key element of spirituality is vision. Every true Christian must have a talking relationship with God. But the fruit of that talking relationship with God is vision. Every conversation you are going to have with God begins and ends with vision. I hear people talk about how they have conversations with God, where they play with God, where they eat, where they dance, where they sing, powerful experiences. I hope to also have that. But when you look at scriptural principles, whenever God meets a man, the conversation he wants to have with that man is vision. And that is why one of the things that makes me question someone's Christianity or someone's faith, or question whether someone hears from God, is when I interact with a young man or a young lady and I don't see footprints of vision, footprints of what God is leading them to do, footprints of what God is guiding them to do. Most times I will begin to ask questions and question them. Do you really have a relationship with God? Do you really have intimacy with God? Because inside that, every fruit, it's like a husband and a wife. Okay? You can enjoy intimacy for whatever purpose you want to enjoy it. Intimacy was given with God, but intimacy must be able to produce vision. It must be able to produce fruits. It must be able to bring out something, that you can call a creation, a proof of that intimacy. And that is how our relationship with God also works. So every conversation you are going to have with God starts and ends with vision. You can't see any man who truly encountered God that never came out with vision. You must come out with vision. Adam's first conversation with God, vision. Noah's first conversation with God, vision. Abraham's first conversation with God, vision. Jesus' conversation with God, vision. Jesus' conversation with others, vision. Follow me, today I'm going to make you fishers of men. It's all about vision. When he was going back, he said, okay, this conversation I'm giving you guys, start from Jerusalem to Judea to Samaria to the uttermost parts of the earth, is vision. Guess what? When Jesus comes back, the Bible said he's going to reward those who are stayed true to their vision. Good and faithful servant, move to the right. It's all about vision. So that means that, what would you rather anchor your life on? Are you going to anchor your life on what is important to God, the most primary concern of God in your life, which is the vision and the calling that he has for you? What would you rather anchor your life? Are you going to anchor it on people? Are you going to anchor it on those who are better than you? Are you going to find yourself always comparing what I'm doing with what others are doing? Which one is better? No. You're going to anchor it based on the vision God has placed in your heart and what God wants you to accomplish. Okay? And that is why I want to encourage you guys, if you've not gone through our e-course, some of you show up every Tuesday, but what we are doing in Transformers is beyond the Tuesday conversations. We have an e-course. And I will encourage you. I know the link, you are going to find the link in the chat box, but I'm going to encourage you to register for the course. Maybe next week we can have people who have gone through the courses come and share their experience. The course is free and is designed to help you to begin to understand the vision of God, the vision that you have for your life, and then to start building on it. Okay, it is a key critical aspect of transformation. Okay, so the conversation we have every day is linked to vision, and see why. Whenever God wants to transform someone, he introduces a vision. If you want to transform a child, anything, whatever you want to change, you want to transform an organization, you want to transform a company, you want to transform a nation, you must introduce the vision element. When I listen to politicians, the first thing I look out for is what vision is he driving, and how is that vision inspiring others. Those are the first key elements I look out for before I start checking other things. I was analyzing a few months ago. We are analyzing some leaders in Nigeria, and I mentioned one northern leader who is a Muslim, and somebody was like, as a Christian, do you know what this man represents? Do you know? I said, no. This conversation is not based on what he represents. This conversation is based on the tenets of good governance. Okay, so look at what he did as a governor. Look at the principles he followed as a governor. Look at some of the indicators, some of the actions he took. Compare it, juxtapose it together with whoever you are. Then you can be able to tell a difference. Okay, so when evaluating leadership, first things I look out for, what is the vision element of what I'm doing? And for you as a leader, you must constantly ask yourself, what is the vision element of what I'm creating, what I'm driving, what I'm trying to build, and how will that inspire others? Okay, so I want to encourage you. Some of you are not sure about your vision, you are not sure about what God is doing in your life, you are not sure about the things you must pursue, you are not sure about your purpose. I will encourage you to register for that course, okay, and be part of what we are doing. Awesome, okay? So, true leaders don't keep fame. They don't keep their eyes on fame. They don't keep their eyes on riches. They don't keep their eyes on resources or success, or even how influential they've become. No, they keep vision before their eyes. That was why God said to Habakkuk, in Habakkuk chapter 2, he said, write the vision, make it plain, so that those who read it may run. Okay, so why? Because what should drive your actions as a leader is vision. So a leader with success never stops or settles. Results do not deceive them. Okay, their real measure of success is the accomplishment of the vision. And that was why, when God came to Joshua, he said, yes, you've done this, but look, you have not finished. You have not finished. You have not finished. But guess what? For some of us, once we start making money, we build a good house, we buy a new car, we are comfortable, then we have arrived. What drives leadership in Africa? Is it really vision, or when people amass wealth? You see them when they talk about it, when you sit around politicians in Nigeria, across Africa, they just keep talking about what they have. Oh, I just bought a new car. Oh, I just bought a new house. Sometimes it's very boring and nauseating sitting around politicians. Okay, sometimes they tell me that as a politician you need to mix around. But one day I was having a conversation and we were joking about it, and I told them, when I sit with you guys, I only learn bad things. I said, I only learn bad things. You don't have meaningful conversation. We don't talk about education. We don't talk about economy. We don't talk about youth development. You just sit down here and then we just do chit chat. You take answer calls, tell people you are busy, but we are just doing chit chat here. 3 hours have passed. We are not doing anything meaningful. It's nauseating. It's frustrating. And sometimes it makes people perceive me as someone who is non-social. It's not that I'm non-social, but I'm not cut out for that kind of conversation. Let's discuss vision. Let's discuss blueprints that will translate, rural areas into cities, that will translate, local economies into thriving economies with exports across the world. That is the kind of conversation I want to have. And that is the kind of conversation you must have as a leader. When you have people around you that you have that kind of conversation with, you will constantly see yourself building. You will constantly see yourself growing, because you are anchoring yourself on vision and you are never satisfied. So even if you have money, you are never satisfied. Elon Musk is the richest man in the whole world, but he's still talking about building an estate in the moon. Why? That's vision. He's being driven by vision. If Elon Musk was a Nigerian, he would just start running for president now and then build houses in all the states and relax. No, they are moving towards vision. They are moving towards accomplishing something that outlives them. And that is what makes them to build organizations that last. Okay? So being accountable to vision means you are going to have less of distractions. You are going to be aligned with vision even when it becomes uncomfortable. And it means that you are going to submit your personal preferences to divine purpose. Okay? So why some leaders don't last, I'm just going to run through this quickly. I probably have mentioned it in the course of my explanations. Why some leaders don't last? Some leaders don't last because of misalignment from vision. Okay? Misalignment from vision. Like when God rejected Saul, he said, I've rejected this man. Don't pray about him. Forget about him. Get David for me. What was it that made David unique? He said, I've found a man after my heart. What is after God's vision is the conversation, is the vision that is driving what God wants to achieve. Okay? So what makes leaders don't last? Misalignment from vision. Okay? And that is what takes away the trust element of what they are trying to do. People feel like, it's not what we agreed that we are doing again. When I joined, we said we are going to do this. That's not what we are doing. Takes away trust from a leader. Prioritizing visibility over accountability to vision. Okay, so we live in a world of social media influence. Everybody is trending. Brands are trending. And most times you discover that we are no longer paying attention to delivery. We're no longer paying attention to vision. What we are paying attention to those whose brands stand out. So even when you don't have delivery, but you have a strong brand, then you are perceived as a good leader. Okay, you see it all over the world, even amongst politicians. You saw it in the last American election, where you can see people tilting to those who have good brands, those who are able to move the crowd, and not paying attention to leaders that have plans, have results, and that they are going somewhere. Okay, sometimes I look at it, I wonder, I said, what really are people paying attention? Okay, so what it tells you, of course, this is the age that we are living, is that even though you are a visionary leader, build brands that cut across to people so that you have both brand and delivery, and that's what gives you a powerful impact. Okay, substituting gifting for their growth. This is also one of the reasons why leaders don't build to last. Okay, lack of wise counsel and spiritual counsel. So I've discussed that. Even if you have to seek counsel, let me say this to you guys. I never seek advice from any person who doesn't understand God's program for my life. There are few people I talk to when I want to make decisions. There are few friends I talk to when I want to make decisions. And those friends have known me not just as an individual. They have known me to the level that they understand my vision. They understand where God is taking me. And most times, even when I'm sharing things with them, I say, I would like to do this. They will remind me, but this is what God has been saying. This is what you keep telling me God has been saying. Why are you bringing this down? And how does it connect? Those are the kind of people I have conversations with. They understand God's programming for my life. And whenever I mentor a person, whenever I have any kind of relationship with a person, the first thing I try to do, the first thing I try to sense is to understand, what is God saying to this person? What has God been saying to them? What is the vision element of their life, so that I can key in? If not, you are in somebody's life, but you are a distraction. You are trying to get married to somebody. Can you try to find out what is the vision of God concerning that person's life? Okay, most disagreements in marriage is because usually people have different plans, different visions, different directions, and they are not able to deliver. Okay, so the last thing I want to mention is compromising under pressure. Some leaders don't last because they compromise under pressure. They compromise their vision. So you have something you want to build, but there's pressure here and there, you compromise and then you leave it. So what are the practices that will make your vision last? Write it down. Like God said to Habakkuk, write the vision, make it clear. Write it down, keep it clear and visible. Okay? Then have periodic track alignment. So periodically, evaluate your vision. Okay, ask yourself, am I still in line? We are building an app. We are building a Transformers app. I've been working with the development team. Hopefully before the end of this year, we are going to have an app. The goal of that app is to help you to keep track of your vision, to keep track of the things. I think there was a session where I showed the app and what it looks like. We've gone far, I think we've done more than half of the app. So I'm hoping that before the end of this year, we are going to launch an app that will give you, some kind of guidance around everything that we've been discussing. So the app is built around your vision, purpose, personal leadership, personal relationship, personal systems, and personal outcomes, to help you drive and become an effective leader. So I'm hoping that before the end of the year, that app will be out. Then it can help you to periodically track what you are trying to do and how you are moving towards God's vision. And the last thing I want to say is stay humble. The first one is write the vision down. Periodically evaluate the vision, just the way God evaluated Joshua in line with his vision in Joshua chapter 13, where we read today. Stay humble. Influence grows as pride dies. Okay, so you are not finished until the vision is accomplished. That was why Jesus said it's finished, because he's finished. It's finished. Okay, and Jesus is our ultimate model. So when you hear him in John 17, he said, I have finished the work you gave me to do. Okay, he's not talking about I have bought a car, built a house, or I've won an election. No, he said I have finished the work you gave me to do. In the book of Acts 13, one of my favorite scriptures, Acts 13:36, the Bible talking about David, he said that David served the purpose of God for his generation, and then he now rested and was buried with his fathers. So an analysis of David's life is in line with David serving the purpose of God for his generation and then rested. It means that David is the guy who built to last. No wonder when you talk about Christ, they connect Christ to the throne of David. They connect him, they call him the son of David, because it is the vision that God placed in the heart of David that we are still expanding through Christ. Okay, it's an expression of that embodiment David built to last. Okay, Jesus didn't just fulfill his calling, he was faithful to the vision. Okay, and that was how he became, a global figure today. Christianity keeps growing, people's lives keep transforming, there's still expansion going all over the world because a leader stayed true to the vision, finished, and built it to last. Things I want to share with you, I want to leave with you as we end is, what vision has God given you? What vision has God given you? Are you leading from the place of vision, or are you leading from the place of comparison? Most people start things because they see people doing it. Oh, AI, oh, AI, oh, this one, oh, IT. No. What vision has God placed in your heart? Are you staying true to that vision with clarity? And then, how are you aligned with the vision that God has placed in your heart for this season? Okay, so what you are doing right now, what you are planning to do, what you are engaging with, how is it aligned with what you believe God wants you to do? Okay, it's good to have a good job. Okay, you can have a job because you want to meet your needs, but job is not a vision unless that job is part of the vision. Okay, so you must constantly ask yourself, am I aligned to the things God wants me to do, the things God wants me to establish? And that is what I leave you with. Thank you so much for tuning in today. I hope you are blessed. I'm going to see you guys next week. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you for listening. Please do follow us on our social media handles on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok at Transformers Global LC, on Twitter X at TGlobalLC. Hello and thank you for tuning in. We're excited to share a powerful and transformative message with you, brought to you by the Transformers Global Leadership Center. Our vision is focused on raising a new generation of Christian leaders who are called to bring about personal, national, and global transformation. Whether you're looking to deepen your faith, grow as a leader, or make an impact in your community, this message is designed to inspire and equip you to fulfill God's calling on your life. And here's the best part, you can download and listen to all our messages online. Simply visit www.transformersglobal.org and gain access to this life-changing content. You'll find practical insights and spiritual guidance that can help you step into your God-given purpose. Thank you for being part of this movement. Together, we can make a difference in the world. We look forward to walking this path with you.
Good evening, everyone. Great to have you guys once again. It's an awesome Tuesday and it's always exciting. I always look forward to this meeting. I say this and I don't joke with it. It's also an interesting time for me. Even some of these things, I've read it. It's something, let me say that the book of Joshua is a key aspect. I have it as a personal blueprint. The book of Joshua, the book of Nehemiah, I constantly look at it as a personal blueprint for my leadership, but each time I open the book, it looks like I'm seeing something different. It looks very new to me. And I hope that is also happening to most of us who are familiar with their story. I welcome you guys once again to this session. Permit me to say that if you are joining us for the first time, I will encourage and welcome you to listen to the previous sessions. Each session is distinct on its own, going to be a lesson that you will take away from it, but you will have a more broader view, understanding of conversation if you are also listening to the previous session. So I will encourage you to go to our YouTube page, Transformers Global. You will have access to some of our previous conversations so that you can glean into what we've been discussing about. So this is a leadership series we started a few weeks back. Today we are going to be talking about Dominion by Design, God's original blueprint for influence. Okay, I consider the book of Joshua just a story in the Bible for us to look at and learn, but I take a lot of inspirations from it as regards new leaders. Okay, so Joshua was a young man who followed Moses. In fact, the Bible introduces Joshua as the servant of Moses. Okay, so a time came in his life where, Moses was taken away, and then it was now his turn to lead. I find it very inspirational because many of us at some point in our life, we will be given an opportunity to lead. We will be called to lead, to handle a leadership position where we have to not just provide direction for ourselves, but to provide direction for others. So I find Joshua's introduction to leadership, his growth in leadership, his success as something that every young leader need to look forward to as winning principles and guidance for successful leadership. Okay, so I consider it a winning leadership lessons for today's new leaders, today's pioneers, people who are going to be going into different forms of leadership endeavors in their life to glean from. Learn something that is going to be used as opportunity for them to achieve success. Okay, so once again, I want to thank you guys for tuning in, and I believe that today's conversation will also be very interesting to you. I had a follow-up question after the last sessions where someone was asking me about leadership failure. When you find yourself, you failed in leadership and you don't have the courage to move on. You don't have the courage to continue to move forward. And I think that the question was a bit, even though it was personal, I felt it's something that maybe I could address before moving into this conversation. And what makes leaders rise after their failure and what makes it impossible for others to rise after their failure. And there were two key answers I gave to the person I would just like to share with you guys quickly. Okay, so two things I've identified that influences people's inability to rise after a fall is one, pride, and then the second one is ignorance. Okay, so pride, so when a leader is not humble enough to accept their mistakes and their failure, oftentimes you find it that, they will struggle to fall back after failure. Okay, so when you look at history, like I said, when we discussed Joshua's failure or Joshua's mistake or Joshua's inability to discern God properly before going into the land, that led to loss of lives, and some form of discrediting his leadership. One key action he took was that he humbled himself. Okay. He humbled himself, sought the face of God, took action, taking responsibility for what he didn't do right, fixed it, and then he went back. But the second one I also want to mention, about ignorance is the fact that, many people think that, failure, most times when it happens, because there's a lot of things, if it's moral failure or anything, that doesn't really sound very nice when others hear it, people try to begin to shy away from leadership, and they begin to shy away, from their calling and assignments because of their mistake. Okay. I think that, there's a lot of issues associated with that we have to address. First, you must understand that failure was designed by the devil to stop you anyway. Okay, so if you are someone who is accomplishing something powerful and significant, there's going to be a heightened pressure on your part to stop what you are doing, most times usually through your failures, through your mistakes, where you begin to feel that you are not worthy, where you begin to feel that, as a result of your mistake, maybe whatever you are doing should collapse. I've seen people walk away from dreams. I've seen people walk away from the things that they are building because they felt that they made a mistake that discredited them from what they were doing. Okay. And the reason I thought to address this is that, like I said a few weeks ago, mistakes most times might not be very, avoidable. So it means that many of us are going to find ourselves in a place where we're going to walk into some kind of mistakes and some kind of, wrong decisions, but it should not stop us from continuing our leadership success. Okay, which we also find in the life of Joshua. He took action to come back, came back very strong, and continued winning. So after a fall, you can continue winning, but you must understand that, devil cannot stop your leadership success just because of your mistake. Oftentimes, if I connect this to sin, people think that, when we sin, the sin has power to stop our success. Okay. But there's nothing in the Bible that suggests that sin has power to stop our success. In fact, devil doesn't win when you sin. Okay, what happens is that the devil wins when your sin affects your personal relationship with God. Okay, which usually is just your guilt of your actions, not necessarily the actions that stops your result. So if you look at what happened in the Garden of Eden, when Adam made his mistake, he ate what he was not supposed to, eat in the first place. What happened was that he started hiding as a result of his guilt, and then he started intentionally avoiding God, avoiding his responsibility, and withdrawing himself from the assignment given to him by God. In fact, you find it very interesting that, why many people will say, okay, that sin separates us from God, or that sin destroys our relationship with God. But you find it very interesting that in this picture, it was God that started approaching Adam. Okay. And even when God approached Adam, he was asking him, where are you? It was even Adam that started the conversation of what went wrong. It was not even God who started the conversation of what went wrong. They say, I saw you walking in the garden, and then I hid myself. And then God said, okay, what happened? Why are you hiding? How come you are suddenly hiding? Why are you withdrawing from assignment? I gave you a job to do. We have a time to meet. You are not showing up. What is going on? Have you eaten the fruit? Adam said, yes, I ate the fruit. It's the woman that gave it to me. You understand the whole story. But the fact was that even at the end of the day, it was God who killed an animal, provided for their sin, helped them even despite their failure to see how to take advantage of the situation and build from where they are. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that our mind's inability to understand the role that guilt plays, in disqualifying us from leadership, in disqualifying us from assignments, is what actually most times stops leaders. Okay? Yes, failure is not acceptable in the activities of a leader's life, but you must understand that you can fall back after your failure. You can make amends. You can humble yourself, fix what is wrong, fall back, and then continue what you are doing. Remember, the devil's the devil's ultimate plan is to stop you from what you are doing. Is to stop you. Okay, there is something God has called you to do. There is a program on earth that has to run through you, and the devil is not happy about that, so he stops it. Okay, so he wins the moment he gets you to stop, and that is why every leader must have a resolve to continue in their relationship with God, continue in their leadership impact until whatever God has called them to do on earth is fulfilled. We find it in the life of David. There's a contrast between David and Saul. Okay, Saul was held with pride. He was unrepentant. He was unable to, find the humility to look for the solutions to his problem. David, on the other side, had committed even more sin compared to what you would say Saul did. Found providence, was able to move ahead, continue his leadership. At the end of the day, even handing over to his son. At the end of the day, you discover that David's humility, David's understanding of the grace of God, the power of God that was also available to him, made him to continue the leadership. So never find yourself, especially as a young leader, where you have to stop what God has given you convictions on, what you know that you're supposed to do because of your mistakes. You can fix it two ways. Make sure there's no ignorance stopping you from what you are doing. And then also make sure that there is no pride in between, because it takes humility. It takes humility to even confront those you lead. It takes humility to come to the people you are leading and say, oh guys, I got this thing wrong. I actually thought this was the best way for it, and it wasn't the best way. Please, I'm sorry. I've seen people, I think the famous story is the story of Clinton, former president of America, where he had, some, form of moral breakdown that could even stop and destroy his career, but he came out and openly had a confession, asked the American people for forgiveness, accepted what he did, and what many people thought could destroy him completely, take him away from leadership, bring him national dishonor. At the end of the day, he found redemption because he took the approach of understanding that as a leader, now that I've done something wrong, I need to come out, accept, apologize to the people, and also ask them for permission to continue leading. Okay? Whatever God has called you to do only stops because of your inability to understand, that most times failure is inevitable and there's a pathway for you to recover. Joshua recovered and recovered very strong. I want to connect it to what I'm teaching today. Joshua recovered and recovered very, very strong. Okay, so when you look at chapter 10 of the book of Joshua, in fact, the heading on the Bible says, "The day the sun stood still." Okay, so the very first time I saw it, what was coming into my mind is, this is a leader who started out very, very fearful in his journey. Joshua was very fearful. And that is why whenever you see, especially in chapter 1, God will always tell him, be courageous. Don't be afraid. Be courageous. Be courageous. Because Joshua had lots of, fears in his heart about whether he is able to pull off this task. But the same guy who was fearful, the same guy who was supposedly inexperienced, the same guy who wasn't sure, whether he will be able to achieve the things God wants him to achieve. In chapter 10, they were already talking about the sun standing still in order for him to finish his assignment. I find this very, very interesting. Whenever you start what God wants you to do, in as much as you might feel that these things might not be possible because of where you are coming from, your background, your experience, your, certain skills that you don't have, gleaning from Joshua's life, you discover that all you need, first of all, is to act in obedience. Respond to God's calling, respond to that vision, respond to that plan. You've written it down for years, you've written it down, you've talked about it, you've shared with your friends, you have continued to share. You need to take action from where you are. Because one thing I understand is that the more we read Joshua's story, the more it gets better. Even with his challenges, even with the continuous pressure, even with the wrong partnership he went into, the more he works on his vision, the more he gets better, the more he grows, the more the influence expands. because where you are today is different from where you are going tomorrow. Okay, there's a lot of provisions you are unaware of. There are a lot of things designed to aid your vision that you are unaware of. And most times, if you are waiting to see those things before you start, that is why many of us are not able to accomplish any impact in life, because they want everything to be in place before they start. Okay, so Joshua, started where he was, despite his fears, despite his inadequacies. He came to a point where you see even the sun stand still in order for him to achieve success. In verse 24 of the book of Joshua chapter 10, Joshua did something that I find, very interesting. He called his leaders. He brought the kings, the 5 kings that he conquered in that Joshua chapter 10, the southern kings. I think in verse 11, he conquered the northern kings. He placed them on the floor and then called his leaders and said, put your feet on their neck. Okay. And then when they put their feet on their neck, one of the things that the scripture said was that Joshua had control over the land. And then, of course, he went to the northern kings. He made a conquest. And after making a conquest, the scripture also said that Joshua had control of the land. And in fact, in the last few verses, he said that he took the entire land, keeping with all the instructions that God has given to Moses. He collected all the inheritance, distributed it among the tribes, and then they had rest from war. That was how the last verses of Joshua chapter 11 put it. He said they had rest from war. Okay, so like I said, what started with fear, what started with inadequacies, what started with, oh, I'm not sure, ended up as a vision that had influence over the land. And when we are talking about a blueprint, I need you to understand this. Any vision that God puts in your heart, any dream that God puts in your heart, the goal is that it will lead you to some form of global relevance. The goal is not just for you to start small and end small. The goal is for you to start small from a place that you are not sure and then grow into relevance. We find about 3 models like that in the Bible. There are many, but 3 I'm going to mention. In the book of Genesis, it said, Genesis 1:28, it said, let us make man in our image and let them have dominion. Okay? And then the next thing he now said is, let them have control over the fishes, over everything. But in chapter 2, it began to mention the processes of that influence, the processes of that, dominion. It said, have control, replenish the earth, subdue it, and then have dominion. So it means that there are stages and processes that God expects us to go through in order for us to establish our wide influence. Okay, so you also find it in the life of Abraham. When God told him that he's going to be a blessing to the nations. Okay, you also find it in the life of Jesus Christ when he was giving instructions to his disciples. He said they should grow their influence starting from Jerusalem, their primary place of influence, to Judea, to Samaria, and to the uttermost parts of the earth. Okay, these things are not just scriptural instructions for evangelism. These are scriptural patterns for destiny. It means that whatever God starts with you, his intention is to drive it to global relevance, is to drive it to global influence. There is no vision that comes from God that is a small vision. There's no vision that comes from God that is designed to die, in a local space. Whatever God has placed in your heart is something that must have some form of global relevance, of global influence. So you start small as a corner, and then you begin to work on it until it grows, it grows, it grows. It comes to a point where it becomes a movement. The influence begins to grow. Now, when you look at Joshua chapter 10, verse 11, it looks like Joshua went into a winning spree. he moves from this land to the next land, from that land to the next land, from that land. It means that as you begin to build your vision, there comes a point in that vision, it goes through a tipping point, and then the influence begins to drive, the success begins to drive. Sometimes it looks like this thing doesn't have, you no longer have control over the success. Okay, you see, it begins to drive, it begins to grow, imagine it like when you want to push a car. Initially there are a lot of efforts that is required to push that car, but it comes to a point where it just starts rolling on its own. Most times, because we don't understand that success comes to a point where it begins to move without you not really having so much control on it, and we are struggling to start, we are struggling to push. Most of us take our eyes off the goal, we take our hands off the wheel, okay, because of the initial struggles. But what you see in the life of Joshua is that you will come to a point where it looks like everything becomes easy, everything begins to flow effortlessly, everything begins to happen for itself. The right people begins to come in place, the right vision begin to manifest. The resources that you need, everything that is required to make the vision work begins to come. Of course, you even see the partnership of the supernatural. I'm going to mention that a bit later. You see partnership with the supernatural, engaging with what Joshua was called to do. Okay, so he started winning and continued winning, and his influence was growing, kept growing. That at some point it looked like Joshua had no more control over his success. Okay, so whatever you are starting small has the potential to grow big, has the potential to have influence, and there are key strategic things I want to mention that the Bible gives us as a blueprint to ensuring that happens. Okay, the first one, I'm going to mention about 4 things to you, in which I consider God's original blueprint for influence. The first one is dominion is always strategic and spiritual. Okay. We've had, I think, our second lesson when we talked about strategic intelligence. Okay. And the first lesson, which we also talked about, the spiritual mandate of Joshua's assignment. Dominion is strategic. It means it's a strategic data. It makes strategic sense in terms of whatever God is telling you must also correspond with the available data, available intelligence. But most so, it's spiritual. So it means that any leader who is starting any form of endeavor that is supposed to drive through time must understand the strategic aspect of that vision as well as the spiritual aspect of that vision. Now, even in chapter 10, you will constantly find Joshua constantly leaning on God's word, leaning on his relationship with God while pursuing strategic influence. You will always see him leaning. Even in chapter 10, when the Gibeonites came to Joshua and they were asking him about giving him help, that all the kings have gathered against them. The Bible said that the Lord spoke to Joshua. He said, "Don't be afraid, go. I've handed over the kings to you." So you see that there's that constant partnership between him understanding how to fight, having strategic plan in terms of what he wants to accomplish, and also leaning to the spiritual, finding God's voice, finding God's spiritual understanding in order to carry out what he wants to do. Now, let me say this. Many of us grew up in the church, okay? And we see our pastors, attribute many of the things they do to the spiritual or to the supernatural. And sometimes we don't know how to translate that in the marketplace, okay? Translating that in the marketplace is that we don't understand. So, for instance, if a pastor goes through some certain kinds of spiritual process, why while pursuing ministry. We always feel, oh, okay, that is supposed to be done by the pastor because he's running a ministry. But you see, the ministry is also not different from you running a business or from you having a career. So whatever you see them do, or whatever the level of engagement you see them do when they are doing ministry, is required for you also when you are running a business or career. Okay, so that partnership with the spiritual has to be there, in the sense that you have to constantly lean on God for direction. You have to constantly lean on God for where you are headed, what you want to accomplish, what you want to do. Joshua was a man of war. Okay, Joshua did a lot in terms of his accomplishment, but you see him, he was constantly leaning on God. He was constantly marrying his strategic activities with spiritual guidance. Okay, the second thing there is, there's also a spiritual dimension to exercising influence. When Joshua started fighting his war, the Bible said that two things happened. One, he commanded the sun to stand still, okay, which is his control over the elements. But also, the Bible said that hail started falling from heaven and was hitting the enemy, and the hails killed more soldiers more than Joshua did. Okay, so you discover that there is some sort of supernatural dimension for you to exercise influence. There's a supernatural dimension to exercising influence. Many times, people think that occultism is not real. Okay, people believe that dark forces, witchcraft power, that they are not real. Okay, and because of the way maybe we lean on religion or we lean on church, most times we don't understand that we have to personally, on our own, build our capacity to move in the supernatural in order to exercise dominion in the marketplace. Okay, so when you actually look at the Bible, especially if you read it from the Old Testament, you discover that many people that God worked with are mainly people in the marketplace. There was nothing like church. So you can mention Daniel, you can mention King David, you can mention Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These were just people, living in the marketplace, doing business, pursuing their career. But there's that element of engagement with the supernatural. I once met a guy who considers himself a former Christian, and he was telling me, he's doing well in terms of our understanding of doing well in Nigerian politics. And he was very open and was sharing with me personal experiences, and he was telling me that, do I know that there was a time he used to carry the Bible, that I have not preached more than him. I was shocked. He went back and started talking to me about his early days in church, his early days, shared with me his evangelism experience and things like that. To cut the long story short, he doesn't go to church again. He's in diabolism, the occult, and all those things. And he was mentioning it to me. And one of the things, he said to me after sharing that story is that he said that when he started what he's doing now, that his life has moved forward than those times he was just carrying Bible around and preaching. But what came into my mind was that there is a supernatural dimension to exercising influence. Most times it is people in the occult, the people in the other dark dimension that seems to understand that. So we just think that, okay, once I've prayed, once I've gone to church, then I've ticked the boxes, I'm fine. No. Personally, as a leader, you must engage God. Personally, on your own. What gives you influence is not just a prayer that someone prays for you. Because the engagement of the supernatural dimension of your influence has to come by instruction. Some of those instructions will come when you are in active duty. Okay, so you might not even have time to call somebody else or to call a pastor or to call a prophet to ask, okay, what should I do? If you have not trained yourself to understand the supernatural dimension of your influence, it means that you might be in a place you might not know what to do. You might not take advantage of the success that is available to you simply because you've not trained yourself. So you see that Joshua's influence was not just because Joshua had the right skill. It was not just because Joshua had the right people. Joshua understood how to engage the supernatural dimension of influence. And how do you do that? You must engage God personally. You must have a personal relationship with God. You must have a one-on-one relationship with God where you hear him directly for yourself. I normally challenge Christians when I have conversations with people. I will ask them, in the past few days, in the past few weeks, in the past few months, can you share with me something that God has spoken to you about your life, about your destiny, about your career, about anything you're trying to do? You'll be shocked that not many Christians can expressly tell you this is what God told me, or this is what God has shown me, or this is direction. And I keep saying that any practice of religion, any practice of Christianity, let me put it that way, that does not involve your ability to speak to and hear the Spirit is simply a religious experience. It's simply a religious experience that could be attributed to time wasting. The whole point of spirituality, the whole point of intimacy is that you are able to talk to spirits and spirits are able to talk to you. You are able to access information, knowledge that is not accessible with your mind, that is not accessible based on human knowledge and human understanding. It has to be something outside you. It has to be a knowledge that does not exist in your physical realm, something that happens outside it, your physical dimension. And if you haven't trained yourself to do that, if you haven't trained yourself to understand that, what you now have is a form of religion. Okay, that was why my friend moved from Christianity, went into the occult, because by the time they move into the occult, they have trainings on basic understanding of the spiritual realm. They are able to talk to spirits and spirits are able to talk to them, and that is how they get ahead. Okay, any Christian that must operate, the supernatural dimension of dominion in their life must understand how to talk to spirits and hear from the spirit. Because a lot of things that will happen to you in the marketplace will come by instructions. It will come by you following God one-on-one. And if there's no intimate relationship with God, you will not have true influence. You're going to come to destinations you don't know what to do. You're going to come to, places where you're supposed to take action. You wouldn't know the right action to take because you have not prepared your heart for that. The second thing, the third thing, I've mentioned two things. The third one I want to mention is that dominion is not instant. You remember where we started from in Joshua chapter 1? All the processes that Joshua happened. Yes, we are in chapter 10, but that's probably years that have passed in between chapter 1 and chapter 10. Okay, where you see the Bible now said that Joshua had control over the land. Dominion is not instant. Dominion is a process. When you are starting out as a young leader and you see people doing so much that you would like to do, please go and try to find out when they started. Go and find out. Learn to read autobiographies. Learn to, find about people's history, what time it took them to establish influence. Dominion is not instant. Okay, some of the things that you are going to do is going. I think we had a conversation last year where I Googled top CEOs or top billionaires across the world. And I discovered that many of them are above 40. It's just few billionaires in the world that are below 40. And one of the things I discovered was that many of them became billionaires because whatever they were doing traveled through time. It took them time. Over time. So some people might not be billionaires at the age of 30 or at the age of 35, not because that they don't have what it takes, but because the vision or whatever you are building needs time to grow. So when you, depending on how early you start, so you find out that some started their vision at the age of maybe 19, or some started at the age of 25. So depending on when you start and the amount of time given for that influence to be established, you discover that many of them move into their 40s and their 50s. So some people start at 30, some people start at 40, some people start at 50. And if you want to be discouraged, I've read biographies where I see people started their vision at 80, at 70. I mean, I sat down listening to a man, came back from America. He was a professor, teaching in American universities for a very long time. He has gotten old. And one day, he was more than 70 years. He said that God spoke to him. It's time for him to, come back to Africa, that there are things he wants him to do. And that's how this man came. When he came to Nigeria, he rented an apartment in Lagos that he was even struggling to furnish. And then from that apartment in Lagos, he started launching out the vision that God put in his heart. Okay. As at the time I was studying him, this man has established influence in about 10 African countries. Okay. Was running program across Nigeria for governors and presidents, and I'm like, oh, you even started late. And the truth is that there's nothing. Some of you are wondering, maybe based on where you are, your age, maybe you are starting late. You see people who are doing awesome work, and you are wondering, I'm 40, I'm more than 40, I've not even started anything yet. No, Moses started at 80. There are people who discovered what God wanted them to do at a very old age, but it still doesn't stop them from accomplishing what they need to accomplish. One of the scriptures I find very interesting, we'll get into that, was when Caleb came to Joshua. Caleb was about 80 years old, and he came to Joshua and he was asking him for a land on a hill country. And Joshua was trying to say, and Caleb said, no, don't look at me. I am as strong as the time you saw me when we were 40 years old. And Joshua said, okay, go, take the land. And he took soldiers and he went to fight to take the land at the age of 80. I said, wow. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make by raising that point is that it's never too late to start. But more so, remember that dominion is not instant. It's going to require consistency, it's going to require strategy, and it's going to require faithfulness. Okay. This morning when I was, pondering over this teaching, one of the things I wanted us to glean from as people who is taking their roots from the church is that you discover that most churches, for instance, in Nigeria or across Africa, that you would term as successful organizations today, they started small. So when you read their autobiographies, you will often hear how they started under the shade or under a tree, 10 people, or they started in their room, or they started in a primary school and they were just 20 people. Now they have a global influence. Some of them have branches across 40 nations. Is that they were constant and consistent. Okay, in exercising dominion, you must find yourself. Okay, if you're a multi-talented person, you might be doing a lot of things at the same time, but you need to find yourself where you are going to do one thing for a long time. Okay, you need to do one thing. You are just steady on one thing. You are strategic on one thing. Okay, if it's business, if it's ministry, if it's a line of business, if it's a line of art, you must be able to, at some point in your life, find one thing that you are going to stay with over time. If not, you won't have influence on it. Okay. Even some of the small businesses you start, if you can be consistent on it. So for instance, you started a business in a small city in Enugu, for instance, and then you begin to grow it. Okay. You move beyond your city, and then you are doing it all over the country. Okay. Then what stops you from doing it across the continent? You move into other nations. as you consistently work on that vision, you see that it begins to expand on their influence. When I did a printing job in UK, the company that did the printing job for me, they have a website that is accessible, but I realized that they were printing from Germany. So you make your order online, they do the printing, and they ship all the way from Germany to UK. Okay. There's also a bread I like eating, and I also discovered that bread was they have their factory in France. So they are not just selling in France, they are distributing across UK, they're distributing across other European countries, and they have mastered their distribution system, they have mastered their pricing, they have mastered their processes in such a way that they are able to grow influence, just simply manufacturing bread. So there is something that God might put in your heart that might not even look very lucrative. What I'm trying to say is that if you begin to add consistency to it, add strategy, add faithfulness, and then you expand, do it over time, what was reaching 100 people, you start reaching 1,000. From 1,000, you start reaching 50,000. You will be very shocked how something small translates into something powerful. Okay? Many of us might be looking for big ideas. Oh, there's AI, there's this one. But everything you start, no matter how small it is, can expand to something big. If only you understand these three things. If you understand the power of consistency, you understand strategy, and then you understand faithfulness. Constantly adding resources, strength to a particular area of life, and then you give it time to grow. Okay, so it's not just about you winning in your immediate area of influence, but it's you allowing yourself, giving yourself time to stretch the vision until it dominates the land. So the way you saw Joshua dominate the land, whatever vision God puts in your heart, God's intention is that vision will dominate the land. That vision will have influence over the land. That vision will be able to, translate to, something that, there's a scripture, I think, is it Isaiah or Ezekiel? That when I pray on ideas, I usually, leave it in my heart. The prophet was speaking to God. He said, ignite this fire in me and then let it burn. And then man said, may it never be quenched, and let people know that you have ignited this fire in me. Okay, so it means that there's something God puts in you, and then it just begins to burn, it just begins to flow, it just begins to, it becomes contagious. It continues to grow, it continues to grow, it continues to grow until it comes to a point, then you enter a winning spree. That winning that you see Joshua experience in Joshua 10 and 11. It comes to a point where success becomes uncontrollable. Why I'm teaching this, understanding God's pattern for influence, is that nothing is really small. There is nothing that you are starting that is really small. The challenge is your inability to understand the power of consistency, strategy, and allowing that thing to cover the land. So let's say, for instance, that you have a corner shop that you are selling. Okay, let me try and give this last example to see if it makes sense to someone. You have a corner shop that you are selling. That corner shop gives you 5,000 naira daily and probably maybe, let's say, 90,000 naira every day. Okay, how do you translate that corner shop in a way that it covers the whole land? That is where consistency comes, strategy comes, and faithfulness in applying yourself to that vision comes. Okay, so you can have a corner shop in your city that is giving you 90,000. If you have 10 other corner shops across the city, what happens is that it moves from 90,000 and starts generating 900,000 for you. Okay, you take the same corner shop and then you make it 100. So it moves beyond your city, enters different states. Okay, it moves from giving you 90 to 100 or to 9 million. And then you now take it and you now move it outside your country. and you are now able to reach other nations. The same corner shop, the same thing that you are selling, the same pattern, and you move it to other nations, and it translates from you just selling, making 90,000 every day to maybe making 90 million on a monthly basis, because you have been able to expand the influence of the vision that God gave you to reach more people, provide more value, provide more solution in a way that it covers the land. Every vision that God gives you needs to cover the land. But you need to understand, remember the first one before I mentioned the last one, it has to be strategic, it has to be spiritual. The second one is that there is a supernatural dimension to exercising influence. And it starts with you having a personal relationship with God, talking relationship with God, where you speak to him, and then you are also able to hear him to get divine direction. And then the third one I mentioned is that dominion is not constant. It requires consistency. There has to be strategy, and then there has to be faithfulness. And then the fourth one, which I find very powerful and interesting, is that you must be able to share your win and influence. So for instance, let me pick it up from the last example I gave. So when you want to move your corner shop to 10 corner shops in the city, it means that you are not going to be the only one running. So you see, when you are running the first corner shop, you are the only one running it. But by the time you translate that your corner shop to other 10 corner shops in the same city, it will no longer be just you running it. It means that you have to come to a place where you are going to share your win and your influence with others. And many people who don't understand how and who to share their win and their influence with will always remain stuck where they are. How did Joshua exemplify it? When Joshua brought out those kings, he called his commanders, placed those kings on the floor, and then he told the commanders, I want you to put your feet on the neck of these kings. So Joshua is trying to say, this is not my win, this is your win. This is not my influence, this is your also influence. Okay? In following God's pattern for influence, your influence is limited by other people that you are also able to make influential through your own winning. Okay? So it means that as a young leader, time is now going to come. In order for you to increase your influence, you have to bring other people. You have to be able to share. You have to be able to let go. So a leader who doesn't like letting go, who doesn't like sharing influence, who is stingy about bringing people into their own success, will not cover the land. Because for you to be able to cover the land, you are going to need more than yourself. It's obvious, but it's not something that everybody sees. For you to be able to cover the land, you have to be able to share your influence. Okay? You find it in Africa, where you see people, they call it running one man business. Okay, so you are there doing it yourself. Everything is you. Everything is you. It must happen the way you want. It must go the way you want. Everything is you. You don't want to share that influence. You don't want to share that authority. You don't want to share that win. Everything circles around you. Most times you see that they end up dying with their vision. Even their children can't buy into their vision because they won't even share the vision with their children. They won't even share the plan with their children. Everything is them. And then it reduces their influence. Most times the vision even dies before those who found it die. So you have to be able to share your influence. That was what Jesus did early in the days. Okay, the Bible said he went up to the mountain. What did he do? He called 12, and then he gave them power, he gave them influence, and then he released them. So to achieve true influence, you must come to a place where you are able to share your win and your influence with others. Okay? God's original blueprint for influence, it's very much possible for you to achieve. It's very much possible for you to attain, irrespective of what the idea is or what God has placed in your heart. It is very possible for you to grow what you have, no matter how small, no matter where you find yourself, to something very big, if you understand these principles And yeah, I want to thank you guys for tuning in. I think we might be able to take one or two questions, Godson, or feedback from anyone. Thank you guys for coming in. I hope you took away lessons from this. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Over to you, Godson.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an amazing time of teaching. All right, so quickly, let's receive some questions or feedbacks if we have any coming from us. Mr. Kingsley, can you go ahead?
Okay, good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you, Sanoso, for such a mind-shifting session again this night. It's always been a delight to hear you. So my question is, at what point do you actually switch over? Because obviously you have a vision that you are running, which aside the supernatural, it entails day-to-day breakdown in realities, right? So mastering of your art and all that. So let's say what's the balance between mixing, not really mixing, like combining what you are set, or you are perceiving God is telling you to do, and then the required skills, right, to do it. So let's say that you had something very big, right, but this is someone you have not yet mastered the art. So I just wanted you, I don't know if it's making sense, just to bring a balance to that, because God has said many big things. Because oftentimes I've learned, maybe by experience, that God speaks in big terms, not really big terms I do, but He tells you about a future that is so big. But this is you starting off life. So how do we strike a balance? How do we merge the both ends? I don't know if my question was understood. So
If I understand you clearly, you are asking, how do you place a balance between what God said to you and you getting the required skill to do what God has said to you?
yes.
Okay. The first point I mentioned, that's a good question, so that we can throw more light and draw influence on it. You remember I mentioned that dominion is both strategic and spiritual. Okay, so it means that I am taking strategic actions. I'm looking at data. I'm looking at my day-to-day activities, applying myself to the core principles that drive success within whatever I'm doing. But at the same time, I am also listening. Okay, I am listening not just to God, I'm also listening to my environment. I'm also listening to, because most times what we interpret as spiritual might not even come from you praying and God speaks to you. It can even come from people. It can just come from conversations. And your inability to listen while you walk, sometimes you can also miss the power of the supernatural. Okay, so for me, I think that there's a way they say it: walk as if everything that you are doing depends on your work, everything that you are doing depends on your skill, and then listen as if everything that you are doing also depends on the supernatural. So that means that I separate it because I have to explain it. But for me personally, the way I engage in it is that I see both of them as one. I see both of them as one. One of the reason why we are even suffering, why our generation is suffering, is when you hear about how do they say it, secular. It was years in Catholic Church when they wanted to separate the church from the marketplace. They introduced the word secular. So you then have individuals who pursue spiritual activities and those who pursue secular activities. So if you are a footballer or if you're a business person, you are seen as someone who is pursuing a secular endeavor. But if you're a priest or if you are working in church, they see you as you are pursuing something spiritual. That was where in fact, I have to go back to that to start correcting my mindset. There's no secular, there's no spiritual in God. All those things are one. Okay. So even while you are working, or why the whole thing is that work is from God. And any kind of work you are engaging in is spiritual. And your ability to listen at the same time while working has to be in place. So you must work and you must listen. You must, learn whatever skill you need to learn. If you need AI, in your business. We've discussed this even in some of the previous sessions. If you need to learn AI, learn AI. If there are softwares that you need to learn, you have to put yourself in a place where you learn almost everything that you can learn to master your art. But at the same time, you must constantly listen. You must constantly pay attention to your environment, listen to others, listen to God. Those two things must work together. I find it interesting. For instance, in my office, there's something called social listening. There are social listening apps. I don't know how many of you are aware of that. What are they doing? There are people whose job is to just sit down and then listen to what is happening across social media, listen to what is happening across the people you are interacting with and the people doing business with your competitors. Why are they listening? They are just trying to extract information that will guide business strategy. Okay, so the same way we are doing that on the physical side, you must listen to God on the spiritual, so that you must know when to engage. Any leader today that is successful, that tries to discredit the spiritual or the supernatural, don't pay attention to the person, is just deceiving you. There is a level of success that you will get to. You must listen to spirits. I've had an opportunity to talk to influential people. So I'm speaking based on my personal experience, that there is a level you begin to get to in whatever you are doing. You must talk to spirits and spirits must talk to you, because you've not gone this way before. So you need to understand other sides of whatever you are trying to do in order to remain focused, in order to remain. There was a time in America where it became very popular that CEOs in America, even Steve Jobs. I read a story about Steve Jobs, talking about them going to India, trying to experiment with with Eastern religion in order to, be in tune with meditation and be in tune with, some certain dimension of spirituality that will help their work. It's still going on in America now. Is a big thing in America, where you see Americans, they are trying to pursue Eastern religion to find some form of spiritual connection. What are they looking for? They're trying to talk to spirits, and spirits are trying to talk to them. Just call it meditation, dealing with your inner self. That's not what it is. People are looking for spiritual connections because there are certain places, certain time in your life, kind of success that you are pursuing. You need spirits to talk to you, and you need to talk to spirits so that you can have proper guidance into what you want to do.
My question is this: how do we maintain that balance between the strategy and the spiritual, sir?
Okay,
Thank you.
how do you maintain the balance? To be very honest with you, if you even ask me, I think we focus so much on spiritual. We are focusing spiritual does not mean that we are actually doing spiritual well. So in Africa, there's some sort of a very strong belief to the spiritual that most times we neglect strategy. Okay. But the challenge with even the way we depend on the spiritual is that we depend on the spiritual by virtue of living our life to God, living our outcome to God. Whatever God wants, that's what we be. You just have a way of having this hopeless hope to the supernatural that, okay, because God is there, something is going to happen. Then most of us don't look at strategy. We don't embrace planning. We don't look at data. We don't look at building skills, building ourselves. In fact, this morning, I was thinking so strongly on the aspect that part of the challenge we might be having in Africa is that connecting everything to religion. Okay, if somebody is looking for work, you connect it to religion. If somebody is trying to do any form of thing, you connect it to religion in a way that we fix our mind so much that we don't understand that there's a place of work, there's a place of strategy and data for you to even make progress in life. Okay, so for me, the first place we need to strike balance is in the place of work, in the place of strategy, in the place of data. Another thing I find online, most times, most of you have seen it. Somebody attends a class on how to make money from crypto. Before the next thing is that they're already teaching a class on how to make money from crypto. It's nothing new. I remember our friend then. He started this forex training then, year back then when we were in the university. So he's known, he's on radio, he's talking about forex, how to make money on forex. He runs training, people will register, pay. One day we are in our mentor's office. So all of us were under one mentor. So we are in the office. And our mentor just looked at him and called him and said, how much are you even making from this, your forex training everywhere? And the guy said that he has not made nothing from forex. All of us started laughing. I said, okay, so why are you moving around training people, teaching them? He said that he's making money from the training. We don't have, based on our background, our culture, we don't know how to deepen understanding in an area of life. We are surface learners. So we just speaking basic understanding of something. And the moment we pick basic understanding of something, we just start running with it. And then when we start running on it, we start depending on religion. You go to church, you pray, they do declaration, they do. So you just believe, God will work it out. And then you keep doing it. You see it's not working. At some point, the person end up losing their faith, losing their relationship with God because they feel that what they are doing is not working. But they are not deepening their knowledge or their art on the aspect of work, on the aspect of innovation, on the aspect of intelligence. I shared a story, I think, a few weeks back. It was a funny story. When I was in the university, they will always tell us to find X. They will give you a mathematics formula, and they say find X. I don't know whether it's me or my lecturer, but I never knew the importance of finding X. We don't think that this thing relates to the business world, okay? And then one day, after I graduated from the school, we were supposed to do some partnership with InterSwitch. They were the only one providing online payments then, years ago. So my boss who engaged me, we were building something on e-commerce, and we sat down. So we were trying to do some calculations on the cost benefit analysis of engaging InterSwitch and all that. So he wrote something on paper, and he wrote and said equal to X. And he now said, let's find X. The moment he said, let's find X, I remembered my lecturer, and for the first time in my life, I said, oh, there will be a time in my life I will actually need to find X. And then X, of course, is the unknown number or the unknown target, whatever you are trying to find. And we started solving till we got to find our X. And he said, okay, yes, this is the answer we are looking for. And in my mind, I'm like, so do we actually use these mathematical formulas in real life? But nobody taught me how to use mathematical formulas in real life. We don't deepen our knowledge to see how the things that we are learning translates to life. I never knew that some of the things I learned in economics is actually applied in real sense of economic sense. Now I'm doing businesses and you see people applying economic theories, applying economic formulas when we are trying to make business decisions, putting economic theories. Of course, that was when I went to UK. All the time I was in Nigeria, I don't see myself making any business decision and referring to economic theories. And in my mind, so people actually use this. It's not just teaching us textbook. In Nigeria, they will tell you, all this school that you are going to, what are you doing with it? And then you leave Nigeria, you actually find that people are doing something with it. Our knowledge did not prepare us to go deep into how life works, into how intelligence works, into, how making things to work in life is. So many of us just rely on religion, not even the spiritual. So what is my interpretation of spiritual? My interpretation of spiritual is spirits talking to you and you talking to spirits. So you find out that most people who even anchor their faith in God, in quotes, don't hear God. Don't hear God. One of the ones that shocked me was that I knew this guy. He fasts once in a week, And then he has this, powerful, spiritual zeal, committed to church, committed to a lot of things. And then one day he came to me, he was asking me a question about his career. This is somebody I take inspiration from in terms of his zeal for God. And then when he was asking me questions, he was confused and things like that. I said, okay, in the last 1 month, what would you say that God has spoken to you about? And he was looking at me. I said, okay, maybe I'm just being too early. I said, okay, in the last 1 year, what would you say that is a major decision that you've taken and then God spoke to you? And he was looking at me. I wouldn't say I was mad, but I was shocked beyond my bones. I was like, are you trying to tell me that you are not making sense any form of spiritual understanding from all these your pursuits? Then what are you doing? You have been simply wasting your time. And that is why you are confused. So the balance for me when we even talk about spirituality is you being able to hear God, you being able to hear spirits, not just having some form of religious exercise where maybe you pray, you fast, you go to church. All those things are good. Don't stop it. Do it. But it must bring you to the point where you are able to hear spirits, and spirit is supposed to talk to you. That is how you now find that supernatural experience. Many of us are not walking into supernatural experiences because it's tied to God's ability or God's power to speak to you. If you can't hear God, you can't have spiritual experience. And then work on your goals, work on your visions, work on your plans, as if everything that you are doing depends on that. Then listen to God as if everything that you are doing depends on listening to God. That is how you find that balance. So I'm specific in what I said, listening to God. So it's not just about making prayers. I was somewhere and someone said, let's pray, more like a midnight prayer, and then started praying from 12, pray till 1 o'clock. He said, amen. He said, let's sleep. I said, is the prayer over? He said, yeah, prayer is over. We can go to bed. I said, so when do we listen? Were you talking to a tree? You just spoke to somebody. So when do we get feedback on what we spoke? So you see that most times prayer is now translated into some sort of spiritual exercise. So you just wake up, you bind this one, you do this one, you do that one. Okay, now that you are done, can we sit down? Can we listen? And then that's how we had conversation. And I said, this is how I approach God. First of all, I don't pray till I meditate. I don't pray till I study. So usually I start with reading the Bible to clear my mind, fix my mind on scriptures, be aware of God, be aware of his presence, be aware of his magnificent power, and to also enlighten my mind. I can do that by reading the scripture. I can do that by quiet meditation. Then from there, I now find insight on how to engage with prayer. Then I now pray. Then when I'm done praying, there's also quietness and stillness to listen. Okay, I just spoke to you, God. What do you want to tell me back? What's your feedback? Where am I getting it wrong? How do you need to instruct me? And I said, this might be the reason why many of us are missing the aspect of listening to God. So we just think it's about spiritual exercise, but then there's no stillness, there's no calmness where you listen. Let me end it like this. When God was talking to Joshua in Joshua chapter 1, he said, this book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth. Thou shalt continue to meditate on it day and night. For out of it, thou will make your way prosperous and thou will have good success. It means that Joshua was first already meditating on those scriptures. Joshua was already applying his heart to the principles and the voice of God. And God was now trying to re-emphasize it by telling him, you see this thing that you are doing, if you continue doing it, that is how you will be successful. And he was not talking about prayer. He was not talking about going to church. He was not talking about serving in church. He was not talking about everything that we attribute as things that make us spiritual. But Joshua's ability to wake up in the morning and meditate and listen. In the night, he will meditate and listen. And God is saying, This is the key to your success. So the balance for me is that every leader must make out time to listen to God on a daily basis. Never miss the opportunity to just sit down and listen to God. Okay? And then you must deepen your knowledge in whatever you are doing. Deepen your art. Don't be a surface learner. Go deep and learn more and more and more. Read books. Go online. A lot of things are available online today. Go to YouTube. You can watch skits or you can learn AI. So the truth about online is that you can be distracted or it can be an opportunity for you to deepen your knowledge. Go deep into your art. Learn and keep learning and be consistent in your learning. What will happen is that you will definitely have an established influence.
Thank you for listening. Please do follow us on our social media handles on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok at Transformers Global LC, on Twitter X at TGlobalLC. Hello and thank you for tuning in. We're excited to share a powerful and transformative message with you, brought to you by the Transformers Global Leadership Center. Our vision is focused on raising a new generation of Christian leaders who are called to bring about personal, national, and global transformation. Whether you're looking to deepen your faith, grow as a leader, or make an impact in your community, this message is designed to inspire and equip you to fulfill God's calling on your life. And here's the best part. You can download and listen to all our messages online. Simply visit www.transformersglobal.org and gain access to this life-changing content. You'll find practical insights and spiritual guidance that can help you step into your God-given purpose. Thank you for being part of this movement. Together, we can make a difference in the world. We look forward to walking this path with you.
For me, it has been, very empowering personally. Okay. Mind opening, and it has given me opportunity to reflect on a lot of things. And I'm hoping that as we continue in that conversation, I'm hoping that it is the same for you. I thank you guys who just spoke and gave feedback concerning the teachings we've been having. I'm grateful to God that it's, having a tremendous impact on you. And I hope that it will continue not just to impact you, but to impact those who are around you, eventually your community and the entire nation. Okay. Today I'm going to be speaking, specifically on the topic, we call lessons from a fall, how wise leaders recover. Okay. Going through the story of Joshua, you will find out that Joshua started right. Okay. In fact, he ticked all the dots and crossed all the T's. We looked at his life from hearing God, understanding what the vision is, understanding the scope of the vision, assembling the people. We saw Joshua's impact in gathering data on how to engage with the enemy. He had an understanding of what he was supposed to do. Okay. But we saw, as soon as we moved to Joshua chapter 6, we saw Joshua engage in his very first battle, which of course he won. Okay, or we would assume that he won, only for them to engage in the second battle. And it was, in fact, when you read the scripture from Joshua chapter 7, the Bible specifically said that, their battle to Ai was a sound defeat. Okay. And of course, we last week we had a look on some of the things that affected them in that journey. But more importantly, I also want us to examine the aspect of the fall. Okay. As humans, personally, I am very conscious of my fallibility. And as humans, we will always find ourselves in a position where, we are going to make mistakes, or we'll find ourselves in a place where we will consider, a great fall that will affect, we feel detrimental to our business, our organization, or who we are in life. If you've not experienced that, this is not to say that it is a must, but it is almost inevitable that as a leader, you are going to find yourself in a place When we talk about fall, it could be emotional exhaustion. Okay, it could be um, any kind of failure that could, be of negative effect to your person or to your organization. And we find out that it's not just about following God. It's not just about being perfect as a leader. Even within an organization, there are things that can happen directly through you or indirectly that could be, a big fall for you. Okay. And that is what we see in the book of Joshua chapter 7, from Joshua chapter 6 to Joshua chapter 7. Achan was a leader. Achan is a symbol of a leader, though not expressly representing Joshua. But we see that Achan was a man who had an impact over a nation. And that was why his decision not only affected his life, he affected his family, affected his nation, and it led to the fall in the next battle. Okay. But what I'm trying to draw our attention in this teaching is how Joshua was able to recover from that fall. Okay. Most times we seem to hold on to the fall in such a way that we almost never find the zeal or the grace to move on after the fall. Okay, but we see that Joshua was almost immediately able to recover from that fall, moved forward into the next battle, won the battle, and continued to win the battle all the way. So I wanted us to examine, the principles, like we always say. What did Joshua do wrong? What did he do right? And then what can we as today's leaders learn from those principles in order to make sure that we also succeed when we find ourselves experiencing failure? Okay. One of the things I wanted to, mention to you guys, is that there are certain things I need you to know about failure. Okay. Failure doesn't mean you are not called. Oftentimes you are going to find yourself, in a place as a leader where you are so sure about what you want to do. You are so sure about the organization you want to start. And then eventually something happens. And what happens is that you start questioning yourself. You start asking yourself, am I even supposed to start this in the first place? Am I even supposed to? In fact, I often hear people say that failure can be an opportunity for you to reassess and ask yourself whether you are supposed to be where you are supposed to be. Okay. Why I find, a great truth in that, failure does not mean you are not called. Okay. Failure also does not mean you are not finished, that you are finished. Sometimes people, after experiencing failure, feels like, I'm done with life. I'm done with this. My own is finished. My organization can never recover. No, as we are going to see from the life of Joshua, there is always room. There is always opportunity to restart. And that is why this conversation is very critical and very important. Okay, like I said, if you've not had an experience in your life, this is an opportunity for you to look at these principles, learn from it, and prepare yourself for the future. Okay. The next thing I want to also mention to you is that failure doesn't mean you can't continue. Okay, it doesn't mean you can't continue. Okay, so you can be called and still fail. You can start right and still run into challenges and still run into problems. Okay, it doesn't mean that you can't continue. And I want you guys to take good note of that. One of the things I also want to mention, before I move into, those steps of recovery is that whenever you experience failure in leadership, whenever you experience failure running an organization, running a business, in your personal life, in your family, there are key emotions that come with failure. Okay. So one of them I want to mention is shame and isolation. Okay. I find what I'm sharing with you guys deeply personal, in the sense that I went through memory lane while thinking about this, and I kind of reflected over some of the things I've done in life, some of the failures. I used to say that I started very early in life. Okay, started my first business in when I was just in second year in the university. I started a lot of things early in life. And because I also started early, what it also means that I am inexperienced in most of the things I started. And it led me into a great deal of failure. It led me into a great deal, of a lot of mishap. I had to learn through the journey. And one thing I knew I struggled with, especially in my seasons of failure, doubt, and a lot of questioning, is there was that constant shame. There was that constant isolation. You find yourself when, you are moving around and people are talking, possibly minding their business. Even in your head, you are thinking, oh, maybe they are talking about me. Okay, so I constantly find myself, even when somebody will call you and tell you, oh, I went somewhere and they were talking about you, and this is what so and so said. So you will be encumbered with that emotion of shame and isolation. Okay, which also often comes with fear and this fear of being disqualified. So most times, even when I have an opportunity to do something, because of my failure, I have that tendency within me to feel that, oh, maybe I've been disqualified, or maybe I can't do this, or maybe it's not for me, it's for some people. Okay, so from shame and isolation, it makes you to start feeling disqualified. You don't want to engage. Even when they give you opportunity to do something, there's that fear associated with you thinking, this might just lead to another failure. Okay, and these emotions are critical. When we begin to unpack recovery, you will see why it's important that I'm mentioning this. And one of the things I also want to say is that there's going to be a lot of chaos inside you. Okay, that emotion is going to bring out a lot of chaos in your private life, which leads to further distortions of things around you. Okay, so it means that it's going to impact your relationship, it's going to impact your goals, it's going to impact your vision. So you discover that failure in one point of your life usually has a ripple effect on other areas of your life. Okay, so just because you failed in one area of life doesn't necessarily mean it should affect every area of your life. And these are key emotions that you must manage when you are managing a fall. Okay, and then the last thing I'm going to mention is that there's that temptation to quit. There's that temptation to hide. I think I said it when I mentioned that failing doesn't mean you can continue. Okay, there's that temptation to quit and hide. Take yourself out of the place, take yourself out of the location. Recluse into where you almost find yourself not reachable by others. Okay, these are emotions associated with failure. It's important that we talk about this because if you don't have, if you are not aware of what it does to you, you might not be fully aware to engage the truths that is going to bring you out of it. Okay, so like I said, it's almost inevitable for you to experience failure. But one thing I want you to understand is that you can almost always immediately recover after a fall. It all depends on how you go about it. Okay, so when we look at the book of Joshua, specifically Joshua chapter 7, if we take it from verse 1, there were a few steps that Joshua took that I would want us to look at. Okay, and one of them is that there was a sincere heart from Joshua to seek out the solution. Okay, so the Bible said that they threw themselves on the ground, and started seeking the Lord. They started seeking the face of the Lord concerning the failure, the sound defeat that happened in AI. Okay, I saw it as a leader's effort to sincerely seek out solution, for what went wrong. The reason I mention these emotions is that they are likely going to be the very first thing you are going to feel whenever you fall. So the surge of emotions that will come to you when you fall is shame and isolation. Okay, fear of being disqualified. But you see, Joshua never entertained those emotions. In fact, what Joshua prioritized immediately after the fall was to seek out the solution. What do I need to do next in order to fix this problem? Okay, so he engaged his mind in an active response to create solution rather than just allowing himself to be absorbed by the emotions of fear, the emotions of disqualification. I mean, Joshua would have felt disqualified as a leader. Imagine leading the army of your nation, to a battle, and there was a sound defeat. Everybody comes back, soldiers wounded, many people died, families crying, children lost. Imagine, you are going to feel disqualified as a leader. You are going to be asking yourself questions. What exactly happened? I thought I heard from God. How come we went there and it didn't work? But you see, Joshua did not waste his time trying to figure out, his shame, or trying to feel disqualified, or trying to maybe ask himself questions about, do I need to isolate myself, or even become shameful? The Bible said that he came together with the elders of the nation. He didn't isolate himself. And they all started seeking the face of God. They started making inquiry. What went wrong? What happened? This is not the promise you gave to us. So there was an intentional heart to say, instead of focusing on my failure, instead of focusing on how I feel about my failure, which is usually where most people are trapped, what Joshua did was he took a decisive step to say, what is the solution to what happened? Okay, and that was when God spoke to him and said, you guys took what you are not supposed to take from Jericho, and that is why the fall in AI happened. And immediately he got an answer. The next thing that he did is the second thing I want to mention. He created a process to find out what that problem is. And he created a process that was not just able to find a problem, but also to get to the root of the problem. I find it sometimes when I read the Bible, I don't know about you, it puzzles me, when God will say, call all the tribes in Israel, and I will show you the particular tribe. And then they call out the tribe, and they will say, okay, get the Urim and the Turim, and I will show you the tribe that it came from. Okay? And then they did it. He said, okay, this is a tribe. And then God said, call all the clans under that tribe, and I will show you the particular clan. And then they called all the clan, and then what happens is that what? They said, okay, after the clan is selected, they said, okay, call all the families under that clan. And when they call all the families, the first thing in my mind was, God, it was Achan. Why do we have to go through a process? Why do we have to just go one by one to try to find out which family exactly that took what was not supposed to be taken from Jericho? But you see that God was trying to show us that sometimes it takes a process to find a solution that you want to find out. And Joshua was committed to that process. Joshua was committed to getting to the root of the problem. So, when you find a clan, it's almost okay to say, okay, I've seen what the problem is. Okay, but then you move down to the family, and then you find the right family, the right individual, and then they go to the individual's house, dug out what was stolen, and then took care of the problem. Okay, so most times when we fall, there's every possibility for you to have shallow thoughts, shallow thinking about what led you to that failure or what led you to that defeat. But you see that Joshua took out time, followed a process to get to the root of the problem. He followed the process to get to the root of the problem. And that was how he was able to fix the problem. So as a leader, as a young leader, why it's important for you to, discover the plans of God, get going on the vision that God has placed in your heart. One key thing that is important is that you need to prepare your heart for a fall that could come from you or from someone in your team or from issues that are not even connected to who you are. You have to prepare for the fall. And how do you go about it? The first, have a sincere heart of seeking out the solution. Then understand that you have to go deep and find the root of the problem. The other day we were discussing in one of the fellowships, and we started talking about what is even the problem of Nigeria. Okay, is it really corruption? Is it really lack of jobs? Is it really some of the things we look at it? And by the time we kept on narrowing it down, a lot of issues came out, in terms of in terms of issues about national unity, in terms of our national divide. And then we now ask ourselves questions. How many political parties, how many political giants are even including in their manifesto the issue of the national divide? So sometimes you discover that when you look at the problems on the surface level, you might think that you've solved it. Why is this important? When you look at problem on the surface, thinking that you've solved it, there are chances that you are going to repeat that fall again. And when you find yourself repeatedly, experiencing a particular fall in your life, what it shows you is that you are not really getting to the root of the problem. Okay, so you have some shallow form of understanding of what you think the problem is, and then you run out for solution. What happens is that the problem happens again, and that cycle continues, that cycle of fall, rise, usually because we don't often get to the root of the problem. Okay, so you see that Joshua took time. It's not a quick fix. Fixing your problem also is not a quick fix. I think that's also what God was trying to show Joshua. It's not a quick fix. That means you have to identify the process. You have to be committed to the process, and then you must intentionally get to the root of the problem. Okay. So the lesson I want to quickly mention to us is that also try to learn what the fall reveals. We said something last week, which I believe I need to mention a bit again here, is that when a leader takes his eyes off the vision towards his provision, it always opens him up for crisis. Okay? A leader's heart must always, be focused on the vision. And a fall should reveal to you what is taking your heart away from the vision. Okay, and that is what we see in the life of Achan. We mentioned it last week, that Achan went into that battlefield after conquering Jericho, felt the need to take care of his personal needs. Okay, even though God has made a provision, God had a plan to take care of his personal needs. Jericho was just a type of first fruits. Jericho was set apart specifically for God. And when we go into that, we've discovered why God usually set things apart. Okay, God doesn't necessarily come down to take those things that are set apart, but there are spiritual implications of things set apart. For instance, in the case of Saul, where he was given an instruction, when you go into the land, kill everybody, kill the king, or he decided to spare the king, and it led to a lot of issues, in his kingdom, which eventually led to him losing his kingship. So usually when God, puts preservation, is for some form of spiritual purpose. So here you see that Achan's passion or desire to fix his personal problem first took him, to work against the vision, which led to the fall. Why it's important to find the solution, why it's important to be sincere about finding the solution, I think we need to also pay attention to what the fall reveals about our heart. What does it reveal about you? What does it reveal about your priorities? What does it reveal about things that are important to you and things that you should prioritize? I said this last week, that even though our needs are legitimate, even though that our personal desires are legitimate, we have to be able to find ourselves in a place where we prioritize those needs legitimately and ask ourselves, okay, which one comes first? And we said last week that vision comes first. Vision must always be put first, because anytime you lose vision, you also lose the ability to meet your needs, because it's the vision that provides for you. So lack of vision will also lead to more defeat, which we saw in the life of Achan. He took the gold, he took the tonic, like the Bible said. Did he use it? No. It eventually led to destruction, because he took his eyes off the vision to his personal needs. He lost the vision. He also lost his ability to meet his personal needs. So ask yourself, each time there is a fall, as you get root of that, find out what does it reveal. Okay, so for instance, you are working in an organization or you are running in a business and you discover that something is happening to your stock, or things are not being recorded the way it should be recorded, or things are not being done the way it should be done, and you just discovered what the problem is. As a leader, go a little bit further and ask, what does this problem reveal? Okay, so do I have a staff that still maybe because I'm not paying enough? Do I have a staff that still maybe because I need to look at my recruitment process, how I hire and how I handle my staffing management? What exactly does the problem reveal in your life? What does it reveal in your organization? What does it reveal wherever you find yourself? Your inability to understand that can also lead to repetition of that fall. Okay. And the last thing I want to mention is deal with the issues decisively. The moment you discover what the issues are, you have to be able to deal with it decisively. You find it in the life of Joshua. The moment Achan was spotted out, God's instruction about how Achan should be dealt with, there was no delay on Joshua's part to execute that. Okay, compare that with the life of Saul. Compare that with the story of Saul. The Bible said that even when Saul was confronted about why he had to bring back the king that he was supposed to kill, Saul kept on justifying it. He had reasons. They said, okay, but you are supposed to kill the sheep. You are supposed to kill these animals. He said, yes, I brought it back so I can sacrifice to the Lord. So you discover that at the end of the day, Saul was not dealing decisively with the problem that was discovered.